left wing, a three for the win.
Yeah! In front, they score! Quarterback run up the middle.
Yeah!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
The bye week has come and gone. The opener of a critical October is here. The last time we saw the Wolverines, they were overwhelming Nebraska along both lines in a closer than it felt 30-27 win in Lincoln. Michigan is locked in on today's assignment, the Wisconsin Badgers, but the 2-week window between games allowed fans to look ahead a little bit and realize that really everything is on the table for this young, talented, and emerging team. October comes with its fair share of challenges, but this squad can conquer those challenges ahead, and the first one is today against a traditional Big Ten power. Wisconsin's not a power right now, though. The Badgers are 2-2 and look vulnerable. Michigan attempts to take advantage of that back at the Big House. Let's get you ready. Wolverines, Badgers, it's homecoming here in Ann Arbor. Welcome in to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from northeast, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the players, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football season.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Now, with former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Michigan, Wisconsin, noon, technically 12:10 for the kickoff. The Big House. This is a matchup that exudes Big Ten as we've known it for most of its existence.
It's good to have a little classic Big Ten matchup this afternoon in Ann Arbor. It's a beautiful day. Everyone loves a noon kick. You get in, you play ball, you have some breakfast, you go play ball, and boy, I mean, this is picturesque here in Ann Arbor. It's going to be, 85 degrees and sunny day. A little warm.
I mean, for October 4th, it is pretty wild.
I'm more of a sweatshirt kind of guy this time of year, but we'll take the warm weather as long as we can, the sun shining, and what looks to be hopefully a great day for Michigan coming off the bye and getting into the middle stretch of the season here, and looking forward to seeing how this one goes today. A lot of question marks still, I think, but we'll get into that as time goes on.
Now, Michigan, of course, has some veterans. One big one that came back against Nebraska 2 weeks ago was Rod Moore. We'll talk about him more later. But it feels like one of the lessons from the season's first 4 games, Michigan is young. The sign of a good young team is one that learns from its mistakes. Wolverines lost in Norman in week 2. 2 weeks later, similar spot. Engulfed by a rabid crowd, Michigan went to Nebraska and got a win. Here's head coach Sharon Moore on the lessons that the Maize and Blue learned from that first road game to the second.
Yeah, a lot. I think, obviously you have a freshman quarterback. Shoot, you got a redshirt freshman right tackle. You got a redshirt freshman guard. Mm-hmm. You got a true freshman corner. You got a lot of young guys that played in that game, that got the opportunity to play in the Oklahoma game, saw the atmosphere, understood the atmosphere, but understood that the fans don't win the game. Like, it's the other team, and it's your job. It's what you do, how you handle the atmosphere. So those guys really took it into themselves, and they embraced it. They loved the noise. They embraced the crowd, and they just really attacked the moment.
And as mentioned off the top, it was a 3-point game at the end, but it did feel more lopsided than that. Definitely some correctable mistakes that allowed Nebraska to keep it close. They really flipped things significantly instead of just burning them a little bit.
Well, and anytime you go on the road, I mean, Nebraska had a lot to play for, and they're trying to get back into the conversation of being a powerhouse program again. And so not an easy place to play. And anytime you're able to go on the road, you know when you go into an environment like that, you can almost guarantee that some weird stuff's going to happen. The ball's going to bounce their way a couple times, right? The Hail Mary before halftime, stuff like that. And to be able to overcome that, and as Coach Moore was just saying, a lot of young guys, that's a lot of experience. there's so much. Not only is it a great win for this season, but the confidence booster that is for those younger guys and this team in general this season to go, hey, look, we can go in the most hostile environments. We can get a win. So, you take a look at losing at Oklahoma, winning at Nebraska, the lessons that that's taught this team and the confidence that it gives these guys to go into the back half of this season, hopefully into the playoffs, and not really fear anybody. No, we can go anywhere and beat anybody. Now, Nebraska is not what we're going to face as the season goes on with Ohio State and hopefully the playoffs and all that. But impressive win at this junction in the season, and there's some really, really key things in there I think they can build on as the season goes.
Yeah, and you look at Nebraska and then compare it to the 4 games Michigan readies for in the month of October. We all wanted Michigan to have a 4-0 record to start, of course, but 3-1 with those tough 2 road trips, that was always going to be acceptable, putting Michigan in position to be in position. Now, home against Wisconsin, at USC, home against Washington, and at Michigan State. If Michigan goes unblemished in the month of October, Michigan will be a heavy favorite to be 10-1 when Ohio State comes here at the end of the year, and they would be 8-0 in the Big Ten in that case if they were to take care of business against Purdue, Northwestern, and Maryland. Even 3-1, and that turns the game into a play-in game for Michigan at worst. All of that to me is why that win over Nebraska was so important, and also it was a template to say, yes, if Michigan can go to Lincoln and get a win there, then October can be a 4-0 month.
Well, you don't want to put the cart before the horse,
Sure.
but it is certainly setting up to be quite cinematic this season, right? I think Michigan's got a really, really good chance to be 10-1 going into the game. And my guess is the Buckeyes will probably be undefeated, and so they're a shoo-in. They'll probably be in irregardless, and we're going to need that on our resume to get in. And boy, wouldn't that be pretty awesome the Saturday after Thanksgiving for another big win here in the Big House. But there's business to take care of before then. We're only sitting here in Game 5, so a lot to work on and a lot to improve on and continue to get better at so that they're in that position to capitalize at the end of the year.
Now, to take advantage of the opportunity today, they'll have to dispose of Wisconsin, a Badgers team that is 2-2. They've had quarterback issues since the opener, a potential lame duck head coach, and Luke Fickell, who has a sizable buyout. For decades, you knew what to expect from the Badgers. They were as steady. We think about Iowa now, the way we thought about the Badgers. You knew they'd have a big-time running back, offensive line, road graders, all of that. But I don't think we all know really what the Badgers are right now.
Yeah, the problem is the Badgers don't know what they are right now. And that's, look, Michigan's been there before, right? You have such storied tradition and such an identity for so long. And when that transition inevitably has to happen, right? People come and go. It's paramount that you get those hires right and that you consider culture and identity when making the next move. Too often I don't know that programs do. And so Luke Fickell, who's a great football coach, right? A great football mind. And Mike Tristle's defensive coordinator. I mean, these are really, really good football coaches. It's been a little bit of a struggle. It also coincided with NIL and that transition and all of that, right?
Totally.
So if you don't hit the ground running, it's really hard to play catch-up. And so, Fickell comes in. They try to go to this spread, more finesse type of attack, and that's just never been Wisconsin. And it takes a while to turn the tide. Now they've decided they want to go back to some of that old school style of football. Again, it's going to take a while to turn that and recruit the guys that they need to get that identity back. So they have struggled. There's no doubt about it. It's a proud program. They have the resources there. And for so long, I don't know what the stat was, but they averaged like 9.7 wins over the last 20 years before the last few. So, they're struggling right now. There's no doubt about it.
You really wonder. They're one of the test cases for teams that needed the 12-team playoff a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Because they were right there. They had a few chances to get into a 4-teamer. Didn't quite get over the hump a couple times against Ohio State when they were on their run before Michigan started to seize the Big Ten. But, finesse is a great way to put it, and I'm guessing in Madison that might be an F word right now with where Wisconsin is. All right, we're on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. We will go in depth on the struggling Badgers coming up at the bottom of the hour. I'll chat with guard Jake Guarnera at 9:50. John Jansen stops by at 10 o'clock to join. We'll go in the trenches with John and Jack at 10:10. And in our final hour of pregame, I'll sit down with the aforementioned true freshman who played out in Norman and in Lincoln. That's freshman corner Jaden Sanders. And Doug sits down with head coach Sharon Moore, his first game as the actual in-person head coach for the Wolverines since returning to Norman in week 2. But we will recap the bye in the week that was segment when we come back here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Wolverines and Badgers coming up. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go, go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
When you're on the move and looking for nonstop college sports action, get the Varsity Network app and take the game with you everywhere. Stream live play-by-play from schools across the country right from your phone, free. Catch hundreds of weekly podcasts, including shows from your favorite teams, all in one place. From football Saturdays to midweek hoops, it's your all-access pass to the college sports world. Whether it's game day or just your daily drive, the Varsity Network app has you covered. Download now and listen live for free on the Varsity Network app.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
The longest 8 days, I'd say, of my lifetime. Just thinking about the players, thinking about the staff, thinking about what we can do better. You know, really thought about a lot of things and talked to people and stress about it. But then really at the end of the day, like that Sunday after the CMU game, that's probably the worst day, you know, knowing that the week was ahead. Came across some reel on one of the social media channels, and it was talking about choosing your difficult, and really thought about, like, yeah, you can choose the difficult of, you know, sitting here and complaining, or you can try to get better. So thought of different ways when I come back for us to get better as a team, and already started to implement them.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Jack Miller.
That is the head coach of the Wolverines, Sharon Moore, who had a forced, quote, bye week before the actual bye week for the team. Now that we've had a chance to kind of step back, see a couple of wins with a less than ideal final play of the first half in that second win. Thoughts on how Michigan handled the 2-week absence, the 8-day true Sharon's not around, no chance to be able to be around the team, the players, the building.
I mean, as good as you could have hoped for, right? I mean, you look back to that Central game, and what everyone was waiting for finally happened. They unleashed Bryce Underwood. That offense starts rolling. They're putting up points like crazy. The defense is playing great. And a really good kind of welcome for Biff Poggi to take over in Sharon's absence. Then you go on the road, tough environment at Nebraska, and you come out of there with a win. And, yeah, it wasn't pretty all the time. There's some things you would have liked to have seen. But, you know, the thing that we did see out at Nebraska was that offensive line, and that running game finally got going. Now, the numbers from Justice Haynes and everyone's been great because he's had those breakaways, but it got more consistent. And that offensive line started to gel, really got some things going, and you come out of there with a win. You're 2-0 in that stretch. Sharon's back. Things went as good as I think they could have, and credit to the team, credit to Biff Poggi, and credit to Sharon, right? We knew this was coming. They were setting, you know, things in motion beforehand to make sure that it went smoothly, and it sure did.
Yeah, and as Coach Moore mentioned on that clip, you got to maximize the time. It was a long 8 days, but he tried to create some things, learn some things to implement once he returned. Bye week for the players. Take us through how a player, how a program can maximize the week before normally getting away a little bit last weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I always liked the bye week because I always thought it was a chance to kind of unplug from a standpoint of it gets so rhythmic when you're in the season about Monday looks like this for me, Tuesday looks like this, right? All the way through basically until the only variability essentially is what time are we playing on Saturday. The bye week's a nice opportunity to, again, unplug, kind of have a different perspective on it, try to get healthy. focus back in on, all right, where am I really at as a player? Where are we at as a team? Where am I at personally, right? There's so much going on. Life comes at you fast for these young men between school and football and their social lives. And so it was always really an opportunity to reflect, try to get healthy, like I said, and, a good little a reset, right? Everyone gets to get away from each other for a minute. I should say the players get to get away from the coaches for a little bit, right? The coaches get to be with their families a bit more. And you take stock in where you're at and what you got to get better at, and you go back to the drawing board the next week.
We talked about the big plays Nebraska mustered to stay in it last week. The Hail Mary to close the first half being the most prominent. Here is Sharon Moore on the focus on those miscues.
Yeah, all those things can be corrected and already in the process of being corrected. Probably corrected right at the snap, right after the snaps happen. And our guys, nobody hurts more when a bad play happens against us or a play happens against us than our players. So they take a lot of pride in making sure that those things don't happen again. So, go back to the drawing board and everything you do. Win, loss, you treat them the same, and you got to go attack it. So I think those guys are going to do a really good job, especially our coaches, of fixing all those issues.
Jack, are sometimes the biggest mistakes the easiest to correct because they were just so – they were impactful, right? It was a close game in the score because of a few big-time miscues.
Yeah, to your point, it highlights it a little bit more and makes it more apparent. Now, the funny part is you could go back to the Central Michigan game and how it seemed like everything went our way. Trust me, the next day in film, they're still overly critical of your play, right? That's just how it is. So when it's good, it's never as good as it seems. Sure. And when it's bad, it's never as bad as it seems. That's just a fundamental fact in football. But yeah, there are things like that you're able to come out of there with a win, and it becomes so teachable. And some of those big things that you cannot have happen when you're playing a better opponent, hopefully you learn from earlier in the year, and it never happens again.
Time now to visit this day in Michigan football history, presented by Buddy's Pizza. Now, it wasn't on this day, but 9 years ago, back on Wednesday, Jordan Lewis sealed a Michigan win over Wisconsin with that remarkable one-handed interception in a 14-7 final. The defense led the way for a fourth-ranked Wolverines team against number 8 Wisconsin. Jack, you said earlier this week you'd put that play up with any play you've seen at the Big House.
Yes,
It was remarkable, and that was a big-time matchup.
There have been bigger plays, obviously. We can all think of the legendary plays that have happened in this stadium. I still think it might have been one of the best plays. If you watch that back, the whole thing just kind of defies physics, how he's falling away and able to kind of reverse cradle the ball with one arm while getting dragged down by that receiver. It was remarkable. That was a fun night in the Big House. I remember that, a great matchup. That was when, back to your point, Brian, kind of those years when Wisconsin was knocking at the door and never able to get over the hump. And I'll tell you what I think made the difference in that game was just being at home. It was probably a coin flip game. If we're at their place, maybe it goes another way. But the Big House was rocking that night. The fans were great. The defense played incredible. And Jordan Lewis with one of the all-time plays in the stadium.
I was looking up to see, because the contrast of temperatures, it was high 60s for that game. The game I was thinking of that was really cold early October was Iowa, I think a couple years later. Like the first weekend of October, and it was like 40 degrees. And
you can always count on when Michigan plays Iowa. It's just not that comfortable. It's always cold or windy or rainy, and they get 4 yards of offense and punt, and somehow it's still 10-3 at halftime. Some stuff like that. It's just always a struggle. That's Iowa football, but no, that night with Wisconsin was great. I remember that, and the weather was nice. It wasn't 85 and sunny, but it was a nice evening.
No doubt. This segment brought to you by Buddy's Pizza. Just like Michigan football, Buddy's knows all about being the best in the game and has been since 1946. Stop by one of their locations today to score your original Detroit-style pizza. We will dig into our self-scout when we continue as the Wolverines get ready for Wisconsin. 12:10 the kickoff on a day that will get up to the mid-80s by the end of the game. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Pumpkin picking is here at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, and this patch is packed with prizes. Every Friday in October from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., 4 lucky guests will step into the pumpkin patch for their chance to win. Pick the perfect pumpkin and win up to $1,500 in premium play. Pumpkin picking is here at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. It's all treats, no tricks this October. Only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Hey Michigan fans, is it time to upgrade your outdoor living space? As the #1 brand in premium decking, TimberTech scores big points for real wood looks without the costly maintenance. It will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck can perform at the top of its game season after season. TimberTech, official decking and railing partner of Michigan Athletics. Order free samples at timbertech.com. That's timbertech.com.
Hey, Michigan fans, the best football deserves the best Bloody Mary mix. Zing Zang, Michigan's favorite. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, Worcestershire sauce, and a bold blend of spices, Zing Zang delivers a taste that's as legendary as our team. And for those who love the heat, try Zing Zang Blazing. Proudly served at the Big House, Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. Find Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix at local retailers. Go blue and go Zing Zang.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
It's a Michigan game day.
He's first-round talent at edge, first-round talent anywhere. His dip, bend, get into the backfield. He's scary. Another country finally gets to see it. It's like if you had Mason Graham, but he just cut 100 pounds off him. It's like trying to block that. And then Jason's he's like a caveman. I don't know, just the way he built, the way he hit, it's just, it's crazy. I'm just happy other people get to feel that pain now.
That is the eloquent Nathan Afobe, Michigan offensive lineman, on Jayshawn Barham. Now, obviously, true freshman quarterback Bryce Underwood, he's been the most talked about player and certainly has a chance one day, maybe sooner rather than later, to be the Wolverines' best player at his position. But it does feel like that title currently belongs to Jayshawn Barham, maybe because he might be the best player at his position at 2 positions now.
Yeah, it's been pretty remarkable to watch him mature and develop over the years. And we called it when Wink put him at the edge. I think we talked about it in that postgame after. I said, watch, that's going to be a problem for opposing offenses the rest of the season. You could just tell how natural he felt there. Kind of makes you scratch your head how it took so long for us to figure out to put that guy out at end, right? But we finally figured it out. And he is fun to watch play football. He is fast and explosive and big and violent. And, trying to describe him, he literally is built like an Under Armour mannequin. Like if you're walking through Dick's Sporting Goods, and he's just so built. He's just a physical presence. He's got the dreadlocks. He looks like what is that, Predator? Remember that movie? He looks like the Predator.
I don't see movies.
Yeah, that's right. You're a bad movie guy. I forgot about that. Anyway, for those of you who watch movies, Jayshawn's having a heck of a season. He creates such a problem at that edge position because you have to overcompensate for him. And when you give Wink an inch like that, right, and all of a sudden there's an opening, now he's going to figure out a way to send a linebacker, unblocked from the other side, stuff like that. So even his presence at the edge position, what he's able to do, creates all sorts of other opportunities for the rest of the defense.
Remind me next year, non-conference, one of the bye games, we'll do okay, Brian, you had to have seen this movie. No, actually, I haven't. Sorry.
We're going to make that a segment. We're going to make that a segment at some point.
Brought to you by Iowa Tourism. John gave out some grades from the first 4 games during the bye week. Linebackers got the only A, and Barham was included in that. Wide receivers and cornerbacks got the lowest grades. They were in the C's. Thoughts on those grades and any other just unit-by-unit observations from the first 4 weeks of the season?
Yeah, I agree with John's assessment on that. I think the linebacking group has been incredible. I think the D-line's playing very well. Secondary is good, playing better, finding a rhythm there. And then offensively, the backfield's been great. Bryce has played very well. He's as advertised. The running backs have been good. The offensive line struggled, I think, to Nebraska, but really turned it around there and found some rhythm, found some consistency, which is great to see. Our tight end room, I think Marlon Klein's playing well. Bredeson's a beast. We all know that. The missing link right now is the receiver room, and we probably don't talk enough about that, at least when I'm on air. Now, when Jason's talking during the game, maybe
I don't know. Actually, you're the one who talks receivers, and he talks offensive line. It's kind of weird how this has worked.
But John and I spend obviously a lot of time talking about the trenches because it is the most important position out there, and both offensive and defensive line. If those aren't figured out, nothing else really matters. However, everything is probably good enough now. It's time for that wide receiver room to step up. I think the thing to watch today is going to be what does Michigan's offense want to do, because Wisconsin's got the best run defense in the country on paper. Now, I don't really believe that, but on paper they do,
sure.
right? And so the question is, which mindset is this team going to take? Are they going to go, well, they got a good run defense, so let's open it up. Let's let Bryce go throw the ball, run around, start, big explosive plays. Let's get a little stylistic. Or is it going to be, you know what? No, we're going to stick with the ground and pound. We're going to prove our point, almost a stubborn, not in a bad way, but a stubborn type of attack. Go, hey, you think you got the best run defense in the country? We're going to show you. I'm really interested to see what Chip Lindsey and Sharon want to do out here. But they can't open it up and do all the things that they want to do without that wide receiver room rising to the occasion. We got to see them get better as the season goes on.
Yeah, and the one thing that Michigan did see 2 weeks ago that was helpful was for the first time it was truly a 1A, 1B with Justice Haynes and Jordan Marshall at running back.
Yeah.
So you wonder if that ability to have hopefully two guys now who Haynes was the bell cow, and then Marshall averaged, 13 yards a carry on his 6 toes last week.
Right.
You wonder if that can help open things up. We've seen a couple of big play flashes from Donovan McCulley. Just hasn't been that consistent over and over, 7, 8 catches. What I wonder, too, remember how dominant in the pass game Marlon Klein was in week 1. Now it was New Mexico. New Mexico's, they're pretty solid. They got something building there with Coach Jack, a former Wisconsin Badger.
That's right.
But I do wonder if Marlon Klein getting back into the swing of things could open things up, because if he's on the field, you got to worry about the run because he's a really good blocking tight end, and he can be a threat downfield.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody was questioning if Jordan Marshall was good enough. He just hadn't really found that rhythm. And yeah, Marlon Klein, I said it after week 1, shades of Colston Loveland, right? Just a mismatch problem out there. He's too big for safeties, too fast for linebackers. All the pieces are there. You talk about McCulley. He's kind of that big play threat. The thing that seems to be missing is, and I'll compare it for Lions fans to St. Brown, right? That guy that you can just trust over the middle, quick, just throw a dart to him. Hey, we need 5, we got 7, right? Just kind of that reliable, steady guy that the quarterback is in rhythm with. We've struggled to find that. If you can find, and I think it's a guy like Andrew Marsh. I talked about him a lot coming out of training camp. Couple practices that I went to, I thought he has the potential to be that guy, and now we're starting to hear his name more and more. Look for him as the season goes on to be that guy.
Now, one other big boost at Nebraska, the return of the weapon, Dominic Zavada. Field goals of 46, 56, and 21, massive in a 3-point win. Zavada had missed a field goal attempt in each of the Wolverines' previous 2 games. Here is Zavada on bouncing back.
In the moment, you want to forget about him. They say have the memory of a goldfish. But after the game, you definitely want to take a look and, see what happened. And just learn from it. It's always a learning experience, and that's what you try and take from it. You always try to take away positives, and then you move on next week and use it as motivation. So that's what we did, and I think it worked out pretty well.
I never worried about Zavada, but when you miss back-to-back, you do wonder. Sharon Moore talked about it this week on the radio show. There's not a whole lot he can go to Dom and say, hey, I was noticing this about your follow through on your swing, right? Like, it's different. It's a lot more mental, and I think that could go a long way. If he makes a big one later in the season, we might look back to Nebraska and say, yeah, he reclaimed his confidence there.
Yeah, and it is a confidence thing. We know he's got the leg. There's no doubt about that. He's shown that time and time again. It's just it's getting in the right mental headspace to be able to do it. To your point, Brian, it's difficult for coaches, for teammates to know how do we help this guy? Because it is such a mental position. It is such a skill set that nobody else quite understands on the field. Nobody else has that pressure. Nobody else has that movement to help out. It was good to see him bounce back. That's a tough place to play, to have 3 field goals, one from, 56 yards out there? I mean, that's impressive. We knew he could do it. Good to see him get back in rhythm. We're going to need him as the season progresses.
Jack, are you ready to upgrade your outdoor living space?
I sure am.
Okay.
TimberTech is the #1 premium decking brand and the official decking and railing partner of Michigan Athletics. It looks like real wood, but it won't rot, warp, or splinter, and it comes with industry-leading warranties. Order free samples at timbertech.com.
Wow, that was well done. TimberTech getting the Jack Miller bonus there. Boy, if you get a deck out of this, I better get at least a little bit, at least an invite over for the first
party. I'd like
to
speak with the people at TimberTech. I do need one.
They have free samples.
Okay,
so there you go.
There we go.
Yeah, new house. There you go.
Perfect.
Nice. All right, we'll tell you about the visitors today, the Wisconsin Badgers. There's been some rot, some splintering there. We'll discuss it. I mean, I don't quite know exactly what that is compared to the rot or splinter, but here we go. We will talk about the Badgers as we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
This football season, Detroit Wingco is officially in the big house. Catch us at concessions serving up our award-winning boneless wings and crispy fries during every home game. And while you're there, don't miss your shot to win free wings for a year. That's right, free wings all year long. Just head to our spot in the Big House to learn more. Detroit Wing Co., now serving the Big House. That's how Detroit wings.
Hey, Wolverine fans. As you head into the Big House this season, cheers with a toast to Michigan-made excellence. Founded by U of M alums Susan and Will Bramer, Laurentide Winery is proud to debut their award-winning amazing wines as the house wines of the Big House. 100% grown in Leelanau, crafted with passion and perfect for your game day celebrations. You can find our wine on the concourse, club, or suite menus. Explore LaurentideWinery.com to learn more. Thank you, and go blue.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
If you haven't listened to the In the Trenches podcast, here's what you've been missing.
Joined now by Brandon Hillman.
Hitman, I never knew you could play like this. I'm gonna start calling you Hitman from here on out. So then I started seeing it on social media. Now my mom called me Hitman, my grandma called me Hitman.
Hey, you and grandma.
It's pretty nice.
In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, covering Michigan football all year long on Go Blue podcasts. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
We've got a challenge, and there's only going to be one way, is to go right through this thing, and it's tough in there, and there's going to be a lot of guys that have got to check themselves and see where they are. And I've talked about that. I felt like the culture of this team and the things that we did in the offseason and fall camp was something that was a lot stronger than what we have had. We're going to find out how strong it is.
That is third-year Badgers head coach Luke Fickell after the Badgers' 27-10 loss at home to Maryland 2 weeks ago. Of course, Fickell went to Madison after an outstanding six-season run at Cincinnati, including that 2021 trip to the college football playoff with Cincinnati in the AAC. Of course, Fickell spent much of his time in Columbus, player, assistant, interim head coach. He's winless as a player and a head coach here at the Big House. It was a popular hire at the time. He was probably the biggest name on the coaching cycle at that point in 2022 into 23. And why not? He took a non-power conference team to the playoff. They won at Notre Dame by double digits. They were really, really good, but it just has not worked out through 2 seasons and 4 games.
It hasn't, and that's why culture and finding the right fit is so important, particularly in college football. He's a great coach. Luke Fickell knows football at a very, very high level. His staff knows football at a very high level. But things have to click. Things have to work out. You have to be aligned with the culture of a university, with the history of the program itself and where they've been and where they want to go and what their identity is. And that's been the key word. They've just struggled to have much of an identity. Fickell comes in, they want to run that spread offense. That just doesn't work. They don't recruit the right guy, or it takes a while to recruit the right guys for it. Now they've kind of pivoted and reversed course to go back to that, run game, pound the ball type of style. And again, takes a while to pivot back to that. I'm a big Luke Fickell fan, particularly because he was the interim coach for the Buckeyes when we beat Ohio State in 2011. So he's welcome here in the Big House anytime.
Right about that. Quarterback injuries have been part of the story to where it is fair to wonder, hey, if they stay a little healthier, maybe it looks different, not to where fans in Madison expect them to be heading into year 3, but still, first year, 2023, Tanner Mordecai missed a few games in the middle of the season. Last year, the first big injury with Miami transfer Tyler Van Dyke tearing his ACL in mid-September. Then in the opener this season, Billy Edwards Jr., Maryland transfer, sprained his knee in the opener against Miami University, missed games 2 and 3, then came back, played briefly against his former team Maryland 2 weeks ago. He only took 3 pass attempts, and Fickell has since admitted that Edwards probably wasn't ready to play, and the quote that Fickell had was the staff did not, quote, save him, Edwards, from himself. That's bleak. I understand you want to play against your former team, but they realized really quickly there on that Saturday that he wasn't ready to play.
Yeah, and it's been a struggle even when he was healthy to get going and find much of a rhythm. And then you tack on injuries to that and a struggling team as well. It just doesn't make sense. So, sometimes, look, these guys are competitors. They want to get out there. They want to play, like you said, particularly against his former team, and they got to pull him out. And then it was Danny O'Neal from there.
Yeah, O'Neal is a San Diego State transfer. He has played most of the snaps at quarterback. 71% passer, not a lot downfield, only 640 yards, 5 and 5 touchdown and interception ratio. He's been sacked 13 times. Jay Sean, Derek, TJ, Cole Sullivan, they're all salivating at that number. And, I mean, he was also banged up in the fourth quarter at Maryland. It seems like he will be the guy. We'll find out at 12:10. Really tough to gauge what this offense is. So much fluidity at quarterback. The two running backs of note, Darian Dupree and Dylan Jones, both around 150 total yards of rushing on the year, around 4 yards a carry. Tight end Lance Mason, the Badgers' leader in catches and receiving yards. And their big play threat among the wide receivers, Jaden Ballard, a transfer from Ohio State. He's got 7 grabs, 150 yards, and 2 touchdowns. It's really tough, and I would expect O'Neal to be the guy today.
Yeah, I would. I was laughing, Billy Edwards Jr., Danny O'Neal. I feel like we're in an Irish folk band or something like that. And it's playing roulette to see who's going to get the start. They've been a little coy about that. We'll see. Here's the thing for Michigan. It's really about them. Whoever's behind center for Wisconsin, it's probably going to be the same game plan. There's not a lot of was it Central Michigan that rotated all those quarterbacks?
Correct. Yeah.
And that was unique, strange, but they had to prepare for that because each one of them did things a little bit differently. This one, their offense is their offense. It doesn't have an identity. They just kind of throw plays out there. Whoever is behind center, watch for a lot of trick plays today. They're going to try to confuse the defense. Motions. They're going to realign and trade the formation to try to confuse that defense because just to match up one-on-one, they can't get it done. So there's going to be a lot of smoke and mirrors out there from that offense.
Now, statistically, Wisconsin has excelled in one area this season. That is rushing defense. Nobody better in the country than the Badgers statistically. They have allowed exactly 50 yards per game on the ground. The best showing by an opponent in yards per carry was Alabama at 3.3. What makes the Badgers solid against that ground game? I know you don't believe they're the number 1 overall defense if you just played it out.
Yeah, but you got to give them credit.
Totally,
they are on paper.
Yeah,
they are on paper. After week 5, they're stout. They're big up front. And they're very disciplined. Mike Tressel's a great defensive coordinator. He's been around the Big Ten for a long time. He knows what it takes to have a defense that needs to stop the run. When you play traditional Big Ten football, you have to do that. They've done a good job with that. They got 2 transfers at end, Cheeks and Rieger, who have played pretty well. We heard Coach Casula this week talk a little bit about their inside linebackers and how he felt like they made a difference. So they're sound. They're always where they should be. They're dependable. They're tough. It's going to be on Michigan today. Again, that's what I'm looking for is do we decide, hey, we're going to play bully ball. You think you're tough. You're going to come play in our house. We'll show you kind of the style Michigan wants to play with. Or because they're good at run defense, do we say, well, let's take what they'll give us. Let's go throw the ball around and let Bryce loose. It's going to be fascinating to watch.
Well, to that point, Alabama only rushed for 3.3 yards a carry. Ty Simpson, their quarterback, Alabama's, was brilliant. 24 of 29, 382 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks. And even Maryland's replacement for Billy Edwards Jr. at quarterback, Malik Washington, not as efficient from just a completion percentage, 18 of 34, but 265 yards through the air, 2 touchdowns, no picks.
So, Brian, let me ask you, what would you rather see? Would you rather see 320 yards of rushing and just a dominant performance running the ball against this team, or Bryce throws for 400 yards, 4 touchdowns?
400.
All right, give it 300.
300. I would take Bryce because you want to see it. You want to show it, right? I say that quietly because
John walked by, so be quiet.
We're going to be very quiet. When he gets on here, it'll be all about, yes, Mr. Jansen, I would like 600 rushing yards, and if Bryce even considers throwing, then throw him out. Exactly. John Jansen is fortunately off mic, and we got to take a break. That's a real shame. But we do have Rob Joyce coming up here in a little bit on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. As we count you down to the Wolverines and the Badgers, we'll get John's analysis at the bottom of the hour and share what I just shared, the other part. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
When Big Boy's in the playbook, you can't lose. Start with Bob's Sampler, hand-breaded tenders, golden onion rings, crispy fried pickles, and mozzarella sticks, all sharing one plate for the perfect kickoff. Then turn up the heat with our Buffalo Ranch fried chicken sandwich on a soft brioche bun. Or go all in with the crispy chicken wrap packed with flavor. Make your tailgate complete. Find your nearest Big Boy at bigboy.com.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jensen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
With maybe the game of the day, where College Game Day is, being Alabama-Vanderbilt. How about that for October 4th? Before we get to Rob, Big Boy serving the kind of classics you come back for. Go for the Big Boy Burger, seasoned beef, American cheese, crisp lettuce, and our famous sauce in every bite. Or try Bob's Bacon Cheeseburger with smoky bacon and melty cheese that always delivers. For a meal worth dining in, head to bigboy.com. Rob Joyce, as always, patrolling things in our Learfield Network studios. And Rob, of all the Big Ten slates, this sure is one of them.
Yeah, it's not the best. A handful of teams on by. There's only one other noon game. Although, if you remember last year, Illinois-Purdue was a banger last year. That's the noon game. That's at Ross-Ade this year. Last time we saw Illinois, or last time we spoke, that was before the Indiana game, a 53-point loss later. Illinois is 4-1 now. Last year Illini won 50-49 against a 1-11 Purdue team. Now they're in West Lafayette, so that's at noon. 3:30, we have a couple of teams traveling across the country. Penn State is at UCLA, and then Washington heads to Maryland. Non-conference game at 3:30, Northwestern, Louisiana, Monroe. 4 o'clock, Nebraska, Michigan State, so someone will pick up their first Big Ten win. Both of those teams are 0-1. And then tonight, Ohio State, Minnesota. Everyone else is off.
Congratulations, folks in Columbus. You got your night game. You finally got it. Tailgate all day for Minnesota.
Yeah, well, they won't even be watching the game at that point.
No.
In Columbus. Just to enjoy a nice Midwest day.
Illinois is fascinating because they legitimately saved their season by rallying the late field goal, beating USC. And we talk all the time about when you aren't in that upper tier of the Big Ten, you need to take advantage of the seasons where you have the ability to overperform the average.
Yep.
And Illinois, they were a trendy playoff pick, and then they have to go to Bloomington. It was basically a coin flip game, according to odds makers, and they got walloped. Had they lost that second game in a row, falling to USC, I mean, that would have been an immediate end to their realistic chances in a season that's been the most anticipated one in, 15 years?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Illinois is scrappy, and Coach Bielema's done a great job there. Speaking of Wisconsin, obviously, was the former coach there. He's done a terrific job, and they play, to your point, Brian, they're not in that upper echelon, but they're punching at it right now, right? Yep. And so the Indiana game, I don't know. That's still, give Indiana credit. I think it's still a little bit of a mystery. Does that mean Indiana is legit? We're going to find out next week when they have to go to Oregon. Or does that mean Illinois just had an off day? I think it'll be interesting to see how that loss for them develops over time and what we view that as at the end. But, I'm looking at that UCLA-Penn State game, and I'm thinking to myself, man, Penn State just must be reeling. After that loss, I mean, just a really tough loss for them last weekend. And now we got to fly all the way to go play an abysmal UCLA team in front of 0 fans. There's going to be no energy in that stadium. And just they have to be – that is a frustrating – I'm sure they're going to go in there and take care of business. But that has got to be a frustrating week and just something hard to bounce back from. Again, going across country to play UCLA. That's a tough one for the Nittany Lions.
Curious about Maryland, Washington. The Huskies never really had a shot against Ohio State. I was impressed with their defense.
Yeah.
I thought they showed some things, especially early against the Buckeyes. But that's a long trek. They are a slight favorite, nothing major. I've been telling people 2 weeks, Washington's a tough out, even here at the Big House. Obviously, Michigan will be favored. They'll deserve to be pretty heavily favored. But I'll be curious about that one just because of the long trip, coming off that loss to the Buckeyes, all of it.
Yeah, and Washington's another one. Jed Fish, a good coach. Like they're kind of I consider them like with Illinois, like they're not in that upper echelon, but boy, they're always punching at it, and they're going to give you their best. Like when they come here in a couple weeks, we are getting Washington's best. They played Ohio State really tough. They just didn't have enough talent to go beat the Buckeyes, but that defense played really well. That's going to be interesting to see. Those teams right there, that Washington, Illinois, Indiana. I mean, Indiana's probably a little bit notch above, but you're going to be telling in this middle stretch of the season how this pans out for them.
Yeah, and then on the Penn State side, I mean, they still have to go to Columbus. If they lose that game, they are going to be an uninspiring 10-2 at best playoff resume with losses to the two best teams they face.
Yeah, and it just seems very Penn State-esque to end up that way, right? I mean, they're very talented. They're well coached. James Franklin can't win the big one, and it's like that's not just some narrative anymore. It's pretty.
He even
accurate.
admitted it.
Yeah,
right?
he said that.
That was a wild quote.
And just again, where do you go with that? You're 10-2, and that is talk about a weird place to be as a program. You're not winning the big one, but you go 10-2 every season, and then you fire people, and then what? And then you're LSU back when they got rid of Les Miles, or you're Wisconsin reeling right now, trying to figure out what do we do after this point. So there's no easy solution to that.
But that's the difference 4 to 12 team. It's really dangerous if you start firing people because you can't make a 14 playoff.
Correct.
And that was what was risky about what Wisconsin did. 12-teamer, yeah, I'm more willing to shoot my shot elsewhere if I know that the guy that I have in charge right now can't win the big one.
It's just a matter of how much Penn State wants it, right? It's a matter of how much those alumni will continue to support, and they'll continue to show up with dollars for Franklin or not. I mean, he's a good recruiter, and the state of Pennsylvania is a hotbed for high school athletics. So, I mean, they're always going to have the ability to get there. They've struggled to get over the hump, but just like that, things can fall apart, and you can lose it all too.
All right, Rob, top 25 breakdown. Again, this is not the most inspiring slate, but a couple of intriguing ones.
Yeah, you're talking coaches who need to buy some goodwill. Kalen DeBoer bought some with that win last week at Georgia. At Alabama now hosts Vanderbilt. That's a top 20 matchup. Vandy, of course, pulled off maybe the upset of the year last year in Nashville over the Crimson Tide. A week after, Alabama beat Georgia. That happened last year as well. And then the only other top 25 game, 7:30 tonight, Florida State hosts Miami. First road game for the Canes. Ask Florida State how your first road game could possibly go.
You're right about that. That was, by the way, maybe I'm just getting old, but that Virginia field storming, my first thought was this is crazy dangerous. I mean, there were some like Virginia track and field stars who were sprinting out to the 50.
There was a lot of
as that ball hit the turf.
There was a lot going on there.
Oh,
I don't know the last time that's ever happened down in Charlottesville, so you could tell they're just not prepared for those types of things down there.
The pace of play was faster than Tony Bennett Virginia basketball teams. If Nick Saban were still the head coach at Alabama, I think Bama would win this game by 40.
I was just going to say that, Brian. This is really telling for Kalen DeBoer.
Yep.
Like if
Gotta get it done.
If there's still the Bama of old, they go out and just absolutely pound on Vanderbilt, right? And they put all that stuff to bed from last year. This is telling because, I mean, Vandy's a good team. I don't want to take anything away from them.
It's a great story.
They should not be competing with Bama, like seriously, right? So if that's very telling today. Bama's good enough. DeBoer's a good coach. Like, they're always going to be in the mix. But like, these are the types of games that you can really know as a program. Like, where are we at with things, and how do we stack up? Because they should roll. When I say should, because they're at Bama, because of what we've gotten to know over the last 2 decades with Saban. But maybe they're not that anymore, and maybe they're just good, and maybe they're just good in pockets, and they can go beat anyone on any given night. But they could also lose anybody on any given night. That wasn't Bama of the last 20 years. Maybe it is now.
It's the difference between a program that just gets to the playoff every single year, and now this 12-team model and maybe more, or the ones that, hey, we have the ability to and whatnot. Bama, they want the playoff every year.
Yep.
There are a handful of programs. Michigan's certainly one of those. Last year was kind of the rare time where I think fans understood why Michigan didn't get there. There was none of that understanding for Bama, and they were the first team out. Like, they were right there.
Right.
Still didn't get in. Got to take care of business. Florida State, Miami, who wins?
I think Miami. I think Miami's pretty legit this year. I think finally Mario Cristobal's got that program back the way he wants it. There's still a little bit of, you watch them play, they still do some like boneheaded things from time to time, but they're tough, they're resilient, they got a lot of talent, they got deep pockets. He's got those boosters throwing money around to guys, and they finally have taken enough time. Mario Cristobal's an old school guy. It wasn't going to be a flashy, quick thing to get done over there. He's finally got his people in there. They got the culture they want. I think it's a big win for them. They go on the road to Tallahassee and get a win.
More with Rob coming up a little bit later on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. John Jansen will be here at the top of the hour. Up next, though, we catch up with offensive lineman Jake Guarnero here as the Wolverines get ready for Wisconsin. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Champions Circle is the leading Michigan athletics fan engagement community. We connect fans with once-in-a-lifetime experiences, produce public and private events, offer club memberships, and operate an online retail store, selling exclusive apparel, trading cards, autographs, and other memorabilia featuring Michigan student athletes. To become a member or learn more about how you can support your favorite Michigan student athletes, visit championscircleUofM.com. Champions Circle is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics.
Some drinks come in a bottle, some in a can. Only one comes in a ball and brings the buzz. We're Buzz Balls, the ready-to-go cocktail that's shaped like a ball. Coincidence? We think not. Big flavor, big buzz, ready to go. Buzz Balls. It's a ball. It's a drink. It's a whole vibe. Please drink responsibly. Buzz Balls, available in spirit, wine, and malt. 15% alcohol by volume. Buzz Balls LLC, Carrollton, Texas.
One of the most anticipated Michigan women's basketball seasons ever is almost here, and you can secure your seat for every exciting game. New season tickets are on sale now and start at just $75 per seat. Watch Silas Swords, Olivia Olson, Mila Holloway, and the rest of the nationally ranked Wolverines at Chrysler Center. Full details are available at mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to secure your Michigan women's basketball season tickets.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily. But first, a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Michigan fans, it has been a while since we had Badgers in the Big House, but we'll see our Big Ten rivals from Wisconsin this afternoon. As we keep the Tailgate Show rolling, let's check in with Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Hi, Brian. I'm here for Badger sightings and a Wolverines win.
Absolutely, Andy. And of course, other than winning, the best thing is to come away without lengthening the injury list. For football teams and for our families, it's important to keep everyone healthy. So let's talk about those times when we are not feeling our best. Where we go to get healthcare services affects our wellness and our wallets.
You're right, Brian. Look, nobody wants to be sick or have a broken bone or a sudden health issue. You can't plan for or schedule those things, but you can choose the right place for your health care, and that can make a big difference in the cost of care you receive.
Andy, I saw at mibluedaily.com/affordability that a trip to the emergency room costs 5 times more on average than an office visit with our doctor.
Very true, Brian. Recent data show that the average ER visit costs between $1,200 and $2,200 before health insurance coverage is factored in. Bills can be even higher depending on the severity of your condition and the number of tests performed.
It makes sense when you consider that emergency rooms are equipped to handle life-threatening situations 24/7. The resources available to you are extensive, and that makes them expensive.
For life-threatening situations, emergency care is essential, but many patients default to the ER instead of regularly visiting a primary care doctor for their preventive care.
So the best place to start is with your primary care doctor, right, Andy?
That's right, Brian. If you're one of the 3 million Blue Cross members whose doctor participates in our patient-centered medical home program, you'll actually be able to take advantage of extended hours or connect with your doctor outside of his or her normal hours.
In that program, doctors and care teams are focused on keeping patients healthy instead of just treating them when they're sick. That's helping people avoid inpatient hospital stays and ER visits, lowering costs along the way. Thanks, Andy.
Thanks, Brian. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
And we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Great to visit with Michigan offensive lineman Jake Guarnera. First off, a couple of starts under your belt. What has it meant to you to be able to start in college at the University of Michigan?
Yeah, coming here, I was a little intimidated with all the speed of the game and all that, but I think it just showed that hard work and just persevering through times of difficulty really pays off, and just being able to work every day off the field, academically wise, and on the field with mentally learning the game and watching film. So it was really great to see that pay off.
Your offensive line coach, Grant Newsom, I know, has said to other guys, hey, once you get out there, it's just football, right? Did it feel like football once you got your feet underneath you?
Yeah, I mean, we practice against one of the best defenses in the country, so it was really just going out there and playing. And, you know, game speed's a little bit different, but once we got used to it, we were just rolling.
So with that being said, how do you feel like your performances have gone? What have you liked and disliked when you've looked at film afterward?
Yeah, there's always places to improve, but I think that just learning how to play the game and just learning from my mistakes, and once I mess up, just moving past that and being able to learn from that is something big that I learned while playing.
Giovanni El Hadi talked about when he was coming through and trying to find his way into the starting lineup that he would stay ready. He ran out when there was an injury a few years back. You had the one play against Oklahoma. Has he talked to you about that? What is it like to stay ready so you don't have to get ready?
I think just coming into this season, I knew that there's a chance that I'd be going in, and obviously I was competing for the starting spot during fall camp, so I was trying to be ready for any opportunity throughout the weeks at either of the three interior positions. So just being on top of film and preparing in the game like you're a starter is really important for that.
Coming off the bye week, what did this team accomplish during that week off? Not off, but without a game.
It was really just going back to the fundamentals and the how we do things. Coach Moore really harped on that during Nebraska week, especially, or before Nebraska week. That was something that came up. And going into that 2-game stretch for sure. But just focusing on the how and the fundamentals and the technical things was something really important.
Going back to your high school recruiting, why did you choose Michigan?
Academically and developmentally, or for the development of the O-line. Just seeing all the past success of the offensive lines here was something that really stood out to me.
Academically, what's your major, and when football ends, what are you hoping to do?
Yep, so business is my major, so I'm in the Ross Business School, or Ross School of Business, and I'm hoping to focus on finance, but I'm not really sure yet, so just started classes this year.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Offensively, areas that you guys feel pretty confident in, and what are some things you guys still want to get going here as this kind of second portion of the season gets going?
We've been running outside zone pretty well, so that area we all feel very confident in, but just being able to put together drives. We've had a couple of big plays, and just being able to put together that drive like we had in Nebraska is something that we want to keep doing.
To Wisconsin, what stands out as you watch them on film? What will be important against them coming up in this one?
Yeah, they have some very talented defensive linemen, so just being able to fundamentally play and just really, like I said earlier, just learning from our mistakes and moving past. If we mess something up, just being able to move past that and play in the next play. So just take it play by play.
It's interesting when you get ready for the week. We've heard it from guys around here all the time, how challenging it is getting ready for games when you go up against that defense. How has the front seven, how has this defense as a whole improved you as an offensive lineman?
The Michigan defense? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So obviously going against Trey and Ray Benny and Trey Pierce, it's really a very difficult defensive line to go against. So especially in spring, I kind of got a taste of what it was like to go against them. It's definitely helped with the speed of the game, just getting up to speed with how the game's going to be played, and then just going against talented like pass rushers too. It just teaches you how to keep your posture and keeping your feet under yourself.
Lastly, what's it like to play at the Big House?
Oh, it's awesome. You know, I remember my first time running out there against Fresno State. It was really an awesome experience, and just being able to celebrate with student sections after the win is really special to me.
Jake Guarnera, appreciate the time. Good luck.
Thank you.
That Jake Guarnera, and he's been a key cog for Michigan along that offensive line. here so far this year. Time now for the tailgate tip, brought to you by Meijer. Don't forget the bottle opener, corkscrew, or lighter. 3 essentials that you never want to forget. If you're a tailgating fanatic, we always suggest keeping those items in your preferred tailgate vehicle's glove box. You never know when they'll come in handy. Today's tailgate tip brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2025 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Before we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show, let's pause 10 seconds. First station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. John Jansen is here. He joins us next. Wolverines and Badgers. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our varsity burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
Rave Associates, importer and distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Family owned since 1974, Rave Associates has distributed some of the most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers and wines available through Washtenaw County and Southeast Michigan. Whether you're enjoying a craft beer or RTD at the Big House or watching at home, elevate your football experience with the finest beers and wine Michigan has to offer. Think local, drink local.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer.
Obviously, it was different, not just not having his presence in the building or not being able to talk to him, but at the same time, there's the saying that the sign of a great leader is that, should something happen to them or they can't be there if the operation, the organization still, runs as it should, and I think that was the case. I think you saw, all of the players kind of just take on a little bit more, and us as coaches just kind of distribute that load evenly, and it felt like, obviously we were missing him. We wanted to play for. I know guys wanted to play for him, but I didn't feel like we really missed a beat.
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
Now, that is Grant Newsome talking about the Sharon Moore absence, not talking about the Jack Miller absence.
Here we go.
You mean vacation and the fact that
I thought we were past this.
The rest of us were.
We won't be past it until next October.
Yeah,
like Sharon, I had to take a little sabbatical.
And you just paired that with a bye week. Sharon got 3. You only got 2. I think someone's not doing something right.
Yeah, I'm a little more committed than Sharon, it looks like, at this point.
We will share.
Speaking of committed, we may be committed at some point. But yes, hey, welcome back.
Yes,
thank you.
I'm glad that you had extra time for extra film.
Your name was mentioned more last week than it has been maybe
than when I'm around. What's that say about me?
Definitely more
Grant's
than
talking about the sign of a good leader as the program keeps rolling on. What's it mean when Jack doesn't show up that you talk more about Jack?
Yeah,
we got to review the tape on that.
Yeah, that's what good friends do, right? We talk more behind your back than right to your face.
And good offensive lineman, right? The more you're talked about, the worse it's going. So
that's right.
We missed you.
That's a good point.
We missed you.
Well, thank you. It's good to be back. It's good to be here in the Big House.
John, benefits of a bye week for players. What are your thoughts on how you can maximize what Michigan just came off of?
Well, obviously the number one thing is rest, and not just relaxing, not trying to get away, but it's just trying to all the bumps and bruises, trying to make sure that those are healed up, and they got the benefit of 2, and they're kind of spaced out almost equally. So you got a third, and then all of a sudden you're at the end of the season, and hopefully guys like Gio, Zeke Berry, anybody that's got lingering issues, we're able to use that extra time to. More time in the tub and more time in the training room. Hopefully get back out here. And we'll see once the availability report becomes, which it should be any second now. But, yeah, hopefully we'll see more of those guys out there today. And that's the major benefit. The other benefit is being able to look at those 4 games. Take a look at the film, take a look at all the cut-ups, and get some feedback from the coaches. All right, Coach, what is it that I did well, and what do I need to work most on? And you have a chance now to look at all of those films critically with more time and find ways and spend some time on the field just going through some of your techniques so that when you re-enter Big Ten play against Wisconsin today, you're just a step ahead.
Yeah, the bye is always a nice reset. It's an opportunity to kind of unplug and reflect a little bit more, like you were saying, John, on what am I doing right, what am I not doing well, what are we doing as a team, as a unit really well, and what are we not, and then actually spend some time really thinking about how you're going to get to where you want to go. And I think that during the season, you're treading water, you're just trying to stay afloat. It's coming at you so fast. We're on to the next thing. And it's an opportunity to really self-reflect on what you have to do to get better for your team.
And I mean, all of these sound great, and hopefully they all did that, but let's not beat around the bush. Bye weeks are awful.
Yeah.
Bye weeks absolutely are awful because it breaks up the rhythm of a player, during the regular season, right? Hey, you play Saturday, you watch film Sunday, you get some rehab Monday, Tuesday you're back in pads, Wednesday's pads, Thursdays is probably shorts and skirts, and then you're either traveling or you're going to the hotel to get ready for the game. Players love the rhythm of the week.
Only variability is what time we play on Saturday. Everything else is pretty much spot on.
Yeah, so no bye weeks and all games at noon would be –
That'd be ideal.
Oh, wait, yeah, 1997. Before we even had lights.
Oh, gosh. Well, unfortunately, John, it is a 2-bye-week season, so I know.
And there'll be more night games.
Yes, count on that.
There sure will, including next week. All right, so –
had to throw that in
I
there.
I know.
It's a little smarmy dig.
Smarmy what?
Dig.
Okay. Just want to
presented by Zing Zang.
Oh, yeah. Today's first segment with John is presented by Bloody Zing Zang Bloody Mary
I
Mix.
can understand how you misrepresented that when I said little.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Thank you. Yeah, that's great. John's last segment also presented by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix. Jack Miller going from off. He's off the availability report. Yeah. He's the analyst today.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, how did we get Zing Zang to repeat 2 years in a row? I think they're probably listening to this going, boy, I'm not sure.
Somebody's a good salesman.
Yeah. Hey, former Wolverine.
There you go.
Oh, my gosh. All right, availability report. It looks a lot cleaner for Michigan, which is nice. The only 2 players listed as out, Davis Warren and Micah Kaapana. Interestingly, there is now an out for season list, and Davis is not on that. We'll see if Davis can work his way into being, a potential backup option later in the season. No one shocking in the out for season aspect, but the notable names on questionable, Giovanni El-Hadi, Brady Norton, and Hogan Hansen. We'll keep tabs on them. And the notable name that's nowhere to be found here is Zeke Berry. So, John, it does look like we'll have Zeke back for the Wolverines today.
Yeah, and I know Zeke was real close to possibly being available for Nebraska. That extra time obviously has served him well. And I know Gio has spent some time on the practice field, same with Brady, and just seeing how their body reacts. If you're in pads one day and maybe you're just going through warm-ups, you're in pads another day and maybe you get a couple of pops in the Ohio drill or some things like that. And it's just seeing how they react because you're going to have to come out here. Now, adrenaline will be going, and they'll feel good throughout the course of the game. But the kind of the math equation is, and again, Wisconsin is still Wisconsin, but they're not really the old Wisconsin. I know we'll get into that more, but do you want to come back early against Wisconsin, or are you going to be better served by taking another week and having Nathan Afobe or Jake Warnera play and then having full forces for USC.
Or is it probably some combination of both of
Right.
that, right? Where they
Yeah.
go out, start, and then, hey, we want to get the other guys reps too, and everybody ends up playing.
Yeah.
My guess is if they can go, that's probably what it will be, is they'll go, but they'll let those other guys come in for series, spell them, and make sure everybody gets reps.
Yeah.
Also from the Wisconsin side, Billy Edwards Jr. officially listed as out, so Danny O'Neill will be the quarterback for the Badgers here today. Our swan song with Zing Zang Bloody Mary mix was this segment. Proudly served at the Big House, not so proudly hosting this segment. Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. D-I-G. Dig was the word.
Yes.
Dig.
Yes.
Yes. I hope that's how it sounds on the archive. All right.
Intent's what matter, right?
Yeah.
I've mispronounced a lot of words.
Brian, I'm just waiting for you to go to break, man. You can take it anytime you want.
Yeah, no.
You're stringing this thing out.
Does targeting count as intent too? I don't think so. I feel targeted.
Well,
All right.
We can always, yes, since we do have it on the archive, we can go to review.
Yes, we can. Oh, gosh. Well, we'll see if John's back next week. But for now, we'll go in the trenches next here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield, the Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Why are potatoes on my head?
Sebastian Maniscalco. 2 shows, Friday, November 21st at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
I had dry hands 3 months ago. Now I got no fingers.
Tickets for the 7 and 10 p.m. shows start at $72 and are on sale now at the box office or online at etix.com.
If I'm not talking or smiling, it looks like I could murder your entire family.
Sebastian Maniscalco, the It Ain't Right Tour, November 21st at Soaring Eagle Casino, SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the top college athletic programs for the 2025-26 college athletic season? Check out the criteria and follow the year-long standings of your favorite team at L Directors Cup on the X platform or online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2026 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. The Learfield Directors Cup, powered by NACTA, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Let's go in the trenches.
And, of course, a busy week along M Go Blue podcast. Defend the Block had the great Will Cheddar join us this week. Conquering Heroes was women's soccer head coach Jennifer Klein. They have a couple of wins back-to-back. Tuesday's YouTube live stream with John and me, and we got Jack Miller lined up for this coming Tuesday's live stream, 11:15 a.m. live with John and me.
Coming off vacation, he's coming in hot.
Yeah, I know. I'm back to work.
Yeah, no, 2 days a week. Wow, great job. Then 3 episodes of In the Trenches each week, including today's post-game episode, reaction from the crew, interviews from the locker room, all of that. And each week we put the replay of Monday night's Inside Michigan Football radio show on the feed. It can be heard live every week here on WCSX, 7 to 8 p.m. Greg Crippen was the player guest during the bye week episode. He talked about Michigan's game-sealing run-heavy drive at Nebraska.
Before every drive, Coach Newsom and our coaches and even us as players, we want to go out there and control the game, especially as offensive line. And I know when we played Ohio State last year, we had that long drive in the fourth quarter, and it helps. You know, we got 3 points both times. You know, in Ohio State last year, and Nebraska this year, but to be able to control the game and go down the field and waste a lot of time on the clock for only the defense to do their thing, it was really good, and I'm really happy about that.
16 plays, 11 of which were runs, 77 yards, 8:46 off the clock. To Greg's point, they haven't been able to quite get that in for a touchdown yet, but The chip shot field goal gave Michigan the 2-possession lead they were yearning for, and I know both you guys, those are your favorite kind of drives.
Well, they are, and you mentioned it there. You'd always love to end up in the end zone, but as long as you are increasing the number of possessions that it takes the opponent, and because eventually the clock's just going to run out, they may not even get that second possession. So that was the big thing. And, in talking to these guys, they loved it, but they also know that they came up just a little bit short. And so, hopefully we'll get another opportunity for one of those drives at some point this year to put a game away, and they will actually get that opportunity to end up in the end zone.
It's awesome to see him drive down like that, though, and control the clock in a hostile environment and really start to, they didn't finish it the way that they wanted to, but really to take control of that game. John, you and I both have been talking about it all season, waiting for that offensive line to finally come together and play with some more consistency. There's been moments where you could see it, and Justice Haynes found it a few times, obviously, in the first 4 weeks, but to see them come together that way on the road, it tells you that there's a lot of talent and there's a lot of heart in the team as well.
Well, and the next step is, and we said, before the game, and I say we, it was me and Brian, was that Nebraska's defense wasn't great at stopping the run. Today, going against Wisconsin, and I don't really know, even from watching film on Wisconsin, how good is their run defense? They only allow 50 yards a game, but, Alabama's their best opponent. They got, trucked by Alabama, but it was 350 through the air, and Alabama has been averaging over 300 through the air. They're not a run-first team.
But
so
it's going to be really interesting to see what we come out with offensively today. Do we play our style of football and say, hey, we're going to run, you're the number one team on paper, hey, we're going to show you, we're going to control the line of scrimmage, or do you use it as an opportunity with everything going on with Bryce right now? You want to find some wide receivers, you want to get them going. Do you use it as an opportunity like at Central to open it up and let Bryce play? I'm really interested to see what the offensive style today is to start the game.
Well, and so the question is, what is our style of football?
Right.
We all know, hey, run first. But if you have the ability to be a team that can lean on the pass at times, like I would love for us to be able to say that's also our style of football, and today may be that day where we've got to make that part of our style of football.
And all the position groups to date have had their moments in a game where we've seen it go, okay, they got it, right? Now they got to do it maybe more consistently, but yeah, it's there. We've seen the pieces. Yet to see that from the wide receiver group. So it's almost like, hey, do you use this as an opportunity to challenge that passing game and say, listen, this is where we're going to do it. We got to find this thing getting into the midway point of the season.
We have talked plenty about the linebackers here today as well, and really all season long. John gave the linebacker group the best grade during his bye-week grades on that YouTube live stream a couple of weeks back. Linebackers coach Brian Jean-Marie caught up with John on this week's radio show and talked about the top two guys, Ernest Hausman, Jayshon Barham, and John asked a pretty darn good question.
What haven't you seen from these guys? Maybe is the shorter answer.
I think that's one of the things why they have been so productive, over these last year and 4 games is they still want to be coached. And I think that's a skill in itself. When you have highly talented kids like both those guys are, it's easy to say that they've kind of reached the level that they want to get to, but they still take coaching, at a high level, still ask the right questions, and they know there's still another level that they can get to as players, to help us win. So I think, the fact that they're so humble and they're willing to get better, it just adds to them being the players that they are.
Yeah, the great players are never satisfied, even though there's a strong argument to saying that Ernie and Jayshon play their position better than any Wolverine plays their position on this team right now.
I don't think there's really much of an argument there. Maybe if you try and compare them with, Justice Haynes. But
the only guy I would have put up there before the season was Dom Zavada, and you can't really do that right now.
No, you can't. Yeah. And so, you've got a position right there, and Jayshon and Ernie knew they were coming into the season as starters.
Sure.
But that didn't prevent them from doing all the little things that they've got to do to be great. And now all of a sudden, Cole Sullivan comes along and against New Mexico has a sack, has an interception, and then the coaches look at it and go, well, we've got to find ways to get more of these guys on the field. Same thing with Jimmy Rolder, and we're going to see it with Troy Bowles. We'll probably see it with Chase Taylor. You got 6 guys there that are pressing to say, hey, we've earned the right to get more time on the field. And when that happens, now all of a sudden, okay, you put Jayshon out at edge, and maybe you put Cole at the other edge, and now you've got, TJ Guy or Derek Moore that you're using in creative ways, because now you've got the other guys at the linebacker position. The opportunity for Wink to be as creative as he's ever been with this type of talent at linebacker is really unique.
Yeah, it's a credit to the leadership and the mindset from that linebacker group. You can tell when you meet Ernie, when you meet Jay Sean, they're businessmen. They're no nonsense. You can just see that look in their eye. They're out there to kick ass, pardon my language, and get after it. And that permeates through. There's a reason the Cole Sullivans of the world have showed up this year. There's a culture in that linebacker room right now of confidence, of never being satisfied, of being relentless. And John, to your point, being able to put Jay Sean on the edge now and getting these guys on the field, Wink's kind of a mad scientist with all that stuff. And so you got all these weapons now that he can just go to work with and confuse the opposing offense. Just makes you that much more versatile and gives you that many more options to be effective.
That wasn't Ash. That was what you said. Yeah, that one was confirmed.
Kick butt.
Yeah. No, but and so even when you're thinking about in passing downs, one of the great things about having Jay Sean as an edge is, one, he gets after the quarterback.
Right.
That's the no-brainer. But because he is a linebacker and has that skill set, that experience, now all of a sudden, if you go with a combination of Trey Pierce, Damon Payne, Rayshawn Benny inside, Derek Moore, and maybe even Cole on the other side, you look at that line, and now you've got an offensive line that's trying to figure out, okay, we got three bigs, so we're going to use three of our bigs to block three of their bigs, but then there's three linebacker-type players. Now, how are we going to block three of those guys with two? Do we put a running back on them, and then they commit a resource, say even to Jay Sean, but then Jay Sean drops out into coverage? Now they've got nobody blocking somebody on the other side.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's the type of games that you can play up front just with personnel.
Yeah. And that's the
then
bonus.
Even if they guess right, now you got to win a one-on-one matchup.
Right, and that's the bonus.
That's the worst case scenario. That's pretty good.
The other part is he's just really good off the edge himself too, right? So all of that, the versatility that it gives a guy like Wink, it's going to be fun to watch as the year goes on.
Yeah, it will be. And Michigan will try to do it against a Wisconsin team here in an hour and 50 minutes. 12:10 the kickoff. We'll get more from Jack Miller during the pregame show. John Jansen and I will talk about another great podcast guest this week, the returning two-time captain Rod Moore. This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Since 1980, Grand Traverse Resort and Spa has been a Michigan vacation tradition. A place where lake views meet legendary fairways, where spa days turn into starry nights, and where family memories last for generations. Whether it's a summer getaway, a fall color tour, or a cozy winter escape, your perfect Michigan vacation starts here. Grand Traverse Resort and Spa, a Michigan tradition since 1980. Book your getaway at GrandTraverseResort.com. Proud partner of Michigan Athletics.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beers for your game day traditions. Founders has been brewing up high-quality, highly rated beers like All Day IPA, MI Pilsner, and their Mortal Bloom Hazy IPA right here in Michigan for over 25 years. Whether you're at the game, tailgating, or watching from home, there's nothing like enjoying a Michigan-made beer from Founders Brewing Company.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
It's Michigan Football Saturday, and there's only one place to satisfy your game day cravings. Sticky Stuff Concessions brings the flavor with snow cones, slushy lemonade, kettle corn, caramel corn, cotton candy, and freeze-dried candy that hits harder than a Wolverines touchdown. Look for Sticky Stuff Concessions behind sections 4, 10, and 25 here at the Big House. Sticky Stuff Concessions, proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
This is Michigan football.
I'm still kind of fighting that mental battle, but I think it was the first play I went out there. I think the dude, it was a run, and I just ran in there, just threw my body, and I hit Suge, and I was like, oh, that was the wrong team. And then the second play, I made a tackle, and I was like, oh, it's not that bad. Like,
what Suge say?
He was like, hey, man. He said he was dizzy. He told me he was dizzy. I was like, my bad, bro. I just want to get my stuff in there. Because you know when you get that hit, it's like, okay, I'm in the game now. It's like you don't have those nerves, that butterfly feeling anymore.
Some friendly fire. There's Rod. More details on Jair Hill. Shug early on last week as Rod made his first appearance since the national championship game. We'll talk about the football side momentarily, but John, for Rod himself, all that he's gone through, the ACL, then some complications, a second surgery, and all he has meant to Michigan football, seeing him out there with Michigan at Nebraska, it was special.
It was, and I mean, special for the teammates to be able to see all the work, all of the anguish that he's gone through over the past 16 months, to be able to see him out there. It just, I mean, it makes you happy. There's no other way to put it. It just makes you feel good and happy to see him out there. And now you're going to get a chance to see him a little bit more today against Wisconsin, probably a little bit more against USC until, he's comfortable, the coaches are comfortable, and then he'll be full go, at some point this year.
How do you think he looked?
I thought he looked about how you would think a guy who hasn't played football in 16 months would look. There's an excitement for him of just wearing the uniform and being on the field and looking around and seeing the crowd, and like there's a certain euphoria there, and there's a certain excitement. And you mentioned that, or he mentioned that play where he came in hot and hit Shug. That's all part of the energy of Rod being back on the field. Now it's a matter of, okay, those first moments are all past you. Now you got to go out there and settle down and, and be the player that we know he could be, and be the coach on the field that the other guys need him to be.
Yeah, and that I think is what's most impressive about what Rod did since that injury, is just how engaged he was, how locked in he was to the game plan, to the Saturdays in the fall when he's not out there. You can turn to Rod Moore, I think, as a guy who has helped players. He mentioned with Brandon Hillman. Brandon said the big reason he's here is because of Rod before he even ever wore the winged helmet, and others have gotten better at football because of Rod's guidance.
Yeah, and when you have a guy like that out there, not only has he been able to stay engaged and get a different perspective, that looking from the Goodyear blimp down, the all-22 perspective now that he's on the field, but guys like Jair or Zeke, when we get a chance to see him out there, but Jaden Sanders, sometimes all you need is reassurance that you're doing the right thing. And you can't always find the coach on the sidelines, but you can always look back and you can give Rod the, kind of the shoulder shrug, and then he'll give you the thumbs up, and now all of a sudden, I'm in the right place, I'm doing the right thing. And now those guys just get to play faster because they've had that confirmation.
Talking about some of the new stars who have emerged for Michigan defensively, mentioned Hillman, Jaden Sanders, who we'll hear from during our pregame show, Cole Sullivan at linebacker, several guys in the rotation up front. I thought this comment from Rod about the upside of this defense was fascinating.
There's so much potential for this team because we have young guys that can get better. Like, we don't have older guys that, maybe hit the wall. Mm-hmm. Like, there's so many young guys that can get better, especially on the defensive side. And you see Cole's game just going up and up every week, and it's like, hey, everybody can be like that. So I feel like, by week 8, we should be gelling all together.
Interesting you talk about the old guys hitting a wall. I don't know if I think about that a whole lot from a college standpoint, but I almost interpreted it as in terms of what we can realistically expect out of certain guys. You kind of know what a 4th, 5th, 6th year guy is going to bring. At least the range is a little bit tighter, right? But, I mean, the range for a Jaden Sanders, a Cole Sullivan, even a Brandon Hillman here is wide. Absolutely. Nate Marshall. There's a lot of guys there that you can see ascend. I thought it was really interesting how he put it.
Yeah, and I mean, so I don't necessarily agree. None of these guys, they're too young to be hitting walls.
Agreed.
But I think there's a ceiling. Yeah,
yep.
There's a limit in regards to a 5th year guy getting exponentially better throughout the course of the year. But a Jaden Sanders and a Cole Sullivan, we've kind of seen it live out in real life with Cole, where we see him in garbage time against New Mexico. Then we see a little bit more time against Oklahoma. We see some more time against CMU, and then he's a part of the feature package against Nebraska. Like, he is getting exponentially better every single week, which makes your defense that much better. So it's very exciting to see, and I'm really excited to see what Wink does with an offense today that is in the full throes of an identity crisis.
Yeah, 100%. Last thing on Rod, by the way. I think Rod's always had a chance to be a coach, but if he ever does become one, we'll look back at these 16 games.
Oh, yeah.
Where, he got the itch, and he got to apply it.
Yeah, and there's other things when you talk to him or you talk to the other guys without the microphone on, and they'll give you specific details on, like, hey, Rod helped me with, going against this guy and, with this type of drop and doing this with my hips or doing this with my footwork or my hands. Like, there are very specific things that he's helping these guys with to get better.
Michigan football is sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all. From mental health resources to exercise routines, Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. We will chat with Rob Joyce as he previews the out-of-town scoreboard. If you're coming into the stadium or if you're out tailgating, remember, it is a maze out. Rock your maze like John and me here in the booth. Make it a pretty fascinating environment there's a big maze ball of sun with 85-degree plus temperatures for kickoff and beyond. You'll certainly prefer maze to anything darker on this warm day, I'll tell you that. Rob back next. Michigan and Wisconsin coming up as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Hey, Michigan fans. Is it time to upgrade your outdoor living space? As the #1 brand in premium decking, TimberTech scores big points for real wood looks without the costly maintenance. It will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck can perform at the top of its game season after season. TimberTech, official decking and railing partner of Michigan Athletics. Order free samples at timbertech.com. That's timbertech.com.
Can you believe these seats? I know, right? 50-yard line at the big house. Are you kidding me? Hey, I'm going to get up. Need another pop, a soft pretzel, some dog food. Yeah, I'll take... What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything? What are you talking about? I'm going to make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands, and it's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in. Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter. You're right. I better get going if I'm going to beat the halftime crowd. Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
It reminded me of kind of, Coach Harbaugh almost. Like, like you kind of have like a coach like that. You don't always see that. So when you see that, it's like, man, like we got our coach dancing. That's a proud feeling, to win that game, So Coach Bibbs, he's great. He always comes up to me and talks to me and, builds me up, as I'm doing good. So I think it's great to see him happy, We did it for him and we did it for Coach Moore. So seeing them happy and dancing like that lets me know like we did something good out there.
That is Eno Etta on Biff Poggi's post-game celebration in Lincoln, comparing the quirkiness of Jim Harbaugh to Biff Poggi. Those are two contenders, aren't they?
They certainly are. Certainly are. There's some quirks in each of them.
Yes, very much so. What's the phrase that Jim Harbaugh says? Don't be afraid to spread the word. Don't. It's fine. It's all good. Yeah. So Biff back to his role. Sherrod Moore back at the big house here today. It's crazy. I mean, Coach Moore has not been the acting on game day head coach for Michigan in 28 days.
Yeah,
wow.
It's been a while, but I know he's excited to be back on the sidelines. And the bummer for him was that. He comes back and it's a bye week.
I know.
And had to spend a little bit of extra time, waiting to get back on the sidelines. But he'll be excited. He'll be fired up, and so will the guys.
We're fired up to bring in Rob Joyce from the Learfield Network studios to talk about some of the other games coming up. Rob, let's hear about the Big Ten slate here today.
I know a lot of games John is just fired up about. Today's slate.
Northwestern, UL Monroe.
Yes, that is the lone non-conference game. That's at 3:30. The other noon game John just mentioned, Purdue, Illinois in West Lafayette. 3:30, Maryland hosts Washington. Huskies have yet to win a road game cross-country since joining the Big Ten. They didn't win any games away from home last year. UCLA hosts Penn State, so the Nittany Lions travel across the country after last week's loss to Oregon. 4 o'clock, Nebraska and Michigan State, a couple of teams 0-1 in the Big Ten early. And then Ohio State tries for a 14th win over Minnesota tonight at 7:30 to round out the day.
John,
UCLA is not ranked, so I think it'll mean a win for Penn State.
Yeah, but probably not a cover.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
So take out Michigan, Wisconsin. If I said, John, you have to pick one Big Ten game, you only get one Big Ten game to watch, and you have to watch one. You can't say, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
Which one would you pick today?
I'm probably watching Nebraska, Michigan State.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's probably the better of any of those games, but it'll be a direct comparison with, we got, the Spartans coming up in a few weeks, and, how do they play against a common opponent? We know how they played against USC. We'll get a chance to experience that next week.
Yep.
So there's a couple of crossover games before we travel to East Lansing.
Who do you think wins? It's in Lincoln.
Oh, Nebraska.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a question. You asked it, but sure. I don't know that there is much doubt that Nebraska's going to win that game. It's just a matter of has Michigan State taken their bye week and been able to figure out how to fix their defense?
Yeah, with Nebraska, I believe there's some talent there, but I can almost never assume with them that
That's
I agree.
The weird thing, because Matt Rule's a good coach,
yeah.
And he's done a hell of a job recruiting. They got a good quarterback. It's just kind of those consecutive wins or consistent winner. It just has eluded Nebraska.
And I'll tell you, you want to talk about change in perception of Illinois. Illinois is only a touchdown favorite at Purdue. I think they'll win. I think it'll be fine, but that was surprising to me and I think that opened higher and it's come down.
Well, it has, and the reason it's come down, obviously the shellacking that they took against Indiana.
Sure.
But it's the fact that they can't protect their quarterback. That to me is, if you'd said, hey, John, what's the biggest question mark or disappointment or thing that you didn't expect coming into this season, it would be that the Illinois offensive line has the most experience coming back from last year. They've got, it's almost 2-to-1 the experience that they have coming to any other Big Ten school, and they have not been able to protect their quarterback. If they could just protect him, Drew Altmaier, I think, is one of the better quarterbacks in the league, but they can't seem to keep him clean.
No, very much not. Top 25 games of note, Robert.
Two ranked-on-ranked matchups today. One at 3:30. Alabama hosts Vanderbilt. Vandy ranked top 20 for the first time since 2008. Before that, you have to go to 84. Last time they were 5-0. Before that, 1958. So it doesn't happen a whole lot in Nashville. And then 7:30 tonight, Florida State hosts Miami. If you're looking for other games, Iowa State against Luke Fickell's old team, Cincinnati, has some people in the Big 12 excited. Florida's on Billy Napier watch. They take another top 10 team on for the 15th week in a row, it seems. And then Notre Dame, Boise State. Otherwise, not a whole lot, which means you're just looking for upsets.
Yeah, a couple things. One, big win for the Big 12 yesterday. They beat BYU, stayed unbeaten, knocking off now 2-4 West Virginia, 38-24. Fascinating, basically coin flip game. What's that?
I said, ooh,
oh, yeah.
big win.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying for the league in terms of, because it's a random league. Iowa State 5-0. They've been the best, most accomplished Big 12 team so far. They are an underdog at Cincinnati today.
Yeah.
That's intriguing. The other fun one for me, the over-under on Kent State points on the road today at Oklahoma is 2.5.
It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre.
And I think I would take the under.
Yeah, probably. And how about Miami? They're going on the road for the first time, but still not leaving the state of Florida. Up to Tallahassee. So I think there's some intriguing games. And just the fact that Vanderbilt and Alabama may be the most intriguing game of the day, because we know what happened to Vandy last year. And now Vandy going to Alabama. Is Alabama going to, are they going to put the smackdown on? Can they put the smackdown on? Is Vanderbilt for real?
Yeah.
It's just going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Jack and I talked about it earlier. If Nick Saban were still the head coach at Alabama, we would expect this after Vandy went to or beat down Alabama in Nashville last year.
Yeah.
I'd say Bama by 30.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
We don't know.
We don't know. Champion Circle is the leading Michigan athletics fan engagement community. Champion Circle connects fans with once-in-a-lifetime experiences, offers club memberships, and operates an online retail store supporting Michigan student athletes. Learn more at championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. Doug Carr standing by. We'll get his thoughts on the Wolverines matchup with the Badgers here on a homecoming Saturday and a sun-splashed one in Ann Arbor. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Call the right place this game day with Big Boy. Kick things off with loaded waffle fries, crispy waffle cuts covered in 4-cheese sauce, smoky bacon, and ranch drizzle to start the drive. Then keep the momentum going with Big Boy sliders, stacked with seasoned beef, American cheese, lettuce, and our famous sauce, or Dolly's hand-breaded chicken sliders topped with pickles and tartar. Make game day a win. Find your nearest participating location at bigboy.com.
Here's a club you'll want to get into, Club Citgo. It's the super easy app that opens the door to great fuel savings and more. Sign up and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up, plus everyday savings that really add up. You can also enter our sweepstakes with multiple winners and giveaways, like free gas for a year. And Club Citgo makes paying easy with a convenient mobile pay feature. So welcome to the club where all the action is. Download Club Citgo today. Savings good up to 30 gallons, only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Hey, Wolverine fans. As you head into the big house this season, cheers with a toast to Michigan-made excellence. Founded by U of M alums Susan and Will Bramer, Laurentide Winery is proud to debut their award-winning amazing wines as the house wines of the big house. 100% grown in Leelanau, crafted with passion, and perfect for your game day celebrations. You can find our wine on the concourse, club, or suites menus. Explore LaurentideWinery.com to learn more. Thank you, and go blue.
It's time for the annual Team Impact All-In 5K. Join Team Impact on October 19th and help support their mission to create a world where every child facing serious illness and disability feels supported by something bigger, and every collegiate team is transformed by a greater purpose. Remember, there's no wrong way to 5K. Run, walk, or roll a 5K in your neighborhood, at your local college campus, or join one of Team Impact's hub locations. Join the movement to get all kids in the game. Team Impact. All in, all together. Learn more at teamimpact.org/all-in-5K.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
What's going on, Doug?
How are we doing?
Great.
That's good.
Before we get going, big welcome into the booth. Tom and Mike Shaw are here, our Chad Tough donators this year. We're thrilled to have them both here in the booth, rocking their maize, which is important. They got the assignment there, and just great people, great Michigan fans.
A couple of West Siders.
There you go.
Kalamazoo.
Love it. Love it. That's
good people.
Absolutely.
Far enough west, at least.
Yes, correct. But it's a great cause. Great cause of the Chad Tough Foundation, getting a chance to spend some time with us here in the booth. So welcome to the Shaw family. How was the bye week? What do you look for coming out of a bye, Doug?
You hope that you're sharp. You never know if a team's going to come out after the bye week better or a little sluggish. I heard John, you and Jack talking about routine and taking players out of their routine.
Yep.
And that can be a challenge. So I don't know which way it's going to go. I think you can tell pretty early on if a team is sluggish or if the team is sharper. They love drilling fundamentals. They love drilling fundamentals in a bye week.
Well, we're all creatures of habit, and we love to have a schedule. We love to have that routine. When you're thrown out of it, what gets you back into that routine? And it's got to be leadership. First of all, the leadership of the captains. They're going to be the guys on the field. They're the guys in the locker room. They're the guys at the practice field that is going to get these guys fired up. The other one is Sharon Moore. And these guys are fired up that he's back on the sideline. So I think that's going to be one thing that helps them get over the hump of having that bye week.
The unique part of the 2 bye week setup is that you really do have kind of 3 different chunks of the season. We're 4 games into the season. What do you feel like you learned about this team, good or bad, that maybe you were unsure of or did not know before New Mexico on the 30th?
Great question. I think the defense is what I think this team can ride to the playoff. And I actually think they will ride it to the playoff. As the offense, the slow rollout, the soft launch of the Bryce Underwood offense, every week, and I talked to Chip Lindsey, the offensive coordinator, and every week there's a little bit more on the plate and then a little bit more on the plate. So, and the fans have seen it, right? I mean, you've seen more Bryce making plays with his feet. I think, you look at the downfield passing attack, more shots downfield. And I know sometimes people go, well, why didn't they do that from the beginning? Here's why they don't do it from the beginning. Because this is a kid. They've played some games that they can win, but you can't let an underdog into it, so you can't turn the ball over.
Yep.
And the fact that we're here in week 4 and we are talking about one turnover from the quarterback position, and it came on a play where he had 2 hands on the ball and was going to the ground, it got ripped out. And, I know Chip Lindsey said it's a point of emphasis that they're not going to forget it. But the fact that this kid doesn't put the ball in danger very much is something that's pretty impressive for a true freshman. We just left Nebraska where Dylan Raiola turned it over a whole bunch his true freshman year. It's tough, and it's not an indictment of Raiola. I think the kid's actually pretty dang good. But we're talking about a difficult challenge for a young quarterback.
And there's some things that we think we know. We think that we'll be able to run on most opponents, but we struggled a little bit against Oklahoma, and we didn't struggle as much against a smaller defensive front against Nebraska. But every week you go, there's new challenges. So we'll get, hopefully, some confirmation today against a much bigger and kind of a unique front. They play more odd defense in rundown situations. So it will provide some one-on-one matchups for the tackles. It's going to expose whether the guards have good footwork or not. We saw real good footwork from Kripp last week or 2 weeks ago against Nebraska on both those touchdowns by both backs. So some of the things will be hopefully confirmed that we believe we know from those first 4 games.
It's interesting, John, you and I had Michael Cohen, national reporter, Fox Sports, on our Tuesday live stream. Asked him just his takeaways, right? He's keeping tabs on Michigan, but he's keeping tabs on 100 teams. And after the Bryce Underwood storyline, he mentioned the physicality of Michigan's defense that pops off. And that's something, in visiting with Wink every single week, that is – it has become, I think going into last year, that was kind of the goal to get there at some point. Now, I think Wink looks at that as this team's requirement. They have to be physical, and they've out-physicaled each of their first 4 opponents.
There is no question, and Wink Martindale loves it, and I can tell he loves this defense, and he loves some of the younger players on this defense, and he loves Jayshawn Barham, and he loves his tackles, and he loves his linebacker room, and he loves having Rod Moore back on the field. Talking to Wink Martindale, we've seen Brian and I sit with him every week, and we've seen cantankerous upset Wink.
Oh, yeah.
But he's still cantankerous and upset.
Yeah, it's like 90%.
Yeah, but now it's only 90% of the time. I think he really is excited about his guys he's got on the defensive side of the ball.
And when you look around the Big Ten, you can look to Washington's defense, and it's really kind of built on speed.
Yeah.
You look at Oregon, and they've got a really dominant edge rusher, but again, it's more speed. And the same thing with Ohio State. But when you look around the Big Ten, you don't see the violence that used to identify Big Ten defenses. And that's really something that this defense identifies with. It's violent. It's aggressive by nature, and it all starts with Wink.
One of the programs that we could count on for so many years of being physical, being violent, was Wisconsin. And that's why, with all the aspects of this game feeling like the Big Ten, Michigan and Wisconsin, noon kickoff, big house, all of it, where Wisconsin is as a program right now doesn't quite fit what we normally expect from
It's
them.
really odd, quite frankly, to see a Wisconsin team come in that is trying to find their own identity. They've had so many injuries. They've had so many young players. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Hunter Simmons play a lot at quarterback. He may start the game today for them. Billy Edwards still banged up. Danny O'Neal is transfer from San Diego State, has played at that position for them. And quite frankly, for a team that's trying to find itself and that's been ravaged by injuries, the Big Ten did them no favors. At Michigan today, then Iowa, then Ohio State, then Oregon, then Washington, then at Indiana, then Illinois, then at Minnesota.
I know. So, I'm friends with Casey Robach, one of their assistant offensive line coaches.
Oh, you love the Wisconsin guys. You love them all.
I do, and I had a chance to stop over and spend some time with them, and I kind of ran through that schedule, and the only thing you get from him is just a serious eye roll, because you look at that schedule. They have to have. It's kind of the Florida of the SEC is Wisconsin of the Big Ten in terms of the ranked on ranked week after week after week.
Yeah, those palm trees in Madison are beautiful.
Hey,
but,
hey, don't knock the ice fish in there.
No, hey, love Madison, but this is, you almost wonder, do you want the 2 bye weeks in this type of a year because you get 2 respites, or are you just trying, hey, stop delaying the inevitable here? Because, I mean, it is remarkable, this schedule. And the Luke Fickell storyline will be interesting. Billy Edwards Jr., already listed out on Wisconsin's availability report, so he will not go in this one. Danny O'Neal expected to be the quarterback for Wisconsin like he has been all year, but it's just been a rough go.
So, and Carter Smith this year, he was a Michigan commit at quarterback.
Yeah.
And actually, I don't know if he's here. I suspect he's here. If Edwards is out, they probably have him as a next man up in an emergency situation. But he was a Michigan commit, and Michigan got somebody else, and he decided to go elsewhere.
Yeah. So, well, yeah. And here's the thing is defensively, they're kind of still the old Wisconsin with the odd front and the big guys up front. Offensively, I mean, there was a major shift when Luke Fickell got to Madison in regards to going air raid, and, you know, a lot of the offensive linemen that they traditionally got were going elsewhere because they didn't want to be a part of that offense. And now they've switched, now going with Grimes as their OC. They want to get back to that, but they're kind of in this in-between phase of we're not quite there yet with the horses up front.
Yeah, 100%. All right, we'll get more from Doug coming up on the pregame show. John Jansen's keys to the game 2 minutes away as we gear up for the Wolverines and the Badgers here for the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
This football season, Detroit Wingco is officially in the Big House. Catch us at concessions serving up our award-winning boneless wings and crispy fries during every home game. And while you're there, don't miss your shot to win free wings for a year. That's right, free wings all year long. Just head to our spot in the Big House to learn more. Detroit Wingco, now serving the Big House. That's how Detroit wins.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
The official podcast home of the Wolverines is M Go Blue Podcasts. Join John Jansen and me, Brian Bush, as we cover Michigan athletics all year long. Get the latest on Michigan football on In the Trenches, presented by Meijer. Defend the Block focuses on both the men's and women's basketball programs. And Conquering Heroes covers all other Michigan sports. Enjoy all of those episodes and much more on M Go Blue Podcasts. Just search M Go Blue Podcasts on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
The Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show is almost done. But before we go, let's get John Jansen's keys to the game.
On this homecoming Saturday in Ann Arbor, Michigan and Wisconsin coming up, 71st all-time meeting. John, let's get into your keys to the game, starting with a Michigan offense that certainly got Jordan Marshall going. We've seen the potential from Bryce Underwood. And hey, statistically going up against a good rush defense. What are your keys today?
Yeah, and I'll start with the run game. Run game has to be dominant. Like, what did we see against Nebraska? It looked like a dominant run game. Now you got to be able to confirm that against a bigger front, and that's what you got to do today. They still like moving up front, and that to me, it just blows my mind how some of these defensive coaches, it's really in vogue to have movement at the snap of the ball. It's tough to block, but you got to have the guys to do it. They're a little bit bigger, and when big guys slant, and when they move, they tend to raise up their pad level. So for me as an offensive lineman, I'm looking at that going, all right, hey, as long as I'm in the right place, right time, I'm playing with good pad level, we should get movement up front. The other thing is no sacks or pressures. This isn't a team that's really going to get after the quarterback. They went to the transfer portal and got Sebastian Cheeks, Darrell Peterson III. So they've got a couple of guys on the edge. And when I talk about that odd front, it creates two uncovered guards. And when that happens, it's really going to be imperative that they communicate with, all right, who are we popping on a dual read? Or are we going to fan out to that guy on the outside? If you do, guards have to have more of a tackle technique in terms of how they're setting. So it's just working through some of those oddities that you don't normally see, but you got to make sure you win those matchups. And then the third one for me is I really want to find that number one receiver. Is it going to be Donovan McCulley? Is this a game where he really steps up and is the guy, the kind of the go-to guy when you need a first down? Who do you go to? If it doesn't have to be every time, but you got to have that confidence as a quarterback. Is it Samaj? Is it Goodwin? I know Andrew Marsh is going to get more time today than we've ever seen him get. Or is it a combination of the tight ends? Marlon Klein in week 1 against New Mexico, he was that type of player. So who's it going to be?
Yeah, McCulley this year has either had 3 or 4 receptions, so not that big breakout performance, and still without a 100-yard game this year as well. Defensive keys, John?
Defensively, it's about pressure. Pressure. Billy Edwards is out. They've already said that, so you don't have to worry about him. Danny O'Neal, if he's in there at any point, he's been sacked 13 times already this year. He's got at least 1 turnover in every single game. So, the pressure's getting to him. All of that stuff is starting to get to him. And, if you see Hunter Simmons in there, like it's an inexperienced quarterback. Pressure will affect him. So all those different looks that we've talked about throughout the show with Wink and how he's going to use Jay Sean, take away the run and make them one-dimensional. So get to their worst thing that they do, and I think it's pass the ball or pass protect. But this is an offense that they've got about 400 yards rushing to this point through 4 games, and if you had put that stat in any other year in the Big Ten with Wisconsin, you'd be like, well, that's 1 game, right? Yeah. And so if you take away the run, you make them throw the ball, you'll get turnovers. You'll get some sudden change situations, and maybe we get our first pick 6 of the year. And then when you're thinking about the rest of the defense, it's some of those turnovers. We've been able to get our hands on some of the balls as they've been thrown. I'd really like to see more. Can you get the ball out of the quarterback's hand before he lets go of the ball? Can you get a sack fumble? Can you attack those running backs in a way to force a fumble? If there's a completed pass, then can you find a way to force a fumble? That's really where this defense needs to get in turnovers.
Defensively, you mentioned Danny O'Neal. The 13 total sacks, 4 at Alabama. He was sacked 6 times at home against Maryland last week, or 2 weeks ago. That is wild.
Well, and you look at their opponents, and you think, okay, Alabama, right? They went down there to Tuscaloosa.
It's always going to be tough.
It's going to be tough. But then you look at everything else that they've done, and there's just nothing that wows you about this Wisconsin team.
Yeah, no doubt. Special teams. Big boost from Dom Zavada 2 weeks ago at Nebraska. What are the keys there?
So I kind of combined them all into one, and it's really just about consistency. And let's start with Dom. Like every time coach puts you out there and says, hey, we need 3 points, get 3 points. Now, if we're talking about a 60-yard kick, we all know the odds of that are, for him, we know he's got the leg, we know he's got the accuracy, but it's about protection, it's about the operation, and some of those things can be quirky. But if you're at 52 or less, we kind of feel like those should be money, and you've got to be consistent at making those. You got to be consistent at flipping the field on punts. Good coverage, and I think they've done a tremendous job. Some of the things I've talked about before, but good coverage and good in protection. All of those things. It's really special teams. Just be consistent at what you do.
A big month of October for the Maize and Blue, beginning a little bit more than an hour from now, Wolverines and the Wisconsin Badgers. That is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Stay tuned. Coming up on the pregame show, presented by Morgan & Morgan. Full analysis from the crew. John Jansen, Doug Karsh, Jack Miller, and Jason Avant. Thoughts from both coordinators. Chip Lindsey on the offensive side. Wink Martindale defensively. Interviews with Jaden Sanders and head coach Sharon Moore, all in preparation for the 12-10 kickoff. First meeting between these two teams here in Ann Arbor in front of fans since 2018. Wolverines, Badgers, coming up. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Thanks for listening to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for more analysis from the crew and comments from the locker room during the pregame show, which starts after this 2-minute timeout. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
The Wild-Eyed Southern Boys return.
38 Special with special guest Molly Hatchet. Saturday, November 8th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Tickets start at $39. On sale now at the box office or online at etix.com. 38 Special and Molly Hatchet. November 8th at Soaring Eagle Casino. SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
Michigan women's soccer's annual Maze Out comes your way on Thursday, October 9th at 7 o'clock when the Wolverines welcome rival Michigan State to Ann Arbor. Arrive early because the first 500 fans receive a Maze jersey rally towel. To secure your seats for this huge game, visit mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for Michigan women's soccer against Michigan State, Thursday, October 9th at 7 o'clock. Go Blue, wear Maze, and cheer loud.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Left wing a 3 for the win.
They score! Quarterback run up the middle.
Yeah! The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
You're in a great place. You're 1-0 in the Big Ten.
Getting away win in the Big Ten, that's huge.
He delivers and it's tipped and intercepted. Jair Hill breaks it up and Cole Sullivan comes down with it. Underwood quarterback draw. Oh, he's got a Red Sea wide open. Touchdown. Outside the numbers at the 20, 15, 10. Touchdown. Justice Haynes, a lightning bolt from 75 yards. Steps up and he's in trouble and down he goes again. Michigan's pass rush has overwhelmed Nebraska.
We demanded greatness from each other, and we're going to keep raising that bar.
We plan on coming out with the same intensity.
Just got to do a really good job and be us and play physical.
Being one unit, playing complementary football.
Play off each other, feed off each other. We believe, and we're confident in everybody's ability in this locker room to go out there and play. And I'm excited for what's to come.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show, presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan athletics. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines and visit with players and coaches. Wolverines football is also brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. Game day deserves the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar because fan work is thirsty work. By Barbasol, America's #1 shaving cream. Close Shave America. Close Shave Barbasol. And by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Now, let's go to the stadium. Here are the voices of Michigan football, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Back from the bye, back at the Big House, and welcome back to all the old-timers, the Bo crowd, the middle-agers, the Lloyd Carr-era Wolverines. That's you, John Jansen?
Yes.
And welcome to the recent grads, the Harbaugh-era graduates out there. It's homecoming here in Ann Arbor, and it's a Maze Out at the Big House. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside the captain, John Jansen. And, John, when you see Wisconsin, you think you're going to see a team that lines up and wants to bully you. But the W on the side of the Badger helmet may as well stand for who, as in who are these guys, or what, as in what happened to Wisconsin football?
Well, it's odd because you thought Luke Fickell coming from Cincinnati with more resources and more ability to recruit and really his style, it just hasn't come to fruition, and they have this giant identity crisis regarding, are we a run team? Are we a pass team? What are we going to be defensively? Now, defensively, there seems to be some more consistency, but this is not the traditional matchup that you would think going back to the old school Big Ten, Wisconsin versus Michigan.
Yeah, Wisconsin comes in 16th in the Big Ten in rushing, 471 yards on the ground through 4 games. Meanwhile, Michigan coming off probably their best performance of the season at Nebraska. What did you like most? Specifically, what did you like about the play up front?
Well, So I like the fact that we started to get unified in the double teams, and that was it really started with Greg Crippen on some of those wide zones where he was able to work with the guard, get up on the linebacker. You get to that linebacker level, and then we also saw Channing Goodwin with some nice blocks downfield, Samaj Morgan with some nice blocks downfield. That's how you break Justice Haynes, Jordan Marshall into 65, 75-yard runs.
They're going to have their hands full because Wisconsin does boast the nation's #1 rush defense. That's a big matchup today.
It is a big matchup, and it's also, are they really the nation's #1 defense? Because, all right, you hold with Alabama to about 50 yards, but Alabama's averaging over 320 yards a game throwing the ball. I don't know that they've faced a true run-first team, but this will be a much better test for this front because of the fact that they run a unique style of defense up front, the odd front.
And Coach Jerome Moore returns, which actually has the players pretty fired up.
They are fired up, and we talked about this just a little bit ago. How do you come off of a bye week? Well, when you have good leadership, it starts with the captains, and it's followed up by Jerome Moore being back on the sidelines. These guys love Jerome. They're going to go out there and really play hard for him.
Feels like we see a little more each week from Bryce Underwood. What do you think's the next step for the young quarterback?
It may come today in regards to opening up the passing attack. I don't know that we're going to see a whole lot more runs, at least called runs. When things break down, yeah, sure, he breaks free and gets a first down. We'll all love it. Fans are going to cheer for it. But it's being able to find those receivers downfield, and whether it's more of McCulley, whether it's more of Goodwin, Samaj. But I think the other guy is we're going to see a lot more of Andrew Marsh.
Yeah, and we may see him early.
Yeah,
just a heads up.
And I'm really excited about the steps I've seen him take. And it's really for him, the next step in his development is being good on reads, reading the defense, when it's man, when it's zone, when to run through zones, and when to hold up.
And defensively, Rod Moore will play a bigger role this week. Zeke Berry could return. Jair Hill expected back today, but the secondary, some of those young pieces, they really have played well.
Oh, they have. And I tell you what, Jaden Sanders, you watch him walk into a room, you're like, is he a football player?
Yeah.
And then you see him out there, and some guys, they put on the pads and they become a completely different individual. Jaden Sanders is that type of guy. To have that youth in the secondary playing the way it is and have that veteran leadership of Rod, it's nice to see.
It's Michigan and Wisconsin from here at the Big House on a Maze-Out homecoming Saturday. Should be a great day for football. Weather, well, it's nothing but sun in the sky right now and almost no wind. It will be steamy down on the field, 74 degrees right now, on its way to 85. Coming up, we'll preview today's opponent, Wisconsin. Also, our scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bush, of course, anchoring our coverage as always. And we'll hear from former Wolverines Jack Miller and number 8 Jason Avant. And later, Michigan head coach Sharon Moore. We kick it off just after noon. It's Go Blue versus on Wisconsin. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, proud partner of the University of Michigan. Michael Hanna, 150 West Jefferson Avenue, Detroit, Michigan, 48226.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus their front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night. Okay, Kirk. I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
They will not catch Donovan Edwards. He will score.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain for Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, official partner of Michigan Athletics. Whether you're tailgating or headed to the Big House, Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. New or pre-owned, our team has a large inventory of vehicles ready for you today. And a special offer for Wolverine fans, receive a $1,000 discount and 3 years of maintenance on any new Lexus purchase when you mention this ad. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor or get started at lexusofannarbor.com.
Introducing Celsius, the energy you need for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience a refreshing taste made with proven ingredients, zero sugar, and essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius keeps you energized for every quarter. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com. Celsius. Live fit. Go.
Two great Big Ten programs square off today. It's Michigan and Wisconsin. Live from Ann Arbor. Today's broadcast is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2025 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest.
After a huge win at Nebraska, then a bye week, the Wolverines are back in action today inside the Big House against longtime conference foe Wisconsin. The Badgers just 2-2 on the young season. Thus, Michigan comes in as a pretty heavy favorite. The Wolverines are locked in, as head coach Sherrone Moore explains.
If you don't understand what the goals and all the things that are out in front of us, you're 1-0 in the Big Ten. You're in a great place. You have everything in front of you. You know, my job right now is to make sure that we're healthy, playing it out right, get us mentally ready to go. But there's not much else you got to say. I think we have great leaders. Our captains are so good of policing the team and understanding what we have to do. But our kids just understand what the goals are at hand.
And as we get into our offensive scouting report, what was at hand for Michigan before this game prep was a bye week. What does offensive coordinator Chip Lindsey focus on during a bye week?
I think the fundamentals and you know, the foundation of our offense, and trying to make sure that, you know, I think throughout the first 4 weeks you start trying to figure out, okay, what are we good at doing? What are we going to kind of hang our hat on, and then clean up our fundamentals and you know, maybe take a look at a couple of little wrinkles here and there. But at the end of the day, I think we try to focus on our team and try to take that next step. You know, we're an offense that's still evolving, and I think for us, you know, we're trying to get better every day out there and building this thing to where we'll be a consistent offense.
John Jansen, how well did the Wolverines take advantage of the bye? And who offensively are you looking to potentially make that next jump, tier up as we hit October post-bye?
Well, if Gio's unable to go, I really want to see Nathan Afobe at that guard position take that next step. Same thing with Jake Warnera. You get a couple of games under your belt. Now you really are able to look and take what you're hearing from the O-line staff and what you're seeing on film and understand it all that much more, and you can take it to the next level. And I've already talked, and I know last time we took the field, Andrew Marsh, I really think he's on the verge of a breakout game, and maybe it is today. And so those are some of the guys. If we're able to get down the depth chart a little bit, Jasper Parker in the backfield. This kid is as talented as they come. It's kind of the same thing with Andrew Marsh. And Coach said this on Monday, right? The further you get away from the ball, the easier it is to play early. So, yeah, we're going to see more of Andrew Marsh. But Jasper Parker, if he could take that next step in understanding some of the defenses and some of the concepts, now all of a sudden, which is rare for a freshman to be able to do. Sometimes with these guys, you just want to hand the ball and say, go get what you can get. We get to the end of the game, that may be the case. But I think he's another guy that, as the season wears on, we'll see a little bit more of him.
Yeah, John alluded to Giovanni El-Hadi. He and Brady Norton, Michigan's two starting guards to kick off the season, both listed questionable on the availability report, as is tight end Hogan Hansen. Zeke Berry off the availability report. He's good to go, as is Ike Iwuna along that Michigan defensive line rotation. The Badgers haven't had a lot go right for them this season. One area that has been good, rush defense. Nobody has been better than Wisconsin in that statistical category. Foes have only mustered 200 total rushing yards in 4 games. That 50 per contest mark is tops nationally. Best opponent in terms of yards per carry was Alabama's 3.3. So what makes this rush defense so strong? Once again, here's offensive coordinator Chip Lindsey.
First of all, they play extremely hard. Coach Dressel, their DC, does a great job. They're fundamentally sound. They, like I said, play extremely hard. They tackle well. Just pretty good in the, up front in the middle of the defense, which you got to be when you're going to be good on defense. So it's a big challenge for us for sure. We got a lot of respect for those guys and what they do, and big challenge for us this Saturday.
Mike Tressel, who has been Luke Fickell's defensive coordinator the last 5 seasons, the last 2 at Cincinnati, including the college football playoff season, and then the 3 years here together at Wisconsin. He's done good work with that rush defense, but certainly pass-wise, Wisconsin has scuffled during their 2-game skid. Ty Simpson, brilliant at quarterback for Alabama. When those 2 teams met in Tuscaloosa, 24 of 29, 382 yards and 4 touchdowns. Billy Edwards' replacement at Maryland, Malik Washington, was strong as well. 18 of 34, 265, 2 touchdowns, and no picks in Maryland's road win in Madison. John, thoughts on the unique yin and yang of this Badgers defense?
Well, they want to be good up front. If you're going to have a good defense, it all starts up front. We've talked about that here at Michigan for a number of years. So they are good up front. And now for this offensive line, whether it's a run or a pass, it's about identifying the defense. If you're uncovered, okay, if it's a run, where is the ball starting? Where are, which, if I'm a guard, am I looking to help and work with the tackle? Am I looking to help and work with the center? Where are my linebackers? Where are they going to move once the ball is handed off to the back? All of those things, that's more about concepts of blocking this defense than it is, okay, I've got this specific man. And when it comes to pass protection, it's really the same thing. And you've got to be able to be solid in those because there's going to be a lot of opportunity to get the ball downfield.
Plenty more to do here on the pregame show, which is presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The defensive scouting report comes your way when we come back. Wolverines and Badgers, about 55 minutes from kick here on a beautiful but warm day in Ann Arbor. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
If you haven't listened to the Defend the Block podcast, here's what you've been missing.
With Will Cheddar, I think that's what our team really needs to be focused on, that 1-0 mentality. Obviously, everyone's aware of what everyone's saying. It's kind of inevitable. If you have a cell phone, you know what's going on. But being able to kind of block that out.
Defend the Block, covering Michigan basketball all year long on MGO Blue Podcasts. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously, the best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
For the 71st time, Michigan and Wisconsin squaring off this afternoon. Wolverines have won 19 of the last 21 in the series here at the Big House. Defensive scouting report now. Nebraska mustered 27 points 2 weeks ago in the Wolverines' last game, but a few big mistakes belied some of the dominance that Michigan displayed, especially up front. The Wolverines overwhelmed Nebraska's offensive line to the tune of 7 sacks. Here's defensive coordinator Wink Martindale on that performance in Lincoln.
I think that was the physicality that we came into the game with, and we were consistent with it the entire game, and it was good to see us last 4 quarters keeping that type of physicality throughout the 4 quarters.
Physicality, that's a great word to describe this Michigan defense, John.
It is, and when you think about this Michigan defense, it's about violence. It's about winning those battles up front. And then you start thinking about Brandon Hillman and the presence that the secondary has. Cole Sullivan, Jimmy Rolder at that linebacker position behind Ernie and Jay Sean. Like, it's all based on being the bully, being the one that the intimidator when they take the field.
To Wisconsin, the story has been quarterback for this Badgers offense, and it'll be a story here today as well. Maryland transfer Billy Edwards Jr. earned the starting nod pretty much back when he committed to Wisconsin out of the portal. Had some injuries during the offseason, hurt his knee in the opener against Miami University, a pretty uninspiring 17-0 win. He then missed the next 2 games, did Edwards, before coming back against his old team 2 weeks ago. Only made 3 passes. Luke Fickell had admitted afterward probably didn't save Edwards from himself, trying to come back too early, and he left the game. Most of the quarterback snaps this year have gone to Danny O'Neal, a San Diego State transfer who had 71% completions, but 5-5 touchdown to interception ratio. It will not be O'Neal today. Luke Fickell announcing on his pregame radio interview with our friends over in the Wisconsin Learfield Network that it'll be Southern Illinois transfer Hunter Simmons who will start today. Simmons only played 5 games with the Salukis last year, had then suffered a season-ending injury. So a lot of moving parts. For more on that Wisconsin offense, here's Wink Martindale.
They're a pain in the butt to prepare for with all the different shifts and movements and all that other stuff that they have. But, I think, in listening to the head coach and, the offensive coordinator, they had their bye week too. So I think they're going to get, back to what's good for them and where, establish their identity, which, to me, that sounds like, the run game is established, the run game, and they have really good backs. They got 2 really good receivers. The quarterback, you just got to see which one's healthy and, who's going to line up out there.
The 2 running backs Wink alluded to, Darian Dupree and Dylan Jones, they're both around 150 yards of rushing total, about 4 yards a carry. But fascinating quarterback setup all season long for the Badgers. They go with Hunter Simmons. Thoughts on the preparation now for a quarterback that I'm sure they watched some film on, but he has not been much of a factor this year.
Well, and the hard part about preparing for a lot of these quarterbacks, and you think about this Wisconsin team, it was a transfer quarterback 2 years ago. It was a transfer quarterback last year. It's 3 transfer quarterbacks this year that will take the field, and they just haven't been able to find that guy that they can build an offense around, whether it's going to be more of a passing attack or a rushing attack. And the offensive line's kind of in no man's land right now. They've sprinkled in some transfers there as well. They're just trying to really put a Band-Aid on things at this point. And they're just a team that is – they just don't know their identity right now. And when you're going into your 5th game and you don't know what type of team you want to be, and maybe they've talked about it, but it's you got to go out there and actually do it and show it. That's where you start to really and we talked about their schedule. This is the first of about 5 games where it is an unbelievable schedule for Wisconsin.
Home against Iowa next week, home against Ohio State, then at Oregon, home against Washington, at Indiana, home against Illinois, at Minnesota.
It's a tough stretch.
No doubt. It's a tough season.
It is. It's a tough season.
Yeah.
They're trying to figure out who they are.
Yeah, no doubt. When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Plus, for fans outside of Southeast Michigan, you can catch our 2-hour tailgate show leading up to your station's coverage on the Varsity Network app. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. True freshman cornerback Jaden Sanders, who has been turning heads in recent weeks. He's our player interview as we get you ready for this 12-10 kickoff. Wolverines and Badgers. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champions Circle is the leading Michigan athletics fan engagement community. We connect fans with once-in-a-lifetime experiences, produce public and private events, offer club memberships, and operate an online retail store, selling exclusive apparel, trading cards, autographs, and other memorabilia featuring Michigan student athletes. To become a member or learn more about how you can support your favorite Michigan student athletes, visit championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers. And please drink responsibly.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Greasy bootleg right, firing deep for Tooman. Touchdown, Michigan!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to think Ford first. Right now, check out the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. AZ Plan customers who trade in their current vehicle can lease a 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $299 a month for 36 months, with $2,299 cash due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet Lease. Payment includes $1,000 RCL cash, $1,000 Open Trade Assist, and $400 AXZD BFG bonus cash. Offers are only valid on Package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by November 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and details. So take advantage of this great offer and lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Less than an hour away from the Wolverines and the Wisconsin Badgers here from the Big House. Great to visit with Michigan corner Jaden Sanders. Take us through the adjustment to college football. What have been some of the areas that maybe you've had to try to relearn or learn at this level of football?
Physicality. I feel like at this big level, being physical is like the main thing that you need to do to be on the field. And within this defense, I feel like communication is the second most important. Like, you have to be very, very verbal to play this defense and be on the field.
What are some areas that maybe you picked up quicker than you had anticipated?
I felt like I picked up the plays pretty quick.
Sharon had mentioned earlier this week, and Wink had validated it, that early in camp, they both kind of looked at each other and said, Jaden Sanders is going to play for us this year and help us win. When did you realize you were going to be able to play and play in games and in moments that the game was still in doubt?
I felt like mid-fall camp, because I feel like throughout summer camp or summer conditioning and then the beginning of fall camp, I was just going out there and proving that I can be on the field, and I felt like everything was being noticed within the middle of fall camp.
Who have you learned from player-wise, looked up to? Who's helped you along the way as you've gotten up to speed?
Is honestly the starting back end. So Zeke, Shug, Brandon Hillman, TJ, Rod. I feel like all the older guys are trying to help younger guys, knowing that they're going to need everybody in the room. So they try to help the young guys as much as they can with the wrong stuff that they do and just correcting everybody.
How would you describe the impact that front seven, that great linebacker core, the rotation of defensive linemen who come in, how do those guys make your life easier, make the rest of the secondary's lives easier?
Man, it makes it so great. Just knowing that it's not only you on the field, it's 11 people. And just not the back end, just with the front seven getting the pressures that they do, I feel like it doesn't take that long to cover a guy because I just know they're going to get back there.
Going back to your high school recruiting, why did you ultimately choose Michigan?
I felt like Michigan wasn't a big city, but just knowing that they play in the Big Ten. So the Big Ten is a very physical conference, and I think I'm pretty physical myself, and I wanted to put myself up for a test. And just having the connection to the coaching staff, I feel like all the coaches were very genuine, and that everybody has the same end goal.
Your dad was a great player at TCU. What did you learn from him? How did he help you early on in your life and along the way?
Just being able to take up everything that he was taught in college, just knowing that, I feel like that put me ahead of my game myself. And I just feel like that put me in a great position.
To Wisconsin, what stands out about the Badgers offensively? What's going to be important for you guys to sink in on in this matchup?
From what I know they have a very good receiver core, and the QB can get it there. So just knowing that the receivers are big, lanky, they're actually pretty fast for their height. I just feel like that's a good matchup for us.
Lastly, you mentioned the physicality of the Big Ten. You experienced one Big Ten game. Did it feel as physical as you expected? Did it live up to that reputation?
Yes, sir, it did.
Thanks, Jaden. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
There's Jaden Sanders, Michigan and Wisconsin coming up. Much more to do on the pregame show as we continue. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Hey, Wolverine fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. Let's go, Wolverines! SeatGeek.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong, you are fearless, you are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan completes a 15-0 national championship season here in Houston. Bet.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Your Barbasol shave is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. The big game is on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
One of the most anticipated Michigan women's basketball seasons ever is almost here, and you can secure your seat for every exciting game. New season tickets are on sale now and start at just $75 per seat. Watch Silas Swords, Olivia Olson, Mila Holloway, and the rest of the nationally ranked Wolverines at Chrysler Center. Full details are available at mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to secure your Michigan women's basketball season tickets. Wolverines gearing up for a homecoming clash on a beautiful, warm day here in Ann Arbor against the Wisconsin Badgers. We welcome you back into the pregame show, which is presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Jack Miller's alongside here high atop Michigan Stadium. Jason Avant's down there on the sidelines. Jason, let's talk about the warmth out there. This is odd for an early October game. You could have a really chilly game anytime in the month of October here in the great state of Michigan, but it's pretty toasty down there.
Hey, every sideline reporter will love this weather.
Oh, yeah.
I'm included. It's 83, 84 degrees, whatever it is down here. I am in heaven right now. I like the heat. I know the big guys, the offensive linemen up in the booth, they like the cold weather, and not me so much.
That's a bold strategy with the All Blues out there, too. Hopefully you guys were hydrating all week long, knowing that it was going to be hot like this. I'm sure that was a point of emphasis for the program was hydrate, because it's hot, and people aren't used to that right now. And, you know, we got the dark unis going on out there, so important to watch that, Jason, as the game goes on.
Yeah.
Jason, impact of a bye week for a player. How do you maximize the week? It's not off, but you're not playing a game.
Well, I would say do less when it comes to physical activity, do more when it comes to the mental approach to the game. You want to watch all of your plays individually and see how you can become better, like, for as an individual, right? So if you're a receiver, like, what are the negative plays that I've had? What are the positive things that I've done? What coverages have I struggled against? Am I separating versus man coverage, and how can I affect the game in a different way? So from a mental standpoint, that's what the bye week is. And also from a coaching standpoint, you want to pinpoint the things that you do well and do those things more, and then eliminate the bad plays or the things that hadn't been successful. So as a player, not so much physically, but more mentally.
Yeah, Jason, you said it well. I think it's a good time for self-reflection, right? When you're in the season, everything's kind of coming at you so fast. You're in that routine. And, yeah, of course, you're always trying to get better, but you're also preparing for the next opponent. You don't have that, obviously, during a bye. So it's a great time to relax, rest, recuperate, and really spend some time thinking about where am I at? And, Jason, just like you said, where do I want to go?
And with it being 4 games into the season, a third of the regular season is done. a chance to kind of look back, Jack. Your thoughts on some units you've really been impressed by and maybe some others that need to start making a jump starting today with a critical October starting up?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's playing pretty well. I think the linebacker group has been awesome as advertised at the beginning of the year. That group is deep. They play hard. They know where to be, and they're out there making plays. It's good to see the O-line find some rhythm last week. And I really think, it's up to the wide receivers to kind of take that next step. Jason, I don't want to steal your thunder. I know you probably have some thoughts on what that group needs to do. But if they can figure that out, and that passing game is a true weapon, not just, we'll pass when we have to because we want to run. If Bryce can start to connect with those guys on a more regular basis, watch out, because there's enough talent on this field to go toe-to-toe with anybody. Love to see that wide receiver group get going a bit more.
Yeah, boy, Jack, Jack's calling your guys out there,
yeah,
Jason.
We're not going to talk about the injury report that's happening in the offensive line room. We're going to talk about
Jason. Tell them about how that offensive line's doing, pushing teams into earth wax. Come on, what do we got?
Yeah. You know what? I have to agree with Jack in this situation, right?
There was so much regret in that tone.
I didn't want to acknowledge his existence during this portion of the episode, right? But I must say that the offensive position group that has to step up and get to that level is the receivers. The receivers are going to be able – they're going to have to be able to get open versus man-to-man, and they have to do it consistently. When you have a young quarterback, not a running quarterback, but a young quarterback, you need maximum separation, and we haven't seen that. And we left a lot of plays on the field thus far in the season, especially in the Nebraska game. There's 3 or 4 catches that turn that game, and put that game out of reach early if the receivers make those plays. So there's going to be plays to be made. Hopefully we can turn it loose and call some play calling like we did versus Nebraska in order to have some one-on-ones down the field. But we have to make those plays. Guys like Samaj Morgan have to continue to grow and make those plays.
Let's talk about Wisconsin a little bit. Jason, we were talking to you off air a little bit. Hunter Simmons getting the call at quarterback. So Billy Edwards Jr., the Maryland transfer, he's ruled out for this game. They've mostly been using Danny O'Neal, a San Diego State transfer who Luke Fickell said would still have some sort of involvement in the game. We'll see how that goes. But, Wisconsin just been searching, and if you're searching in October, you're in a tough spot.
Yeah, we know what they're dealing with. We had Rich Rod here, and that's no offense to anyone, but we had Rich Rod here where it was an identity crisis thing for us, where we totally changed the program and started out, doing things in spread when we've traditionally been like a West Coast power eye type of a team. And that's what Wisconsin is going through. They're air raid now. They are built on the offensive line and running the football. So we'll see how that translates. But Hunter Simmons has done well in his small, playing size that he's had, sample size, 7 for 9, 170-something yards. So he's done well, and I think they are just searching to figure out who that guy is going to be. They do have some weapons on the outside, but we'll see if they're going to get back to their running style that we know Wisconsin is, or they're going to continue to just have an identity crisis.
Yeah, and they've been plagued by injuries, too. That hasn't helped their cause. So when you don't know what you want to do and you don't have the right guys out there to do it, it's a recipe for disaster. They are going through an identity crisis, trying to figure out how to get themselves back on track. They don't really necessarily, they're just calling plays. I was talking to Wink Martindale about this. They're just kind of calling plays out there. They're not really trying to ever get towards anything or get really good at this. And that's a problem when you get into October. So I would anticipate today from Wisconsin a lot of motion, some trickery, some things to try to catch Michigan's defense off guard and make them think. Because if they just line up one-on-one, this Michigan defense is way too good. They're going to have to really get creative and try to fool that Michigan offense.
Well, I'll say this, Jack. I think that it's incumbent upon our secondary to play this a little bit tighter than they have been. In Nebraska, they did a good job, but they have to come up in order to stop those short passes so it can buy some time so Barham and Derek Moore can get to the quarterback, because they like to get the ball out of the quarterback's hand pretty fast.
Yeah, and they've thrown an interception in every game to date. I think it's going to be a big day for the secondary, Jason. That's a good call-out. They can play aggressive. You got, you're playing, they're shuffling around at that quarterback position. Been a lot of sacks. Been a lot of turnovers. Could be a big day for the secondary.
We've got a few potential clues as to what Jason and Jack expect us to be talking about in the post-game show here on the pregame show, presented by Morgan & Morgan. We'll continue with that show and more coming up in about 15 minutes. Rob Joyce with a check of the out-of-town scoreboard in less than 10. All of that to come. Wolverines and Badgers on the horizon as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, You can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
When people yell, "Go Blue," most people think of the Michigan Wolverines. Hail to the victors, the maize and blue. But what does Go Blue mean in the liquor store? It means go for a long drink. Go for the blue can with undefeated flavor, a refreshing mix of citrus, sparkling soda, and a kick of real liquor. So go blue. Then go blue. For the Wolverines, we mean long drink. Proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. 5.5% alcohol by volume. Gin with natural flavors. Copyright 2024. The Long Drink Company, Carmel, Indiana. Please enjoy responsibly.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Hands off to Rob Lino, and it is! There it is! Oh, Rob Lino!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
He's coming. Here he goes. Surprise! Your table saw broke. Also, the warranty expired weeks ago, so you need to pay for a new one out of pocket.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Oh, and the replacement part you ordered doesn't fit, so it's completely useless. What a waste.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Introducing Celsius, the energy you need for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience a refreshing taste made with proven ingredients, zero sugar, and essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius keeps you energized for every quarter. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com. Celsius. Live fit. Go.
Today's broadcast is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2025 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Wolverines, Badgers. We're live for this important Big Ten matchup at Michigan Stadium.
And the most important segment of the pregame show presented by Morgan & Morgan, the truth tellers, the future seers, Jack Miller and Jason Avant. Jack, we missed you at Nebraska. Give us what you think we're going to be talking about in postgame.
I think it's a big day for the defense, particularly the secondary. I think that Wisconsin has thrown an interception in every game thus far. They're struggling to protect the quarterback. They're rotating quarterbacks. We got a guy who's only thrown 9 passes who's going to be out there for the Badgers. I think this defense is going to get after them. He's going to force the ball out of their hands. And the secondary can really play loose and go find the ball, go hawk it down. Big day from the secondary. That's my prediction.
Jason?
My prediction is going to be more so the receivers getting after their secondary. Alabama went for over 300. You saw what Maryland was able to do. I think our receivers are due for one of those types of games, and I think that we want to continue to see the pass game expand. And so there's going to be opportunities, and I think that they don't have the playmakers on the back end to stop us from going down the field. So I'm going to suggest that the receivers have a really big game, and I think McCulley may have his breakout game with 2 touchdowns. I'm going all the way in. Big prediction.
Yeah, it's a big statement game, right? We're the better team. You're favored by a lot. This is an easy one to kind of overlook and all the hype and just kind of go out there and don't play your best ball game, let Wisconsin hang around, or you can go the other way and build off of what happened at Nebraska, build off of a bye week, come out here and take care of business the way you're supposed to. This is a big statement game as we get into the middle part, back end of the season, and where this team is going. We're going to see a lot today.
If Michigan gets through October unscathed, then November opens up to potentially be a winner get into the Indianapolis trip for the Big Ten championship game against Ohio State at the end of November. I'm gonna bring this trio together. I'm going to say that the breakout star today is a pass catcher who can block. Marlon Klein. Big game coming for Marlon. Off the availability report, ready to roll, and there's going to be opportunities down the field for the Wolverines in the passing game. That's what we think we're going to be talking about post-game. Stay tuned. Rob Joyce has his check of the out-of-town scoreboard. Then Doug Karsch visits with a head coach, Sharon Moore, all in preparation for the Wolverines and the Badgers. Homecoming in Ann Arbor. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, proud partner of the University of Michigan. Michael Hanna, 150 West Jefferson Avenue, Detroit, Michigan, 48226.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
Today's game is brought to you by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
And here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
A lot has changed since the last time Wisconsin and Michigan squared off at the Big House, but these Big Ten rivals are about to get reacquainted. As we get ready for kickoff, let's check in with Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Hi, Doug. Wolverines are much tougher than Badgers in the wild, and I know that that's going to turn out to be true on the football field today.
Andy, I saw that one of Michigan's largest hospital systems has entered a full accountability agreement with Blue Cross. What does that term mean exactly?
Doug, it means that hospital is working with us to improve the quality and lower the cost of health care, and they're accountable financially for those results.
Historically, hospitals get paid by insurers like Blue Cross based on the number of test scans and procedures that are done.
That's right, Doug. Hospital payments remain a volume-based business, but that fee-for-service model is a big reason why hospital costs have gone up 250% since 2000. That's 4 times faster than the rate of inflation.
A national trend that dates back beyond 2000 is hospital consolidation. Is that adding pressure to costs here in Michigan?
Doug, in study after study, evidence points to higher costs as an outcome of mergers involving corporate hospital systems.
So bigger isn't always better, at least when it comes to keeping healthcare costs down.
Recently, Crane's Detroit Business reported that the 3 largest health systems in Michigan have gone from serving 30% of the market to 64% in just 3 short years. That's a result of consolidation. Michigan fans can read more about that report on our blog, mibluedaily.com/affordability.
Andy, I think all of us paying for the increasing cost of health care right now would say there's got to be a solution to rising prices.
Doug, we need payments to hospitals to be results-driven instead of volume-driven. By aligning payment to outcomes, we can improve the health of patients while lowering costs. Blue Cross has been paying primary care doctors this way for more than 20 years, resulting in $6.3 billion in avoided costs. By stepping up to the next level with us, large healthcare systems have potential to change the trajectory of healthcare costs and to improve the lives of millions of Michigan residents.
Thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Doug. Go Blue.
Getting it out of Michigan and Wisconsin at 12:10 from the Big House. Rob Joyce with you in the network studios with our first look around the rest of college football. One of 2 nooners in the Big Ten this afternoon. The other comes at Ross-Ade. Purdue welcomes in number 22 Illinois. Boilermakers have won 4 of the last 5, 15 of the last 20 in the series between the two, though the Illini won last year in Champaign, a 50-49 overtime barn burner. 3:30, Penn State comes off its first loss of the year last week to Oregon. Nittany Lions head west to face winless UCLA, while Washington comes off its first loss of the season as well, heading east to face undefeated Maryland. Then Northwestern wraps up the non-conference slate at home. against Louisiana Monroe to round out the 3:30 kicks. 4 o'clock, Nebraska hosts Michigan State. Both of those teams are 3-1 overall, 0-1 in Big Ten play. 7:30 tonight, Ohio State tries for a 14th consecutive victory over Minnesota. That's the day in the Big Ten. Top 25 today. Other noon starts include 12th-ranked Georgia at home against a Kentucky team that has beaten 15 straight times, while number 14 Iowa State puts its 5-0 record on the line at Cincinnati. Notable games later on, a top 20 SEC affair at 3:30. 10th-ranked Alabama hosts number 16 Vanderbilt, who upset the Tide last year in Nashville. Vandy 5-0 ranked in the top 20 for the first time since 2008. Then 7:30 tonight, a pivotal ACC game. 18th-ranked Florida State and number 4 Miami in Tallahassee. Seminoles coming off a loss last week at Virginia. First road game of the year for the Hurricanes. Again, Michigan and Wisconsin in a few minutes. Coming up next on the pregame show presented by Morgan & Morgan, we'll get the thoughts of head coach Sharon Moore. He chats with Doug next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Forward down the field, a charging team that will not yield.
Lions fans have even more to cheer about with the new Detroit Lions games from the Michigan Lottery.
Rah, rah, rah.
Featuring a roster of fan favorites, instant ticket, pull tab, fast cash, and online play. You could win prizes up to $500,000. With the new Detroit Lions games, only from the Michigan Lottery. Knowing your limits is always the best bet.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go, go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
It's time for the annual Team Impact All-In 5K. Join Team Impact on October 19th and help support their mission to create a world where every child facing serious illness and disability feels supported by something bigger, and every collegiate team is transformed by a greater purpose. Remember, there's no wrong way to 5K. Run, walk, or roll a 5K in your neighborhood, at your local college campus, or join one of Team Impact's hub locations. Join the movement to get all kids in the game. Team Impact, all in, all together. Learn more at teamimpact.org/allin5K.
Kickoff is moments away. So now let's hear from the Wolverines head coach. With Sharon Moore, here's Doug Karsh.
Getting you set for Michigan and Wisconsin, and we're joined by the head coach of the Wolverines, Sharon Moore, for a pregame chat. Coach, let's start with your return. The players, the team, seem very excited to have you back when midnight hit a couple weeks ago.
I got an inordinate amount of text at 12:01 on throughout the morning. First of all, I was like, you guys should probably go to bed since you just got back. But just so thankful and blessed to be back with the team and be back with the boys. I love those kids so much, and to watch them was so fun. Killed me that I couldn't be there, but watching them made me so proud to be a part of the team and be with them. And I was back in the building pretty early. No one was here. I got to just walk around the building by myself. Every inch of the building I walked around, just how thankful I am to be at Schembeckler Hall every day. So never take it for granted, but exciting times.
All right, well, it was right back to work. Bye week, when you go into a bye week, you probably have a to-do list. Yeah. Did you accomplish everything that you hoped with a week off from games?
Yeah, number one piece was get healthy. Get guys back that we thought we could get back. Feels like we did that at a high rate. We really took care of the guys, but got a lot of football done, got a lot of things done, got better as a team at football. There's some things we did just fundamentally we wanted to do as a whole unit, as a whole team, offense, defense, special teams that we got accomplished, but get guys back healthy and then provide some depth and see what guys, we call it opportunity week, see what guys could really pop off and gave themselves an opportunity, but give our team an opportunity to get better, and I think we did that.
Well, you mentioned a couple of guys earlier in the week, 2 wide receivers, the competition in that room. You were looking to get some more out of the position. Jamar Browder and Andrew Marsh, 2 freshmen. Will we see more of them today?
Yeah, Andrew Marsh really, he just made plays every single day and put himself in a position to be one of the top guys this week. So excited to see him play. Jamar Browder will get some, he'll get some action too. But it's going to be fun to watch these two young freshmen as they blossom throughout the year.
All right, let's talk about your offensive line. You'll be integrating some injured players back in. Their status we'll see. But how did you feel about the way the line has performed, come together, and now the depth that you have developed?
It's always good to have great depth in the O-line. We always say it takes about 10 guys to go win it all, and 10 guys to win games in the Big Ten because it's a physical league every single week, and no difference this week with the number one rush defense in the Big Ten. And I think for us, it's all about, the continuity, and they're gelling at the right time. Those guys have done a really good job. Coach Newsom's done a really good job of coaching and pushing them to the right lengths, and they continue to get better.
You use a term that the depth chart is a living, breathing organism, and how much has that inspired maybe some of that competition, and have you seen it bring out the best in your roster?
Oh, yeah. I mean, at all positions, we told everybody, not everybody has it's promised that starting spot next week. You got to go earn it, and you got to go play like it. And a lot of guys played like it in the Nebraska game, and a lot of guys played like it in the Central Michigan game. And to watch them this week, they did the same thing, right? Those guys that were starters, so they really provided that opportunity. But there's some guys that really pushed, and it's been fun to see those different guys at different positions battle.
I don't know if you heard Rod Moore's story about his return. He was so excited to hit somebody on his first play back. He blew up Jair Hill.
I did. I saw it. I was so happy when I saw Rod out on the field. I think I stood up off my couch with my iPad in my hand, and I was yelling at the top of my lungs. And I was like, second play's in, we get a pick. I was like, he must be a good luck charm. He's back out there. So it was great to see Rod, and just excited for him.
And Zeke Berry, you expect to get him back today?
Yeah, excited to get Zeke back. He feels good and ready to roll.
Can you say enough about the young guys that had to step up in his absence?
No, I can't. I mean, Jaden Sanders, and he's going to play. He played so well, deserves to play. He's earned the right to play. He's going to play a lot of football here for the rest of his career, and he'll play again today.
All right. Defensively, it looks like the experiment to move Jayshawn Barham up to the edge.
Great experiment. If you're talking about trying to put something to the test and seeing if it worked, that flying colors by our defense staff, Coach Wink and Coach Lou and Coach McPhee, just an outstanding job. And yeah, it's worked, and it'll continue to happen.
Michigan and Wisconsin coming up. More with the coach straight ahead. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
When you're on the move and looking for nonstop college sports action, get the Varsity Network app and take the game with you everywhere. Stream live play-by-play from schools across the country right from your phone, free. Catch hundreds of weekly podcasts, including shows from your favorite teams, all in one place. From football Saturdays to midweek hoops, it's your all-access pass to the college sports world. Whether it's game day or just your daily drive, the Varsity Network app has you covered. Download now and listen live for free on the Varsity Network app.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
We're back with more from head coach Sharon Moore. Once again, here's Doug Karsh.
Coach, it looks like each week a little bit more is rolled out with a Bryce Underwood-led offense. What do you expect to see from Bryce today?
Just a little bit more, and he just gets better and better and better, and just put a little bit more on his plate and a little more that he can do, and a little bit more of what Chip wants to do with the offense, and just giving him piece by piece. And he's handled it well, and having the bye week has helped, getting some extra reps at things and extra days to prepare. So really going to be fun to watch him.
Maybe the most impressive thing is keeping the ball out of harm's way. Can you say enough about what this freshman has done?
Yeah, great poise. You know, I'm going to harp on the fumble that he had because, you know, we'll always point out the bad things. Those things stick out the worst. But to watch him bounce back, to watch him continue to have the poise he does as a freshman, to go in that environment in Lincoln, which I know is loud, crazy. Same thing like he did Norman, just the poise he has, and to be back home is going to be great for him to play in front of our crowd in the big house and have that support. Not have to deal with the crowd noise on that end is going to be huge.
Let's talk about Wisconsin's quarterbacks. They have two of them, Billy Edwards. They're calling him day to day. It doesn't sound very promising, but also Danny O'Neal. Your thoughts on what they bring to the field?
Yeah, Billy, very experienced quarterback, was one of the more prominent passers in the league last year, and obviously dealing with injury, but we got to be prepared for him to play. Has a lot of poise and has played a lot of football. And Danny is more mobile, younger guy that played last year at San Diego State, started as a true freshman, and came here. So at Wisconsin, but he's dangerous with his legs. Where we got to do a good job of affecting the quarterbacks, either one of them.
What's odd with Wisconsin is they have just over 400 yards rushing in 4 games. We're used to them being a ground and pound team. What do you see in their run game?
Yeah, I think they're just trying to find their way and find the rhythm of how they're going to do it because they've got 2 good backs. So, we've got to be prepared for all the different things, the formations, the shifts, the motions that they do to create eye violations for defenses. And we got to play gap sound. We got to play physical. And
defensively, they are the number 1 rush defense in the country. What do you see on film from them?
Sound, square. We always talk about square shoulders. They got big guys in the middle. They got guys that play with hard edges, and they run fast sideline to sideline. So we got to do a good job of sticking with the plan and staying the course.
Coach, good luck. I bet you can't wait to run down that tunnel.
Let's go. I'm ready. Appreciate it.
Sherrell Moore. We'll hear from him after the game. Kickoff is next. The Wolverines and the Badgers. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, proud partner of the University of Michigan. Michael Hanna, 150 West Jefferson Avenue, Detroit, Michigan, 48226.
Michigan Women's Soccer's annual Maze Out comes your way on Thursday, October 9th at 7 o'clock when the Wolverines welcome rival Michigan State to Ann Arbor. Arrive early because the first 500 fans receive a Maze jersey rally towel. To secure your seats for this huge game, visit mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for Michigan Women's Soccer against Michigan State, Thursday, October 9th at 7 o'clock. Go Blue, wear Maze, and cheer loud.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
You're in a great place. You're 1-0 in the Big Ten.
Getting away win in the Big Ten, that's huge.
He delivers and it's tipped and intercepted. Jair Hill breaks it up and Cole Sullivan comes down with it. Underwood quarterback draw. Oh, he's got a Red Sea wide open. Touchdown. Outside the numbers at the 20, 15, 10. Touchdown. Justice Haynes, a lightning bolt from 75 yards. Steps up and he's in trouble and down he goes again. Michigan's pass rush has overwhelmed Nebraska.
We demanded greatness from each other, and we're going to keep raising that bar. We plan on coming out with the same intensity.
Just got to do a really good job and be us and play physical.
Being one unit, playing complementary football.
Play off each other, feed off each other. We believe, and we're confident in everybody's ability in this locker room to go out there and play. And I'm excited for what's to come.
Michigan Football is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan Athletics. By the Michigan Lottery. For fun, for schools. Your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Coke Zero Sugar. Game day deserves the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar because fan work is thirsty work. And by Don'tRegretTheBet.org. Helpful tips to play it smart when you gamble from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Once again, with national champion John Jensen, here's Doug Karsh.
John, it's a hot one here in Ann Arbor today.
It's warming up, that's for sure. It's going to be hot on the field.
Mother Nature left the oven on here in Ann Arbor. Usually we don't feel it quite as much up here, but today, a maze-out crowd, a homecoming crowd, and a battered Wisconsin Badger team in town to take on your Wolverines. Shamoran Moore is back on the Michigan sideline, his second full year. He is 11-5. Going up against Luke Fickell, career record 15-15 at Wisconsin here in year 3, 78-40, including his years at Cincinnati and that 6-7 season he had at Ohio State in an interim role as a player against Michigan. Fickell went 1-3. He is 0-2 against Michigan as a head coach. And John, the bye week goals, you just heard Coach Moore talk about them. What do you want to see today?
Well, I want to see him come out and not miss a beat. That's really the first thing, and that's probably the toughest thing to do today is to come out and make sure that you start fast, whether it's offense or defense on the field. Really, the tone is going to be set by the special team. So you got to come out and make sure that you're operating the same way you were when you left the field in Nebraska.
Wolverines will be getting some guys back. We expect to see Zeke Berry today. We'll see who gets the call up front on the offensive line. But it's a Wisconsin offense that is battered. They will start their fifth different offensive line combination here in their fifth game. Their fourth different center, Davis Heintzman, will start at center. It's been rough for them up front.
It has, and I know Michigan's had a couple of different guys playing different positions, but when you have it every single week, it's really hard to build that continuity up front. And as a team that's struggling to find their identity, are they going to be physical and run the ball? Are they going to be a passing team? It all starts up front either way, and they just haven't been able to be consistent up front.
We'll check in with our man down on the field, Jason Avant, coming up shortly. First, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. And John, here come the Wolverines out of the Lloyd Card Tunnel on the eastern sideline as they take the field in the traditional home blue uniforms with the great winged helmets. Here come the Wolverines, John.
It's always a beautiful sight to see them come across. And you know, when I was talking about, making sure they start fast, they're always led by the captains. And that is, coming out of the tunnel, it's kind of symbolic. But when you get on the field defensively, what's Ernie Hausman going to do when this team is on the field for the first time? And he's not the only captain over there, but Marlon Klein. And if Gio's able to go, what are those guys talking about on the sidelines right now to make sure that these guys are focused and they take advantage right from the get-go?
Well, we're excited to be here in Ann Arbor, and the Wolverines excited on their home sideline. And here come the Badgers to a chorus of boos, and their traditional all-white uniforms and the white helmets with the W on the side as they take the field, led by their head coach, Luke Fickell. And John, I've always respected the Wisconsin program, and I don't want that to change, but they've tried to change their identity with mixed results.
Yeah, and I mean, we've gone through some tough times here when we've had an identity crisis. They're in the middle of it right now, and you don't want to be the team where they all of a sudden find out who they are, so it's going to be imperative for this defense. And it's really offensively their identity. Defensively, they're somewhat still the same. They're big, they're strong up front, they're good against the run, but they just struggle offensively to find any form of consistency.
Well, it's gorgeous, and the fans, they complied with the maze out.
Yes, they did.
It looks a great job
on a sunny day.
It is sunny, and it is hot, and our man on the field is Jason Avant.
What do you mean it's hot, Doug? This is great football weather. I know the offensive lineman up in the booth don't like the hot weather. I love this weather. It's great football weather.
That's why I'm up here where there's air conditioning.
It is a steamy one, and Jason, you'll be keeping track of all of the things going on down on the field today for us here on the broadcast. Look, the depth chart, Jerome Moore called it a living, breathing organism, and guys have been working At the wide receiver position, especially, we expect to see Andrew Marsh, the freshman, start this game at wide receiver.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been all over him, as the coaches have been, and it's really, I'm just echoing what they're telling me and what I see at practice. And, you know, one of the things that a young receiver has to do is be able to read defenses, and things are going to change at the snap of the ball as he sees more of those on game days, as he sees more of those at practice. He'll become more comfortable.
I'll have you for the coin toss, our lead official, Ron Snodgrass.
This is the coin today. This would be the head. The Big Ten logo will be the tail. What's Wisconsin's call? He's called tails. We're going to let it hit the ground. It's a head. Michigan's won the toss. Michigan's won the toss, deferred their choice to the second half. Wisconsin, you're going to receive. Which goal you guys want to kick from? Put your backs to the goal.
So the Badgers, as you heard, will get the football first, and Michigan will be kicking off from north to south, left to right here in Ann Arbor. And the honorary captains today, one tremendous friend of the broadcast, Dan Deerdorf, an All-American football player, Hall of Fame broadcaster, Hall of Fame football player. He is down below. Great to see Dan as a part of this. And also your old buddy, Brian Greasy.
Yeah, it's Brian was in town early this week, so we got a chance to catch up a little bit. He's got his daughter's a student here, and you know, it's always great to see Dan. I'm hoping that we'll get a chance to see him up here in the booth. I don't know if we will or not, but what two great Michigan legends.
Yeah, believe me, Brian, what a great dude, and I know he's a proud Michigan dad now.
Yes,
so.
he is.
Just as you are?
As you are, and yeah, as we all get a chance to be, yep.
All right, so Michigan, we will see the defense first, and let's talk about this group. We have been so impressed with Jaden Sanders. We get word he will start this game today at the corner spot, and across from Jair Hill at the safeties, Brandon Hillman and T.J. Metcalf. The linebackers, Jimmy Roller and Ernest Hausman. Boy, putting Jayshawn Barham on the edge has really worked out. Rayshon Benny, Damon Payne, Trey Pearson, Derek Moore up front.
Yeah, and you think about the position that Jaden Sanders is in, and I kind of equate that to an offensive tackle starting as a freshman, as a true freshman. You're on an island all day long. You're going to be highlighted. Other offenses are going to say, okay, where's that freshman? They're going to test you early. Jaden Sanders, to this point, has passed almost every single one of those tests. That's why he's getting the start today.
Yeah, Coach Lamar Morgan loves that kid. He raves about him whenever we're talking on the sideline. He was telling me just last week that he's the one. He's the guy that they have high hopes for.
Beckham Sunderland will kick off for the Wolverines. Vinny Anthony is standing deep on his own goal line, averaging 34.3 yards per kick return. Some people think he is their most valuable player offensively and their most dangerous weapon as Sunderland approaches the football and sails it over Anthony's head and into the south end zone, where to go for a touchback. We mentioned the Michigan defense, fifth different offensive line for the Badgers. Riley Mahlman, Joe Bruner, Davis Heinzman, Kerry Kadenko, and Emerson Mandel at the up front. And we do see Zeke Berry on the field. He will get the start. He is back from injury. And Hunter Simmons expected to start at quarterback. It'll be his first start with the Badgers, a transfer from Southern Illinois. He has gone 7 of 9 through the air this year, 78%, one touchdown on the season. And the Wolverines go 3 tackles up front with Rayshon Benny, Damon Payne, and Trey Pierce. We're set to go full house backfield pistol formation as Darian Dupree is deep behind the quarterback Simmons, who will take the first snap of the ballgame and hand it off to Dupree up the middle. He's going to bounce it outside, get about 4 yards before he's brought down by Rod Moore. John Jansen, Rod Moore's last play here at the Big House, an interception against Ohio State to wrap up the 2023 home schedule.
Yeah, and I had a chance to talk to him this week on the podcast, and he is so excited to be back on the field, and you see it in his energy. I know the fans are excited to see him back out there, and it's the first time, you know, that Wink Martindale has seen him on the floor of the Big House in a game setting.
Ernest Hausman in on that tackle as well. Simmons in a shotgun here on this 2nd down and 6. Takes the snap, will hand it off, running left Dupree again, and he's close to first down yardage out near the 34-yard line. Trey Pierce brings him down.
Well, this is what the defense, you know, now that they're forcing a 3rd down, it's a 3rd and short. You want to try and make sure that with a team that's struggling to find their identity, you don't let them get anything going early. And if they pick up a first down here, so be it. But you want to be able to shut down that run. Put all the pressure on Hunter Simmons, who has not had a lot of time there. All their quarterbacks are transfers.
Third down and about 5 inches. Handoff to Dupree up the middle, and he'll get the first down across the 35 out to the 36-yard line. Rayshon Benny leading the Michigan tacklers. And a first down for the Badgers here, just underway in Ann Arbor and scoreless.
Yeah, Michigan, especially since it's being warm, this is where it really advantaged Michigan defense because they have so many guys that they can rotate through there with how they use Jay Sean, how they're going to use Derek Moore, Cam Brandt. I mean, you go right down the list. They can rotate as many guys in there, and there's not really much of a drop-off in production.
Shotgun now for Simmons. Surveys the Michigan defense. Wolverine showing a 5-man front. Back to pass is Simmons. Over the middle. He's got his man across the 45, out near the 48-yard line. Somebody lost their helmet out there, and another first down for the Wolverines. It's Chris Brooks Jr. on the receiving end of that pass. Brandon Hillman leading the Michigan tacklers. First down at the 48 for the Badgers.
Yeah, it's Brandon Hillman that lost his bonnet there, and he's a guy that we've always talked about him as the hit man, and he's a heat-seeking missile, and you're going to see him on a lot of those tackles, but it's time for Michigan to stiffen up here and not let him cross the 50.
Manuel Beigel on the field for the first time for this Michigan team. First and 10 Badgers from their own 48. Under center, and now a handoff, and again it's Dupree running left into Michigan territory down to the 47-yard line. Well, Zeke Berry leads the Michigan tacklers. Darian Dupree, good gain on first down.
It's very unexpected that Wisconsin would come out and be able to run on this defense the way that they are, especially with Michigan starting out. Every first down so far, they've had 3 bigs in there, and that's where Wisconsin has been able to get a lot of their very productive on first down, averaging about 5 yards now.
Pistol formation here for Simmons. Full house backfield. Dupree is deep. Simmons takes the snap, handoff to Dupree running right, and he's got room across the Michigan 40 and down to the 38-yard line. TJ Metcalf leading the Michigan tacklers. Boy, Wisconsin getting the job done up front.
They are, and I mean, they've heard all the talk about, well, the identity crisis that Wisconsin has. They can't run the ball, and there's no better opportunity for them to come to the Big House to try and set that record straight. So, hopefully these guys on Michigan's defense understand what's at stake here, at least what's at stake for Wisconsin.
Badgers lining up with two tight ends to the left. Simmons in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Over the middle. He's got his tight end. Brandon Hillman meets him. He's carrying him up for Hillman. Flings him to the ground at the 31-yard line. But a gain of 7 on first down.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to see many deep threats or many deep passes. This is what this Wisconsin offense is going to try and do. They're going to try and get the ball in and out of the hands of the quarterback. They've given up 13 sacks to this point this year. They know the threat that Michigan has of getting after the quarterback, so they're all going to be dink and dunk to the tight end, quick passes to the receiver, and then they'll come back with the handoff to the running back.
That was their leading receiver, Lance Mason, the tight end, his 15th catch of the year. Second down and 3. They go jet sweep, handing it off to Dupree. 30 and 26-yard line of Michigan. He's knocked out of bounds on the far side by Ernest Hausman. Once again, move the chains for the Badgers.
Well, Michigan's got guys in place right now to stop it before they hit that first down marker. We've had a number of missed tackles already on this drive, and you can't have those if you're going to be able to be a team that's going to stop the run. It's not going to be just those guys up front. It's that secondary as well. When they come up, they got to be good tacklers.
Good opening drive here for Wisconsin. I formation behind Simmons under center. First and 10 from the Michigan 26-yard line. Snap, quick pass, out to the near side, complete, 20, 15, down the sideline, inside the 10, and knocked out of bounds there is Vinny Anthony. TJ Metcalf on the stop. It'll be first and goal, Wisconsin from the Michigan 9. We are inside 10 minutes to go, first quarter.
And Zeke Berry had a chance for a tackle for no loss, came up, was in position, just wasn't able to make the tackle. And so far, that's the story of this opening drive, is missed opportunities for that Michigan defense.
First and goal from the 9 for Wisconsin. Simmons under center here. Heavy set to the right. They'll hand it off to Dupree, and not much running room this time. He dives forward and gets what he can just inside the 8-yard line. It'll be second and goal.
And at this point, this Michigan defense wants to try and force a field goal. See if you can get get out of here and get off the field after this drive that Wisconsin's put together by only giving up 3.
It's the 10th play of the opening drive here. Trey Pierce on that last stop for the Wolverines. 2nd and goal from the Wolverines' 7-yard line. Hunter Simmons in a shotgun, full house backfield. Takes the snap, hands it off to Dupree, and not much running room up the middle. He gets down to the 5-yard line. Jimmy Rolder on the stop for the Wolverines. It'll be 3rd and goal.
Great job by that, the defensive front on that one, where they take on that defensive front. Jimmy Rolder's a downhill linebacker, and he hits the gap, tackle for no gain. That's what they're going to have to do. Like to see that midfield versus, hey, they're stiffing it up, but it's taking them to get to the 10-yard line to make that happen.
3rd and goal from the Michigan 5-yard line. Dylan Jones, the running back. Shotgun for Simmons, who takes the snap. They go inside, handoff to Jones, inside the 5, battling for the goal line, and he is in. Dylan Jones, touchdown, Wisconsin. A 12-play opening drive, and the Badgers take the lead 6-0 here in Ann Arbor.
Oh, Michigan just got hit right in the mouth, and this is what we didn't want to see coming off a bye week, not being able to make plays, blocking and tackling is always going to be the key to winning games, and Michigan right now is not tackling well at all.
And that was 3 plays on the ground, 1st and goal from the 9, 2 yards, 2 yards, and 5 yards. Atticus Pertrumis in for the extra point, and the kick is up, and it is good. Wow, what a drive. 12 plays, 75 yards over 6 minutes and 50 seconds. Capped with a 5-yard Dylan Jones touchdown run, and Wisconsin leads it early here in Ann Arbor, 7-0. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go, go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
Pumpkin picking is here at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, and this patch is packed with prizes. Every Friday in October from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., 4 lucky guests will step into the pumpkin patch for their chance to win. Pick the perfect pumpkin and win up to $1,500 in premium play. Pumpkin picking is here at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. It's all treats, no tricks this October. Only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Hey Wolverine fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. Let's go Wolverines! SeatGeek.
Meier's the presenting sponsor of the 2025 Michigan football season, a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Nathan Vakos will kick off in a moment. Jason Avant, what did you see in that opening drive down there at field level?
Well, we have to remember that this is 2 weeks of preparing a first 15 drive, right? So Wisconsin has seen everything that Michigan likes to do, and they've come back to their identity of running the ball, and they devised the run plays that they saw fit that will work against the Michigan defense. Michigan needs a chance to see what they're doing in order to stop them, and I suspect later in this game that they'll be able to do that. But this first 15, you can't panic over it because the team had 2 weeks.
My apologies. It was Dylan Jones on that drive, not Darian Dupree from 8 stories up. Get the single digits mixed up. And the kickoff to Andrew Marsh will sail over his head and out of the north end zone. And Michigan will take over for their first time today from their own 25-yard line. Bryce Underwood will lead the offense. We'll see what the combination is up front. Marlon Klein is back. We expect to see Andrew Marsh get his first career start here in Ann Arbor when the Wolverines get the football after this. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Kohl's Friends and Family Sale is so good, you'll want to put your phone on Do Not Disturb. Yep, the only thing you're picking up is deals. Now through Sunday, take an extra 20% off all your fall favorites. From soft throws to slow cookers, warm flannels to cozy cardigans. Plus, earn $10 Kohl's cash for every $50 spent. So go ahead, let those notifications wait, because these prices won't. Select styles, some exclusions apply. 20% offer ends October 5th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Hand off to Kalel, and he's piled up at the line of scrimmage. Breaks a tackle. 40, 25. Kalel Mullings outside the numbers at the 20, and he's knocked out of bounds at the Ohio State 15-yard line.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain for Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, official partner of Michigan Athletics. Whether you're tailgating or headed to the big house, Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. New or pre-owned, our team has a large inventory of vehicles ready for you today. And a special offer for Wolverine fans, receive a $1,000 discount and 3 years of maintenance on any new Lexus purchase when you mention this ad. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor or get started at lexusofannarbor.com.
Progressive knows RV owners like to travel at a nice, relaxing pace. Just like this commercial. They're not rushing to a departure gate at the airport because they depart from their driveway. And they can relax even more knowing they're protected by Progressive. Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates.
Michigan football sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all. From mental health resources to exercise routines, Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Tony Butler's our engineer, Bruce Monty, our statistician. Our spotter is Rich Marion, Rob Joyce in our studios, and of course the air traffic controller is Brian Bush. You'll hear from Jack Miller at halftime. And quite a statement by the Badgers on the opening drive.
Yeah, now it's time for Michigan to make the same statement. We had the same 2 weeks to prepare that opening drive, see what Wisconsin does, and we've got to respond.
Well, the Wolverines led onto the field by Bryce Underwood. And indeed, Andrew Marsh will get the start. The freshman who's created quite a buzz during the bye week. He'll be out there with Donovan McCulley. Max Bredesen in there as well, along with Marlon Klein, the tight end. A couple captains there. And under center will be Bryce Underwood for this first snap of the ball game, with Justice Haynes deep. Snap and a handoff to Haynes. They go flea flicker back to Bryce. He's got nobody open. Now he's going to let it go deep out here looking for McCulley. It's underthrown and we get flags. Got to tell you, tough play there for Ricardo Holm in the corner. Yeah. It was underthrown, and when McCulley tried to come back for it, basically Holman ran into him for the flag. And
all Holman has to do is read McCulley and turn around and look for the ball. If he turns around and looks for the ball, there's not going to be a penalty.
Yeah, that's veteran receiver play there. The ball is short. You don't sit there. You try to go back to the ball and draw the penalty.
Well, 15-yard penalty.
It's a nice first play.
Yeah, ball advanced to the 40. Having problems with Ron Snodgrass's microphone here, the lead official. Trust us, it was pass interference. 1st and 10, Michigan from their own 40-yard line. Pistol formation, Bryce in a shotgun. Takes the snap, hands it off to Haynes, running right. And he tries to bounce it outside and does. 40, cuts back inside out to the 45, puts his head down and gets out to the, well, he stepped out, they're saying we're at the 45-yard line. So gain of 5 on first down.
Yeah, I mean, not a whole lot there. Nice job by Justice of being able to stretch that ball out, try and be patient, wait, and then just use his speed to get around the edge. and then use his elusiveness to be able to avoid at least another tackler and pick up a total of 5.
Yeah, 537 yards on 66 carries coming in today, 8.1 yards per carry, 6 touchdowns for Haynes. Snap, and our guy Underwood fires and completes it to Donovan McCulley inside Badger territory, where he steps out of bounds with a Michigan first down. Deani Hill in coverage there. First and 10 Michigan from the Wisconsin 48.
Nice job by Bryce Underwood of reading the defense, sitting in the pocket. Pocket was clean, and then delivering a ball. He throws that ball right when McCulley is coming out of his break, and the timing of it was really nice.
We see Andrew Marsh in the slot left side. McCulley's deep out there. Snap and a handoff to Haynes. Big hole, 40, 30. Outside the 20, the 15, foot race in. He's dragged down inside the 10 awkwardly. And he gets up slowly, but it looks like he's okay. Big gainer there for Justice Haynes. And he is out of bounds at the 5-yard line, 43 yards, and Michigan quickly to the line of scrimmage.
I would love to see Justice in that moment. Great play to run directly at the safety and cut off him at the last second.
Handoff to Haynes running left, and he gets down to the 2-yard line. Justice Haynes has Michigan knocking on the door. Allegro on the stop there for the Badgers, their leading tackler.
Yeah, Michigan did a nice job. Right play for the right defense on the Justice Haynes run, where they've got a run blitz in, trying to create some penetration. And when you do that, it's feast or famine. And Justice Haynes was just able to run by all the blitzers.
They go XL-OL here with Blake Frazier in there. Bonus offensive lineman, I formation. Snap and a handoff to Haynes. Running right, bounces outside. Clear sailing into the blue. Touchdown, Wolverines. Michigan responds quickly, and it's 7-6 here in Ann Arbor.
That's your traditional Wisconsin-Michigan shootout. Something I never thought I would say.
We see your first 15, and we raise you to our first 15.
Wolverines using Justice Haynes there as he carried it the last 48 yards of that drive, a 75-yard scoring drive to open the scoring for Michigan. Much quicker than Wisconsin's drive. That took Michigan 2 minutes and 8 seconds compared to the 6:50 the Badgers took off the clock. Zavada on for the extra point. Out of Sunderland's hold, the snapper is Greg Tarr, who fires it back cleanly. It's placed down, and the kick is up, and the kick is good. Tied at 7 here in Ann Arbor. That Justice Haynes touchdown run brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Honey, did you pay the rent this month? Because I just received a late notice.
Sorry, what's that?
Wait, are you gambling online again?
Me? No, not at all.
If managing the bills and your betting has become a challenge, self-excluding from online gambling or sports betting might be for you. Learn more at don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beers for your game day traditions. Founders has been brewing up high-quality, highly rated beers like All Day IPA, MI Pilsner, and their Mortal Bloom Hazy IPA right here in Michigan for over 25 years. Whether you're at the game, tailgating, or watching from home, there's nothing like enjoying a Michigan-made beer from Founders Brewing Company.
Aw, shucks, the game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Today's broadcast is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2025 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Back to the Big House for more of the Wolverines clash with Wisconsin.
7-7 here in Ann Arbor. First quarter, 6:02 to go. Michigan fans, choose chill and celebrate responsibly. 21 means 21. Coors Light, choose chill. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado beer. Well, John, Wisconsin came in with the nation's #1 rush defense, allowing 50 yards per game on the ground.
And they just gave up 54 on the opening drive. So, and I don't know how real those numbers are. That's what we're all trying to figure out. But what I do think I'm starting to learn is this offensive line for Michigan is starting to develop and grow, and they're recognizing. Last year, what did we talk about in some of those games? They weren't recognizing some of those run-through linebackers. Now, all of a sudden, on the long Justice Haynes touchdown, long run, you have some linebackers running through. Offensive linemen see it. They're able to block it up, and it creates a big opportunity for your running backs.
Beckham Sunderland, the nephew of former Wolverine kicker Brandon Cornblue, will approach the football and put his right foot into it. Vinny Anthony is deep, and he'll let this one sail 3 yards deep into the end zone for another touchback. So, what does Wink Martindale have in terms of adjustments following that very impressive opening drive for Wisconsin?
Well, I think some of the adjustments, one of them is just going to be, hey, if you got a chance to make an open field tackle, you got to be able to do it, make that tackle. And some of the other ones, where Jason and I were talking at the break, if they're going to be a whole bunch of dink and dunk in the passing game, then you're going to have to bring your defensive backs up a little bit tighter, whether it's, safeties up on the tight ends or just your corners up on the receivers, not give them so much cushion.
It looks like Wisconsin's made a change at quarterback. Danny O'Neal is in there now, and he will take the snap and hand it off to Jones running right. There's no running room this time, as he gets maybe a yard. Trey Pierce in the backfield there, and O'Neal's going to come out.
Yeah, so I mentioned the adjustment. Sometimes it's just, hey, we need you to win up front. And a great job by Trey Pierce on that one, of shedding a block. That's what you got to do. They're gonna get underneath you every once in a while, but you got to be able to shed blocks, get off, and make plays.
One snap for Danny O'Neal, and Hunter Simmons back in at quarterback, and Dylan Jones in at running back. Pistol formation, full house backfield with a fullback split right. Snap and delivering in the near side. And it was Simmons. It's caught, but dropped immediately by Zeke Berry.
Yeah,
wow,
that's what we were talking about.
Yep, not as much cushion. Now all of a sudden, you don't give a wide receiver, a really good athlete, room to set you up and make a cut. As soon as he catches the ball, Zeke's there to make the hit.
Vinny Anthony, a gain of 4 there. It'll be third down and a long 5 for the Badgers. The ball just shy of the 30-yard line, as Michigan looks to get off the field defensively after allowing an opening drive touchdown. Shotgun here for Simmons. Takes the snap, and he'll hand it off to Jones, running left, and he's got the first down. Good cutback across the 35, across the 45, and he is dropped at the 46-yard line.
So they're breaking tendencies, John. The last 2 third down has been third and 5 or so, and they've run the ball when the defense is expecting a pass. So they have to stay disciplined and stay in tune of their keys.
Yeah, stay disciplined, get off some blocks, and you've done all the hard work to put them in third and long. Don't let them out of jail. That's something that really hurt them in the Oklahoma game.
Simmons in a shotgun, takes the snap, back to pass. Here comes the pass rush, and he's just going to get rid of it, and it's almost intercepted. A diving attempt out there, and Simmons under heavy duress, just getting rid of the football.
Talk about some violence. Jimmy Rolder, he's coming from depth, and the running back, I don't envy that running back at all, because he tried to step in and absolutely stop a freight train and just got pushed right in the lap of the quarterback. That is what Wink Martindale is talking about when he says we got to play with aggression and violence.
Incomplete, 2nd and 10. It was Dylan Jones that tried to take on Jimmy Rolder, and he checks out of the game. And Darian Dupree is in there. Simmons in a shotgun, Dupree in a pistol formation. Snap, handoff to Dupree running right. The Wolverines clog the hole nicely, and he gets a yard, maybe 2. Jimmy Rolder, the man in there. John, for those who watch our television show Inside Michigan Football, I imagine, is Jimmy Rolder's play a candidate for Janssen Vision this week?
Absolutely. Jimmy Rolder is having himself a hell of a game. I already talked about it on that first drive when they were on the 10-yard line. He was the one that made that first stop. He is so good at being a downhill linebacker, and man, when he gets there, he brings a load of bricks with him.
3rd down and 9 for the Badgers from their own 46-yard line. Simmons in a shotgun. Takes the snap, rolls out right, now looking back left. The Wolverines sniff it out, and it's Rod Moore in there getting the pass breakup. Welcome back to the big house, Rod. And Wisconsin will be forced to punt. He didn't get fooled at all.
He didn't get fooled at all. And you know, we talk all the time about him being a coach on the sidelines while he was hurt. That's a play where if you're not an experienced defender, you might bite on some of those fakes because they've got a blocker out in front of him. Not only does he put himself in position, he bests the offensive lineman by getting underneath him.
Bertrams, the Aussie, is back to punt. Samaj Morgan standing on his own 14-yard line. Worry about the sun on this one as he's looking directly up into it. And Bertram's going to sail it over Samaj's head. It's going to bounce inside the 10, and the Badgers are going to get it and down it at the 1-yard line. Well done there. I believe it was Jaden Ballard who threw it back to Nick Levy, the long snapper, who downed it at the 1-yard line, and that's where Michigan will take over momentarily. First, let's throw it to the update desk for a check of the scoreboard with Rob Joyce. Rob?
Hey, Doug, there's just one other game going on right now in the Big Ten. Purdue leads Illinois 7-0, dying moments of quarter number 1 at Ross-Ade, though the Illini have 4th and goal from the 17, so likely a field goal coming for Illinois down 7-0. Everything else later on in the conference. A couple of cross-country league games at 3:30. Penn State heads west to UCLA. Washington heads east to Maryland, also at 3:30. Northwestern wraps up the non-conference schedule against Louisiana Monroe at home. 4 o'clock, one of Michigan State or Nebraska will win its first Big Ten game of the year. Those two meet in Lincoln. 7:30 tonight, it's Ohio State trying to beat Minnesota for a 14th consecutive time. Nationally going on right now, number 12, Georgia has 1st and goal over Kentucky, already up 7-0 late in the first. 14th ranked Iowa State on the road, 5-0 on the year of the Cyclones. They're trailing Cincinnati 10-0 late in the first, and Bearcats are driving inside the Cyclone 30. 2 ranked on ranked games later, Alabama, Vanderbilt, and Tuscaloosa at 3:30. Then tonight in Tallahassee, Florida State, and Miami. We'll keep tabs on all those games in progress, give you the first half highlights from our game and more during the halftime show driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor. For now, back to the guys. Doug, John.
Hey, when you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Listen to College Sports Live with the Varsity Network app. And we encourage you to tweet us and let us know where you are listening from. Tweet us at MGoBlueRadio, like Do Good did, playing golf and listening. That was actually last week.
Yeah, but it'd be another great day for golf.
Yeah, well, hi to Mitch Ruckham, who's listening in the Chicago area. And also Brian, Craig, Brad, and Jeff playing Champion Hill, playing a little golf today. They've got us on, streaming live. So welcome everybody who's using the app.
Yeah, we always like to hear everybody listen in Chicagoland area. We'll get a chance to go over there later in the season when we get a chance to go to Wrigley Field to play Northwestern.
Can you believe that?
That's going to be it. I'm really excited about that opportunity for these guys to play on that field and for us just to be there.
Well, a hot one here in Ann Arbor, and we are tied at 7, 3:05 to go first quarter. How about that Purdue-Illinois score? Illinois, this is a classic trap game. They beat USC. Yeah. They got Purdue, who didn't win a Big Ten game last year, and they got Ohio State next week.
Right. Yeah, it is the classic trap game. Plus, it's in West Lafayette, so you're traveling on the road. It's not a huge travel game for them, but yeah, it's and I just can't figure out Illinois this year. I really thought that they were going to be a threat to possibly even play in the Big Ten championship game. Then they got throttled by Indiana. Recovered well last week, but boy, they just can't seem to protect their quarterback.
I just got admonished. My phone buzzed. I looked down. Really? No welcome for your son? AJ is listening in Connecticut today.
Hey, get back to your classwork.
All right. Bryce Underwood standing in his own end zone, and the Badgers jump off sides, and the flag flies, and looks like Brandon Lane Jr., the transfer from Stephen F. Austin, was in the neutral zone.
Offside. Defense, number 95.
Tell you what.
5-yard penalty. First down.
That's a veteran move by a quarterback, and great job by the offense of holding their water. If you make a mistake there, you lose 6 inches and you go back, you definitely going to use. I can't believe Wisconsin jumped on that knowing Michigan was going to try and use the snap count, but great job by Bryce.
1st and 5 now. The Wolverines with the ball from the 6-yard line. Underwood in a shotgun, takes the snap. They're going to roll him out left, looking downfield, and he's going to run. Across the 10, he's got the first down, tucks it under, and did the ball come out? Everybody's diving in for it, and either Michigan came up with it or Bryce.
On the field, the runner was down. There is no fumble.
There you go. Thank you, Ron Snodgrass, who's got a working microphone now.
Yeah, now just turn it off.
Matthew Young was the man who punched it out after Underwood's knee was down, but we moved the chains out to the 14-yard line. There's Bryce using his feet. 8-yard run. 1st and 10, Michigan. 7-7, 2:30 to go, first quarter. Underwood in shotgun. One receiver split wide right. That's Andrew Marsh. 2 to the left. Now they bring McCulley in motion. Back to pass is Underwood. Under pressure, and it's batted down at the line of scrimmage. Incomplete.
Yeah, just too much pressure. And Bryce has got to feel some of that, be able to shift in the pocket, and if everything is breaking down, do what he did on that last play and just get what you can with your feet.
It was Mason Reiger who gets the pass breakup. 2nd down and 10 for Michigan. One receiver split wide left. That is Donovan McCulley. On the near side, Andrew Marsh. Snap. Underwood back to pass. They go wide receiver screen to Marsh. 15, 20. Spins out of a tackle close to the first down is Andrew Marsh. Some good blocking downfield, too, by Jalen Hoffman. Mason Reiger on the stop there. And I believe they gave him first down yardage, or did they not? They started moving the chains, but...
They're going to give third down. Third down and what, a couple inches? Jason, are you right there?
Yeah,
it looks
I'm right on it. It's definitely less than a yard.
Well, here's what I like about Andrew Marsh, and you saw it there. If you listen on the radio, he is a kid with extreme athletic ability. First contact, he spins out and nearly picks up the first down, but really excited about his potential.
3rd and short, snap, handoff, Justice Haynes, and I don't think he got it.
Nope.
Great penetration by that Wisconsin front. And it awaits the spot, but that did not look like Jason. Anywhere close?
I'm still here. The referee's like in the similar spot, maybe 3 inches forward. They only needed about 7-8 inches.
Measurement.
Okay.
Well, we don't have the Hawkeye technology here on college football.
No, we don't. Yeah, they didn't need much.
They're right on the line. I think the spot from where I'm looking, it looks like he has it.
Really?
Wow, because from here, it didn't look like he gained anything. If anything, he looked like he may have lost a couple of inches. But
so right now, it's like right in the middle of, I can't see what yard line this is.
24?
Yeah.
Well, if he didn't get it, the question is, how aggressive does Sharon Moore want to be?
I think you have to go for it.
Is that the nose of the ball?
Yeah, they put boy, this.
Are they going to bring
really
out the...
First down. There we go. Wow.
If you need 7 inches, all you get is 7.5.
Jason, you called it. That did not look like he was close from up here.
The field was a first down. The play's under further review.
Yeah, well, we'll get a review here in Ann Arbor of the spot on that one.
Well, these are so tough to review.
Yeah, hard to overturn them.
Yeah.
Well, this Close Shave Instant Replay is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Why pay more for gels when Barbasol delivers an instant thick lather for a close, comfortable shave? Choose Barbasol, a quality shave and trusted value.
First quarter, John, call it a first down. This is not necessary. Later in the game, maybe do this, but first quarter, let it go.
I'm not a big fan of reviews in almost every situation. I know they want to get it right, but when you're running right up the middle, it's going to be hard for them to be able to find the ball, see the ball, locate the ball, and then locate it with the yard line.
Yeah.
John, I mentioned the people give us shout-outs while we wait this review.
Yeah.
Sutton, he's listening from work in Saginaw. Mike, 72, and listening in St. Augustine. We got LC listening in St. Catharines, Ontario. G-Sip listening in South Southern Cal. Mike is listening in New Paltz, New York. And Al doing yard work in St. Clair Shores.
All right, we got them all over the place, coast to coast.
Yep. At MGO Blue Radio, let us know where you're listening from as we await this review. And again, we back to the question, I guess. Which Jerome Moore choose to go for?
I think you got to, right, in this situation, right?
You got to?
I think you have to.
I don't know. I think in this situation you punt it.
Well,
you know I live in Philadelphia. We go for everything.
Here we go. Get me started on that
Well,
play.
trust me, and I tell you what, if you have third and half a foot and you can't pick it up the first time, I'm not sure I'm willing to gamble on you going to pick it up the second time.
Yeah, I got a Coach Biff sighting. He's definitely losing clothes as we speak.
Oh God. Ron Snodgrass.
After review, the runner was short of the line to gain. It'll be 4th down.
I got to tell you, I mean, unless they have a different replay than what I saw up here in the booth, they must, because
I'm just not sure how they were able to locate.
Yeah.
Well, the Wolverines are going to send out Hudson Hollenbeck to punt it away.
Doug, you called that one.
Well, I started getting worried when we had time to read all those names, because I thought the longer it takes, usually it's because they're overturning it. Tyrell Henry is deep, the Michigan State transfer on this punt return. The average is 12.7 per return. It's pretty good. Hollenbeck has a clean snap, and it's a low-line drive that will land at the Wisconsin 40 and take a Michigan roll inside the 30-yard line, and it'll be down right there at the 29. So Wisconsin gets the stop on the 3rd and short, forces a punt, and the Badgers will take over. 43-yard Hudson Hollenbeck punt. A lot of roll.
Yeah, a lot of roll, and not much chance for them to even return it because it was such a low punt. That's not been a strong suit of this Michigan special teams to this point in the season, but hey, whatever you got to do to prevent them from returning. If you're averaging over a first down on returns, that's a threat.
All right, well, 56 seconds to go, first quarter, tied at 7. Wisconsin has it on their own 29-yard line. Hunter Simmons in a quarterback here for the Badgers. Darian Dupree is the man deep in a pistol formation. Shotgun, snap, and a handoff to Dupree, and he hesitates and gets met in a hole by Cole Sullivan and dropped right there. Well done by the young linebacker. Give Dupree the 31-yard line, a gain of 2.
I think Cole Sullivan he's a great case study of you go out there and make plays, in which he did in week 1, you gain a little bit more time, and then throughout the course of the season, they trust him more and more, and he just keeps making plays.
2nd down and 8 for the Badgers. Now they go empty backfield until they shift everybody one side to the other, and Dupree back in the backfield. Simmons takes the snap, back to pass, looking near side, delivers. It's caught at the Michigan 35-yard line, and stepping out of bounds is Chris Brooks on what will likely be the final play of the first quarter. Jaden Sanders in coverage there. It'll be 3rd down and 4 when we continue from here in Ann Arbor. 7-7 after a quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is your home for the Hometown Call, the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
In sitcoms, when someone has a problem, they just blurt it out and move on.
Well, I lost my job and my parakeet is missing. How was your day?
But the real world is different. Managing life's challenges can be overwhelming. So, what do? We get support. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have mental health resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. See how much further you can go when you take care of your mental health.
Snakes, zombies, sharks, heights, speaking in public. The list of fears is endless. But while you're clutching your blanket in the dark, wondering if that sound in the hall was actually a footstep, The real danger is in your hand, when you're behind the wheel. And while you might think a great white shark is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant back in the big house, tied at 7 after 1, and Wisconsin facing a 3rd down and 4. Story of this game, well, Wisconsin's opening drive. 12 plays, 75 yards, taking 6 minutes and 50 seconds. That's how they got their 7. Took Michigan 2 minutes before they got a Justice Haynes touchdown run. He had a 48-yarder mixed in that drive as well. Wisconsin's outgained Michigan through a quarter, 103-76. Time of possession favors Wisconsin dramatically, 10:41 to 4:19. 6 first downs for the Badgers, 4 for Michigan, 2 penalties on the Badgers for 20 yards. 3rd and 4. Look, Jason already mentioned it earlier in this broadcast. 3rd and 5, they handed it off. 3rd and 5, they handed it off. Both times successfully. 3rd and 4 here.
I still expected to hand it off just because Michigan has made an adjustment defensively of playing more, closer to the line of scrimmage with their coverage. And this is a Wisconsin team right now. I don't know that they've got a lot of confidence that they're going to send a receiver downfield. If they do, they have put that ball in jeopardy. Not today, but throughout the course of those first 4 games. And Michigan should be, if they're going to go man free, you got to try and figure out where they're going to go with the ball if they want to go downfield. But it is going to be right there for Michigan to get a couple of turnovers.
Rod had an opportunity on the throwback to the tight end. Rod had an opportunity to pick the ball. Yep. If it wasn't for the quarterback recognizing he was there and throwing it low and away, that would have been a pick 6.
Well, Wolverines trying to get off the field here. Hunter Simmons has been pretty good for the Badgers. First of all, they're 3 for 4 on 3rd down conversions. He's 5 of 7 through the air. One was that play that Rod Moore broke up. Another was a throwaway when he was under duress. So he's delivered the ball when he's had time.
Yeah, and they've all been quick passes. So the pass rush, they're trying to negate Barham coming off the edge or, getting anything from Derek Moore. They've all been really quick passes. So Michigan's going to have to find a way to win in the middle now. And they tried that with Jimmy Rolder, and that was the other incompletion that you're talking about, the throwaway, just because Jimmy blew up the running back.
3rd and 4 for the Badgers. They go 3 wide here. Simmons in a shotgun. Snap, and they'll go quarterback draw, and he's got nothing. Wolverines stack him up at the line of scrimmage. He might have even lost a yard. Rayshawn Benny was in there. And he gets the TFL and forces a Badger punt.
Jason, I appreciate you. Did you whisper that in the Wink's ear? Hey, they're going to run the ball on that 3rd down situations.
Yeah, I had to go and tell him. He'd have been like, "Man, get off the field."
He'll like that play. Atticus Bertrooms will kick, and Samaj Morgan standing on his own 43-yard line. And snap. Bertrooms puts a left foot into it, and Samaj ranging over towards the far side will let it bounce, and it'll bounce out of bounds right around the 20, and that's where Michigan will take over for their first possession here in quarter number 2. Tied at 7, 14:09 to go in the half. Wolverines get the football back. That's a 47-yard punt.
There's some opportunity down the field. I wouldn't be surprised to see Michigan open it up just a little bit. I would first down run. If you can get to about a 2nd and 5, open it up on 2nd down. The thing is, you got to have to be clean on protection, because to be able to take advantage of the weakness of this defense, which is the secondary, you're going to have to block up the best part, and that's that front 7 for the Badgers.
By the way, we're seeing Nathan Afobe and Jake Guanera at the guard spots. Of course, Lincoln Sprague at tackles and Greg Crippen at center. And Jordan Marshall's in the game for the first time today as the Wolverines go 4 wide, 1st and 10 from their own 19-yard line. Underwood in a shotgun. Back to pass. Looking, dumps it off, checks it down to Jordan Marshall across the 25, where he is stacked up near the 27-yard line. A good gain on 1st down.
That's a nice 8-yard gain. I love the fact that we're going to send some guys downfield. We're going to test out this secondary a little bit. Nothing there. Let's go ahead and dump it down.
John, I want you to notice that he took a lot off of that pass earlier. He was firing those to the running backs. He just took a lot off of that.
Yeah, but fastball or free throw, right, Jason?
Yeah.
That was the free throw. 2nd down and 2. Jordan Marshall, the deep back. Max Bredesen, hand in the ground in front of him. Hand off to Marshall up the middle, and not much there. And I think he's short of the 1st down.
Yeah, I think he just got back to the line of scrimmage. There's too much penetration up front. Can't have contact in the backfield.
Calling it 3rd and 1. Looks like a long one.
Yeah, that's 3rd and 2. There's no one about that.
Yeah, that's 3rd and 2.5 or so. I'm down the line now.
Yeah. Well, you heard it. 3rd down and 2.5 here. Marshall in the backfield. Bryce puts a man in motion. That's Andrew Marsh. Snap. Bryce is going to throw for it. And he's dancing around. Finally delivers, and it's dropped. Oh, boy. Max Bredesen had it for a 1st down and dropped it. Deani Hill in coverage there, and Michigan will be forced to punt.
Yeah, Max doesn't get a lot of opportunity to catch balls. That one was right in his hands, and you talk about the touch. That one was a fastball, but it had to be a fastball because there were 2 guys around Max, and boy, Max is going to want that one back.
Hudson Hollenbeck will punt. Terrell Henry standing at his own 28-yard line to field this punt. Clean snap. Hollenbeck, this is a better punt. Oh, this is a nuke. Backing up to the 15 is Henry, who fair catches it there, and that's where Wisconsin will take over.
Wonder why, Jason, what was the fair catch for on that one? There wasn't anybody within 15 yards of him.
I don't know. He don't want to go to the NFL, apparently.
Wisconsin will have the football at their own 15 when we continue 7-7 in Ann Arbor. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong, you are fearless, you are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm and a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Doug Karsch, John Jansen, Jason Avant. Wisconsin has the football back from their own 15-yard line. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Hunter Simmons continues at quarterback for the Badgers. Dylan Jones deep in a pistol formation. Snap, and they'll hand it off to Jones, and he's buried in the backfield. Wow, jumping on board his back is Derek Moore, who rode him to the ground for a gain of maybe a yard. It'll be 2nd down.
Great job of Derek Moore reading his keys, confirming that the quarterback doesn't have it, pinching down, and being able to make a play in the backfield. That's about as textbook as you're going to get in how to defend a read option.
I formation for the Badgers. 2nd down and 9 from their own 16. Simmons with the snap, play action, back to pass, over the middle, caught, 25 rather, and he gets out to the 27 where he is dropped by Mason Curtis. Good enough for a Wisconsin first down.
Yeah, right now Wisconsin they're running everything wide to the right and left, clearing everything out in the middle, and they're just leaking either a running back or a tight end into that vacated spot right in the middle of the field where Michigan has no defenders.
I haven't seen a ton of Jason Barham today. I formation for the Badgers, 1st and 10. Snap, handoff, it's Jones surveying the Michigan defense, taking his time and finding a yard, 2, maybe 3, out to the 30. Eno Etta leading the Michigan tacklers. Going to be 2nd down. And here comes Barham.
As Michigan defense on first, you got to be better on 1st down. In that second drive, I mentioned the play by Trey Pierce. Sometimes it just comes down to one-on-one matchups, being able to shed blocks. 1st down of this drive, you got Derek Moore making a play.
Shotgun here for Hunter Simmons on the 2nd down and 7 from his own 30. Hand it off to Jones, and he's buried. Oh, Jason Barham in the backfield. A loss of 3. He led what was actually a jailbreak, meet me at the running back kind of pass rush or run stop. They were all in there.
Where's Jason? Oh, here he comes, and then boom, there's a play. That's the impact that he can have, no matter where he lines up, but he's especially lethal coming off the edge.
Derek Moore and Oetta, Cole Sullivan, all stacking up. Dylan Jones. It's going to be 3rd down and 9 here. Will they run it here? They've been very successful with 3rd and medium to long runs. Snap, they won't run it. They throw it to Jones out in the flat to the 30. He spins out of 1 tackle, but will not get the 1st down as he is dropped at the 34-yard line, about 3 yards short. Jimmy Rolder leading the Michigan tacklers. And it looks like Luke Fickell will send the punt team on.
Yeah, great job by swarming to the ball. If you're struggling with the first man making the play, and there was a lot of open grass there, Jimmy Rolder did a nice job of turning him back into where all the help is coming from. Don't let him get to the sideline, and all of a sudden, hey, there's Cole Sullivan. There's everybody else in pursuit.
Atticus Protrumes. Boy, is that an Australian name or what? Atticus. Standing on his own 20, Samaj Morgan at his 24 to field this punt. Sun won't be a factor here. It's at Samaj's back. What a big play in the punt return game. Bertrooms almost blocked. And it's going to be a short punt and takes a bounce at the 40 and rolls to the Michigan 34-yard line. And that's where the Wolverines will take over. Who was in it? Was it Troy Bowles that almost blocked that punt?
I think it was Troy Bowles. That's twice now that Michigan has almost had a hand on one of the balls that was punted.
We are tied at 7, 9-10 to go in the half. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Attention, Michigan drivers. Are you paying too much for auto insurance? Visit insuringmichigan.com now for a quote in less than 5 minutes that could save you hundreds. Whether you're navigating Ann Arbor's streets or cruising through Traverse City, Pioneer State Mutual has the coverage you need, combined with the personal service of a local agent. Don't wait. Head to insuringmichigan.com and see how much you can save. That's insuringmichigan.com, your go-to for auto insurance in Michigan.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Unbelievable! Made a spectacular interception.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to think Ford first. Right now, check out the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Easy Plan customers who trade in their current vehicle can lease a 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $299 a month for 36 months, with $2,299 cash due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet Lease. Payment includes $1,000 RCL cash, $1,000 Open Trade Assist, and $400 AXZD BFG bonus cash. Offers are only valid on Package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by November 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and details. So take advantage of this great offer and lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Cars, John Jansen, Jason Avant back here at the Big House. John, we talked about a pregame. Sometimes coming out of a bye, you can be really sharp and work on a lot of things, and you could tell other times you can look sluggish. I think this is a little bit on the sluggish side here for the Wolverines today in a 7-7 tie.
Yeah, I mean, offensively, you had a really nice first drive. You made some nice blocks up front, but since then it's been drop passes, it's been missed opportunities in the run game, and defensively, we're just giving up too much yardage on the ground. And I know it's only been 60 yards throughout the course of the game so far, but it's been key first downs that Wisconsin's been able to pick up, and that's really been the difference. Michigan right now to extend drives is 0-2 on third down, and for Wisconsin, they're right at that 50% mark, 3 of 6.
Well, Wolverines have decent field position here in a 7-7 tie and homecoming in Ann Arbor, and bravo to the fans. If people just joining us, this is one of the best maze outs I've ever seen. This is called, they knew their job.
Yeah.
The fans knew their job today.
Yeah. They had one job, and they did it.
Yeah. 1st and 10 for the Wolverines here. Coming out of the media timeout, and Bryce Underwood in a shotgun. Barks has some commands at his offensive lineman. They've gone 4 wide here. 2 receivers to either side. In the backfield is Justice Haynes, as Bryce will go quarterback draw. He's got some room, 35, gets outside at the 40, and he's dragged down from behind. Good gain on first down. They give him the 41-yard line. Christian Allegro, the man there again.
Well, nice job by Bryce of avoiding the 12th defender, the official, who stunted his ability to run the ball there a little bit, but nice pickup on first down.
From the 40-yard line, 2nd down and 4 for Michigan. Underwood claps his hands, and they'll hand it off. Justice Haynes taking his time and getting what he can, which is out close to the first down at the 43-yard line. And here we go again. Another 3rd down and short coming up.
Yeah, so, I mean, what did this Michigan offense learn? And, I mean, are they going to go right back to 3rd and 1? Are you going to pound it right back up the middle? This is a bigger defensive front than Michigan has seen throughout the course of this season to this point. Or are you going to see something a little bit more on the edges?
They got 2 tight ends in there with both Jalen Hoffman and Marlon Klein. Jordan Marshall in the backfield. 3rd and 1 for Michigan. Snap, handoff. Marshall's close to the first down. It's going to come down to the spot, but I think he got it as he gets stacked up and pushed backwards.
Yeah, they didn't get a whole lot, but they got enough for the first.
Wisconsin's, hey, look, they came into this game with the #1 rush defense in the country for a reason, and they have been very stout on these short yardage situations, but indeed it is a first down here with the nose of the football just shy of the Wolverines' own 45-yard line.
I'd like to see him open it up here just a little bit. I think there's some big plays to be made against this defense down the field, and I like the fact that you got Donovan McCauley singled up on the far side of the field.
Andrew Marsh in the slot there, right on the hash. Underwood in a shotgun, takes the snap. Back to pass. Is he going to take a shot? He is. Looking for Andrew Marsh, who goes up, and he's got it! He's got it. Is he inbounds is the question. Yep. The officials are saying yes. The Wisconsin coaching staff is arguing. Andrew Marsh comes down with a jump ball at the Wisconsin 23-yard line.
Whenever you see the quarterbacks or the coaches go over there and try to convince the officials, you know it's a catch.
Wolverines go quickly to the line of scrimmage nonetheless and get a snap off, and they'll hand it off to Jordan Marshall, who gets it down to the 20, runs a man over down to the 18-yard line. Gain of 5. Andrew Marsh, Jason, I know you love it. That's a contested catch. That was something you were very good at, and that's something you haven't seen a lot of from these Michigan receivers. That was a 32-yard gain.
Yeah, this guy is showing up on the practice field, so in the game they're giving him an opportunity, and you keep making these plays, you're going to see him to stay.
The freshman out of Houston, Texas. 4 wide here for Michigan on this 2nd down and 5 from the Badgers' 17-yard line. Underwood in a shotgun. Claps his hands, takes the snap. Back to pass. Under duress, he's in trouble, and down he goes. Badgers get a sack there. Protection broke down, and nowhere to go. Bryce had to tuck it under. It's going to be 3rd and long.
Yeah, I mean, and that's where this Michigan offensive line needs to just be more consistent. You have a big play, you do a great job in protection. It allows a nice pass played out down to Andrew Marsh, and then there's a complete breakdown in protection. Whether it's one-on-one matchups, that one was just it's a stunt on the far side.
It's going to be 3rd down and 9 from the Badger 23-yard line. check at the 22-yard line. Two receivers split to the near side. That is McCulley and Morgan. They're going to roll Underwood that way, and his ball's tipped at the line of scrimmage, and it flutters out there, and the Badgers almost come up with it, but it falls incomplete. It's going to be fourth down, and we're going to see Dominic Zavada.
Yeah, I mean, Wisconsin sold out on that one. They were bringing 8 up front. Michigan had a nice play call. They were going to roll Bryce out. I just wish that he would have had just a little bit more patience, because I thought Andrew Marsh was coming across the formation at about first down yardage and would have been a nice target for him.
Greg Tarr will snap it. Beckham Sunderland will put it down. And Dominic Zavada, a 40-yard field goal attempt. The All-American candidate from the right hash. The snap is clean. Ball's placed down. The kick is up, and the kick is good. Dominic Zavada, good from 40 yards, and Michigan takes a 10-7 lead with 5:43 to go here in the first half. That field goal brought to you by Citgo. Here's a club you want to get into, Club Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app now and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
Hey Wolverines, ready to one-up your rivals off the field? Abbott and the Big Ten are back with the We Give Blood Drive. By showing up to donate blood, you can help your school win $1 million for student or community health. Score a limited edition home field design Michigan t-shirt. And most importantly, save lives. Go to bigten.org/Abbott to find a donation location and put Michigan in the lead. That's bigten.org/Abbott.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong, you are fearless, you are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Forward down the field, a charging team that will not yield.
Lions fans have even more to cheer about with the new Detroit Lions games from the Michigan Lottery.
Rah, rah, rah.
Featuring a roster of fan favorites, instant ticket, pull tab, fast cash, and online play. You could win prizes up to $500,000. With the new Detroit Lions games, only from the Michigan Lottery. Knowing your limits is always the best bet.
Every day is game with the Michigan Lottery. Choose your favorite way to play with the Detroit Lions instant game, fast cash, pull tab, and online game with chances to win up to $500,000. Our coach John Jansen back here in Ann Arbor, and Michigan leading Wisconsin 10-7. Jason Avant down on the field. Well, we'd heard some buzz about Andrew Marsh and that 32-yard gain. Got Michigan into field goal range and got Michigan 3 points.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot more of Andrew Marsh. It's just a matter of, can we protect long enough for him to get downfield and make more plays? And each drive is going to lead to more and more.
Michigan has stopped itself most of these drives, so that's a good sign. Their offense is right there. They have to execute a little bit better.
Vinny Anthony is deep. He's dangerous in kick returns, but Sunderland has been successful booming it into the end zone so far to nullify that weapon for the Badgers. This one will be into a slight breeze. And Sunderland approaches it and booms it toward that north end zone and successfully out of the back of the north end zone. There you go, young man. And Wisconsin will take over on the 25-yard line, trailing 10-7.
Now we get a chance to see more of some of the adjustments that Wink is making. I liked everything that they've done since that opening drive, whether it's been in the secondary, how they're using the guys up front. Jimmy Rolder has been a huge impact. Been able to come up and stop the run.
Hunter Simmons continues at quarterback. We saw Danny O'Neal for one snap. And Darian Dupree in the backfield. Pistol formation, full house with 3 receivers. 2 and 1 formation. Back to pass is Simmons. He's going to deliver near side. And wow, nice pass and catch out near the 32-yard line. Zeke Berry in coverage. Looked like it was Vinny Anthony on the reception down there.
Yeah, that's a really nice throw by Hunter Simmons. I mean, he's throwing that ball from the opposite hash. That's a long way to go.
Good for 7 yards on first down. Second and 3 for the Badgers. 10-7, Michigan on top. Dupree in the backfield deep. Behind Hunter Simmons, getting his first start for Wisconsin. And he'll take the snap and hand it off to Dupree. And who was that?
Hitman.
It's of course the hitman. Brandon Hillman up from his safety spot drills Dupree to the ground for a gain of 1.
Man, there are just some guys that have that timing of when they arrive with some force that no one else does. He's not any bigger than some of these guys that are playing safety or in the secondary, but boy, when he gets there, he packs a punch.
It's funny, every Michigan team, it feels like, has one of those guys. Jason, you said when you played it was Ernest Shazen.
Yeah, a guy that can explode through his hips. That's what he does in order to generate that power.
It's 3rd down and 2 here for the Badgers, and they're going to take a timeout with 4:18 to go in the half, and Michigan leading 10-7.
First timeout, Wisconsin first.
First Michigan player, and I remember years ago, I thought, boy, he does not like people. It was Garland Rivers.
Garland Rivers. Wow, you're going way back.
Yeah. Garland Rivers laid some people out.
Yeah.
Who was the biggest hitter on your national championship team?
Oh, boy. Well, the biggest hit was
Dadrian Taylor.
Yeah, Dadrian Taylor. He was that guy.
Yeah.
And it was no surprise that there was that epic explosion on the sidelines, and DT never played again after that.
That was a shame.
But he was the guy that you identified at practice because he was go hard all the time.
I don't think their tight end, I think it was Stevenson. I'm not sure he played.
Yeah, I don't think so either. At least not that season.
Chris Howard told a story. He was on a visit to Penn State on their sideline when he saw that hit. He goes, I think I want to play for those guys.
Yeah.
That was Walter Cross. Walter Cross said that, I believe. 3rd down and 2 for the Badgers from their own 33. Snap, handoff in the backfield. They meet him and they drop him for a loss. Damon Payne leading the Michigan tacklers. Ernest Hausman was in there as well. Couldn't see who the ball carrier was. I believe it was Acker, Jackson Acker, the tight end fullback. And he came up well short of the first down. In fact, a short loss. And Michigan's defense forces a 3-and-out.
And that's where this Michigan defense is really starting to play well, is on 3rd down. That's their 4th straight 3rd down stop.
Atticus Bertunes will stand on his own 19-yard line. Samaj Morgan will field this punt. Ranging over towards the far sideline, tells everybody to get out of there. It takes a hop deeper into Michigan territory and is out of bounds near the 20-yard line. They will spot it at the 23, and that's where Michigan will take over with 3:27 to go, leading this one 10-7. Here's your 4-minute drive, and then you get the football to start the second half.
The double dip.
Time to start taking command of this football game, right?
Yeah, and I mean, it all starts on first down. If you can be effective on first down, doesn't have to be a run. We've seen a couple of passes on first down. You pick up 6 or 7 yards. We've seen Bryce on first down. You just got to be able to keep this defense guessing. And right now, in between the guards, it's really hard to find some yardage down there.
Well, here's something we haven't seen much of. Justice Haynes and Jordan Marshall, one flank to either side of Bryce Underwood. In a shotgun snap, now he'll motion Haynes out of there and hand it off to Marshall, running right. And not much running room as he gets out close to the 25-yard line, gain of a yard. Eye candy there, but not effective against this stout Badger defense.
No, but you learn something on every play. Justice Haynes, with both those guys in there, what type of defense, how they're going to match up. Justice Haynes goes in motion. Nobody moves with them. So now if you see that again, I wouldn't be surprised to see, hey, let's have a little kick-out pass to Justice.
Wolverines go 4 wide here on 2nd down and 9, 2:54 to go, first half, clock running. Ball's on the right hash, and Underwood is back to pass. Far side, delivers, and incomplete, sails it over ahead of Donovan McCulley. Yanni Hill in coverage here for the Badgers, and the Wolverines are looking at a 3rd down and 9.
Bryce just too early on that throw. Donovan McCulley wasn't able to get to the yardage that he was had predetermined by the route to get to. By the time he turned around, that ball was already by him.
3rd down and 9, and now the Wolverines don't want to give the football back to the Badgers. 2:48 to go, first half. Underwood in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Here comes the rush. He steps up. He's going to run. 25, diving across the 30. Close to the first down, but short. And it looks like Michigan will be forced to punt here. The plate clock situation, they don't have to do anything before the 2-minute timeout.
No, and it's just frustrating that the protection has broken down at key moments. And, you get that nice pass to Andrew Marsh, and then 2 plays later, protection breaks down and the drive stalls.
And now 1 of 5 on 3rd down conversions. They will punt this one before the 2-minute warning. And it'll be short. And take a Michigan hop inside the 30. And it will be down at the 27-yard line, which will be the last play before the 2-minute timeout. 10-7, Michigan on top of Wisconsin here in Ann Arbor. And it's turned into a slugfest after each team scored on their opening possession. The lone field goal is the only scoring since. Badgers have the football when we continue. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, proud partner of the University of Michigan. Michael Hanna, 150 West Jefferson Avenue, Detroit, Michigan, 48226.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Just like your favorite sports team, you need a solid defense to protect what's important to you. Whether it's your business, home, or auto, turn to Heartland Insurance Agency and Michigan-based Frankenmuth Insurance to keep you covered. Visit Heartland Insurance Agency today at www.heartlandinsurance.com. That's www.heartlandinsurance.com.
From first note to final bell, Motor City Casino Soundboard has October on lock. Come laugh out loud with the hilarious JB Smoove, October 15th. Tune in for an epic performance from Brian Culbertson on October 18th. Then hear the bell ring at the action-packed Night of Knockouts October 24th. Only at Motor City Casino Soundboard. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Listen to all things college sports, including live games and talk on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84, and streaming on the SiriusXM app. So Jason Avant down below, Bryce Underwood 4 of 8 for 55 yards, but he might be dealing with something?
Yeah, he's kind of favoring his hand a little bit, his throwing hand. When he came up to the sideline in the last series, one of the trainers made him do a strength test with his hand, and then he kind of shook it off. But on some of those plays, it looks like it's bothering him a little bit.
Something to keep an eye on here as we continue on this one. 10-7, Michigan on top of Wisconsin with 1:59 to go in the half. And a disappointing last offensive series. Hoping to get points to go into the locker room.
Yeah.
Get the football back. The Wolverines went 3 and out.
Well, they still have all 3 timeouts, and it's been 3 and out for the Wisconsin Badgers as well, so they might be able to get another possession here.
Wisconsin has it on the 28-yard line, 1st and 10. Dylan Jones in at running back, traditional I formation behind Hunter Simmons, who's back to pass. And he's getting pressure, but delivers out at the 40 and stepping out of bounds at the 45-yard line. This is tight end Lance Mason, their leading receiver. Big gain on first down out to the Badger 44-yard line.
And this is where you got to adjust some of your coverages a little bit. We talked about them not throwing the ball downfield. In a situation like this, they're not going to get a chance to dink and dunk down the field. They've got plenty of time. They've got timeouts, but they're going to have to work the sidelines and work that 10 to 12-yard range more.
Minute 53 to go in the half. They go jet sweep. Now they go reverse, coming this far side, and Rod Moore tracks it down and makes a nice open field tackle at the 49-yard line. Wow. That is a heck of a play by Rod Moore.
Yeah, because he bit a little bit on the fake, as did everybody on the Michigan defense, but he had the awareness to make the adjustment right away. Coming from the hash, made the play at the numbers, and just that's a terrific tackle.
It's Tyrell Henry, the ball carrier. Clock running, minute 20 to go. 2nd down and 5. Shotgun here for Simmons. Wolverines crowding the line of scrimmage. They bring an extra pass rusher, and they'll hand it off to Jones, who gets across the 50 and dropped at the 49-yard line. And the Badgers, Derek Moore on the stop. Badgers will be looking at 3rd down and 3. Clock running, a minute to go.
Jay Sean put a hit on the quarterback, and normally that might be a penalty, but they've been running so many of the fakes to the running back. The officials looked at him and like, hey, I mean, you're going to run that. If you're going to keep it, he's got to be able to hit you.
Big play here. Badgers a 3rd and 3 from the 49-yard line of Michigan. Simmons in a shotgun. Wolverines again crowding the line of scrimmage. They're going to fire, and it's broken up. TJ Metcalf was in there, and he batted it down at the line of scrimmage. Incomplete. It'll be 4th down with 34 seconds to go.
Well, it's a nice job by TJ of being able to get in the passing lane and create a distraction, getting a hand on the ball.
That could be points right there. If they get a first down there, they're getting on the edge of field goal range. Samaj Moore going to be standing inside his own 10. Field this one cleanly, young man. Bertrams to punt. He's standing at his own 37-yard line. Snap, and the punt is away. Samaj signals for a fair catch, and now lets it bounce inside the 5, and it checks up and is down at the 6-yard line with 24 seconds to go. Badgers have 2 timeouts. Michigan can run out the clock with 3 knees, though, and so necessarily in play here. And I don't think Michigan, with 24 seconds to go at your own 6.
No, there'll be some type of handoff. They'll see what they can get, and if they get a big gainer, they got their timeouts. They'll just test it to see what they get on first down. If they don't get anything, they'll just ride it into the halftime.
On several occasions, they've run the very successful 75-yard touchdown run. So you never know, right? Yeah. Justice Haynes, a big play back in there. But I think you're right. Why not hand it off and see if Haynes can break one out? From their own 6. Underwood in a shotgun. Haynes on his left hip. Takes the snap. They'll hand it off. Nope, they'll fire on a slant. Samaj drops it. Oh, boy. They come out aggressive, and that might have been a big gainer had he pulled it in, but Samaj will make that catch.
Yeah, that's one he's got to make. That's too bad because that could have been a big gainer. At least it would have got him out to about maybe the 30-yard line. And then you could decide, do you want to take a shot downfield just to try and get in field goal range?
Stops the clock with 20 seconds to go. 2nd down and 10. Surprised by that call. Snap. Handoff. Justice Haynes gets a yard. Now puts his head down and plows out to the 10. And what will likely be final play of the half. Wisconsin could use 2 timeouts and make Michigan punt it. But it doesn't look like they are going to. And Michigan will take a 10-7 lead to the halftime locker room. Well, John?
Going to have to make some adjustments. Some of it's going to be in pass protection. You've got to solidify some of those things. The run game has been fairly consistent. It's been better on the edges than it has been up in between the tackles. And defensively, it really comes down to making tackles, open field tackles. If you tackle against this team, they're not going to be able to move the ball consistently against you.
The Wolverines didn't tackle very well in that opening drive, and Wisconsin cashed in with their lone touchdown of the game, and that's where we sit at half. 10-7, Michigan on top. Lots to do here at halftime, including scores from around the country with our Rob Joyce. Brian Bush will have analysis with Jack Miller. We'll hear from Jason Avant as well. And what Sharon Moore tells his team in the halftime locker room here in Ann Arbor. 10-7, Michigan on top on this homecoming Saturday. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain for Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, official partner of Michigan Athletics. Whether you're tailgating or headed to the big house, Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. New or pre-owned, our team has a large inventory of vehicles ready for you today. And a special offer for Wolverine fans, receive a $1,000 discount and 3 years of maintenance on any new Lexus purchase when you mention this ad. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor or get started at LexusofAnnArbor.com.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Why pay more for gels when Barbasol delivers an instant thick lather for a close, comfortable shave? Choose Barbasol, a quality shave and trusted value. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Fogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. The 4th annual Night Out at the Big House sold out, but due to increased demand, another date is scheduled for Thursday, November 6th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to Tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Introducing Celsius, the energy you need for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience a refreshing taste made with proven ingredients, 0 sugar, and essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius keeps you energized for every quarter. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com. Celsius. Live fit. Go.
Let's break down the first half of action. Welcome to the Halftime Show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Online at LexusofAnnArbor.com. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Well, after a gangbuster to the start from both teams, quieted down the last quarter and a half. At the break, Michigan 10, Wisconsin 7 as we look back at the opening 30 minutes with the highlights. Badgers open with the ball, and a maligned offense coming in. It got off to a hot start. 5 runs in the opening 6 plays, had the ball inside the Wolverine 40. Open up the pass game into the red zone 5 minutes into the game, and the Badgers capped an impressive opening drive in style.
Dylan Jones, the running back. Shotgun for Simmons, who takes the snap. They go inside, handoff to Jones, inside the 5, battling for the goal line, and he is in. Dylan Jones, touchdown, Wisconsin. A 12-play opening drive, and the Badgers take the lead 6-0 here in Ann Arbor.
A 12-play drive that took nearly 7 minutes. Offense would take the field for the first time for Michigan, down 7-0, and it would have a counter. Notably, Justice Haynes, 3rd play from scrimmage. He busts out a 43-yard gallop down to the Badger 5. He did the work to get there, and he gets the reward to tie the game.
They go XL-OL here with Blake Frazier in there. Bonus offensive lineman, I formation, snap and a handoff to Haynes. Running right, bounces outside, clear sailing into the blue. Touchdown, Wolverines. Michigan responds quickly, and it's 7-6 here in Ann Arbor.
Now coming in, the Badgers led the nation, averaging 53 rushing yards a game through the first 4 games for Wisconsin. Well, Justice Haynes got 54 on the opening drive alone. Took just 2 minutes to tie things up, 7-7 our score about midway through the first quarter. So offensive explosion, right? All right, well, not quite. The defense is more than settled in from there. The teams would trade punts on the next 5 drives. That would take us to the 9:30 mark of the second quarter, where it remains 7-7. Michigan would take over and finally get something going again offensively. Jordan Marshall converts on third and short near midfield. Then a very nice grab on the only real downfield play by either team by Andrew Marsh. Went for 32 yards near the red zone. Drive would stall from there. Dominic Zavada would connect on a 40-yard field goal to give Michigan its first lead of the afternoon, 10-7 with 5:40 to halftime. And, well, that was very much the outlier in the second quarter. The teams would trade punts again to take us to the 2-minute timeout. Another third down stop by the defense near midfield forces a Wisconsin punt with 34 seconds left. Michigan, first down throw after that, just ran out the final 30 seconds of the half. 8 of the final 9 drives of the half. So after Justice Haynes tied it, 8 of the next 9 drives ended in punts until Michigan ran out the clock at halftime, and the Wolverines will start the third with the ball up 10-7. Wisconsin gained 75 yards on its opening touchdown drive. It would gain 77 yards total on its next 5 drives. Michigan put up 75 yards on its touchdown drive, 67 the rest of the half. Today's halftime show driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, online at lexusofannarbor.com. We'll take a timeout, come back, tell you what else is going on around the Big Ten. Just one other game in progress. A couple of interesting top 25 scores as well. You'll hear them next as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Low snap, quarterback run up the middle. Yeah! He's not gonna make it!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
With 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
At the half, Michigan leads Wisconsin 10-7. Time now for another check of the out-of-town scoreboard. Just one other conference game going on right now. It's at Ross-Ade Stadium at the half. Illinois leads Purdue on the road 27-14, kind of the opposite of our game. Both teams well over 200 yards of offense. In fact, Illinois 339 yards of offense in the first half alone. Luke Altmaier, the Illini quarterback, 13 of 14, 267 yards through the air already with a touchdown as the Illini have a 13-point lead at the break. Everything else is yet to begin. 3:30, Penn State comes off its first loss of the year last week to Oregon, heads west to take on winless UCLA, while Washington, coming off its first loss of the season as well to Ohio State a week ago, heads east to face undefeated Maryland. Huskies have not won a Big Ten road game yet. Did not win away from Husky Stadium in the entirety of last year, is 1-0 road games this year, winning at Washington State back in Week 3. And then Northwestern wraps up the 3:30 kicks, also wraps up its non-conference slate. Wildcats red home against Louisiana Monroe. At 4, Nebraska hosts Michigan State. Both teams 3-1 overall, 0-1 in Big Ten play. First trip to Lincoln for MSU since 2018. Have lost back-to-back games. in Lincoln. And then at 7:30 tonight, Ohio State tries for a 14th consecutive victory over Minnesota that dates back most of this century. That's the day in the Big Ten. Time now to look nationally at the top 25. It's brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance. A couple of games in progress at the half. Number 12, Georgia, off its first loss of the year last week to Alabama. No issues thus far with Kentucky at home. Bulldogs lead 21-7 in Athens. While we have an interesting score in the Big 12. Just went to halftime. Cincinnati all over number 14 Iowa State, 31-7. The Bearcats lead at Nippert Stadium. This is a Cyclones team that was 5-0 coming in down big at the break. Notable games later on include a top 20 SEC affair at 3:30. 10th-ranked Alabama hosts number 16 Vanderbilt, who, of course, upset the Tide last year in Nashville. Vandy 5-0 and ranked in the top 20 for the first time since 2008. And then at 7:30 tonight, a pivotal ACC game. It features 18th-ranked Florida State and number 4 Miami. Seminoles off a loss last week on the road at Virginia. This is the first road game of the year for the Hurricanes. Those are the two top 25 games this week. Ranked matchups. Other notables across the country at 3:30 of 9th-ranked Texas on the road at Florida. Number 21 Notre Dame also at 3:30 at home, taking on Boise State. That top 25 scoreboard was brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. Again, 30 minutes complete. Fireworks to start. Things slow down from there. Michigan 10, Wisconsin 7. Brian Bush, Jason Avant, Jack Miller break down the first half. When we return, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
For Braylon, up in the air. Touchdown, Michigan! Do you believe this comeback?
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
My name is Ariel. I moved to the U.S. at 19. I spoke no English and I struggled finding job opportunities. Everything I have, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and getting my high school diploma at age 22.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Adoption of teens from foster care is a topic not enough people know about, and we're here to change that. I'm April Dinwiddie, host of the new podcast, Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Each episode brings you compelling real-life adoption stories told by the families that live them with commentary from experts. Visit adoptuskids.org/podcast or subscribe to Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families and the Ad Council.
Homecoming here in Ann Arbor. Wolverines clinging to a 10-7 lead on Wisconsin. Brian Bush and Jack Miller here high atop Michigan Stadium. Jason Avant working with some traffic, as I understand, down there, Jason. I know it's quite congested there for homecoming, huh?
There is some. I've been running into teammates this entire time, especially when I've been on air, right? So I can't get my thought out because I'm talking to a guy that's trying to talk to me.
Well, your professionalism is shining through by not dapping them up while you're on the mic, and we thank Tony Butler, our engineer, for his work on that as well. Jack, I'll start with you because, you know, watching that first Wisconsin drive, the 7-0 start and everything scripted, that, you know, the guys talked about it on the air. You have 2 weeks to prepare in that situation, both teams coming off a bye. The weird thing is that while my confidence in Wisconsin not being able to necessarily churn out those types of yards, and they didn't after they had to start improvising and adjusting to the game, basically the same exact thing happened with Michigan. Their scripted drive, good to go, and only 3 points since.
Yeah, they had a good plan, and, you know, we did not tackle well in that first half, particularly early in the first quarter, and I think that's really just a byproduct of a bye week. You know, they probably didn't get physical. You know, we talked all pregame show about how during the bye week you want to take some time off, you want to rest. Well, when you're not physical, guess what happens when live bullets start flying? You're not ready for it. And so they did not tackle well to start that game. Give Wisconsin credit. They had a nice game plan. They had that scripted drive down to pat. So did we. And then after that, it just kind of stalled out. Sloppy football, a little lethargic. This is a big testament, we'll see, I guess, how they come out in the second half here. Do they make the adjustments they need? Does Sharon get those guys fired up and, come out here and do what they need to do? Everything's there, just a little behind everything right now. The passing game's been a struggle. Maybe we'll talk about that, but it's just a sloppy start.
Jason, your overall takeaways from the first 30 minutes?
Well, defensively, you expect the offense to come out and show you some things that you haven't seen. And I thought Wisconsin did a good job of throwing the defense off balance, like running the ball on 3rd down and 5 2 times and picking it up. You're not expecting that from a defense perspective. You're expecting the team to go out and throw that. So kudos to them. They got some points. Offensively, I think we have to just do a better job on 3rd down. We're 1 for 5 right now on 3rd downs. There's plenty of opportunities for us to convert those, especially when it's 3rd and 1. We have to move people up front, and then you don't expect the captain and the guy that shows up each and every play, like Max Bredesen, to drop one on a 3rd down. Also, Samaj late in that quarter, dropping one that could have led to some points. You never know. So I think we're just shooting ourselves in the foot offensively.
Yeah, the 3rd downs haven't been all that massive in terms of yardage, right? 6, 4, 4, 8, and 4, and they are just 1 of 5 in those 3rd and go situations. Defensively, Jack, definitely a lot to like, though, after that first drive for Wisconsin.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'll talk about this. Welcome back, Rod Moore. That guy just stands out on the field. His closing speed, to be out as long as he was with an injury and then come back the way he has, great to have that guy back on the field, not only for what he does as a leader and making sure everyone's on the same page in the secondary, but, boy, that guy can play. And you could tell he was wound up for a long time. He's letting it loose out there. Defense is looking good. It hasn't been perfect at times, but save for that first drive, they look solid. They're good at the point of attack. And then the back end, they've been pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, that closing speed on that wide receiver screen where Wisconsin tried to flip the field a little bit there, that was outstanding. Jason, your defensive takeaways?
Yeah, I would say that after the first drive, they've been solid. And I think that Jimmy Roeder is the guy that's been bringing pain toward the line of scrimmage. He's coming in with bad intentions toward the line of scrimmage. I think Derek Moore is doing a good job, and we know where Brandon Hillman is. But again, our defensive tackles are going to be able to have to make some of these plays because you're not seeing enough of these guys. You're not seeing them when it comes to tackles up front. So I don't want the linebackers and the safeties to be leading in tackles when our defensive tackles can make some of those plays.
Yeah, I mean, as we predicted, they've done a lot of trickery, right? We've seen reverses. We've seen stuff to get us off balance. It hasn't been, hey, we're just going to run down the throat and try to throw it back in the pocket. They've done a bunch of unique things out there. So pretty good from the defense to be aware of that and on top of most of those situations.
I mean, it's Big Ten football, guys. Wisconsin's a proud program. They took 2 weeks, and I know they looked pretty bleak in those first 2 games of before the bye, but they've played pretty darn well. Jason, real quick, give me a player X factor here in this second half.
I think it's going to be Donovan McCulley. It has to be him. He's getting one-on-one opportunities, especially in these 3rd down situations. When you're a dynamic playmaker, when the team goes cover 0, you have to go to the offensive coordinator and say, hey, look, throw it up to me. I'm that guy. That's what you brought me here for.
Yeah, Brian, I'm going to go back to where you started with Marlon Klein. I'd like to see that. He's a mismatch. He's been open a few times out there. Bryce has had the time to find receivers downfield, just struggle to find distance when it's man coverage and in the zone. They're just not dropping in the holes. I think they'll fix that stuff up here and get the passing game going in the second half.
Yeah, Marlon's a P1 guy for me. You know who's turning into one, though? Andrew Marsh.
Yep.
Heck of a first half from him. We'll see what he can dial up here in half 2. Michigan a 10-7 lead. We are at halftime here in Ann Arbor. And, of course, our halftime show is driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, online at lexusofannarbor.com. Stay tuned. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, and Jason Avant bring you the second half. It's Michigan 10, Wisconsin 7. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Hey, Michigan fans, is it time to upgrade your outdoor living space? As the #1 brand in premium decking, TimberTech scores big points for real wood looks without the costly maintenance. It will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck can perform at the top of its game season after season. TimberTech, official decking and railing partner of Michigan Athletics. Order free samples at timbertech.com. That's timbertech.com.
Today's game is brought to you by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Protect small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
It's time to think Ford first. Right now, check out the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. AZ Plan customers who trade in their current vehicle can lease a 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $299 a month for 36 months, with $2,299 cash due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit red carpet lease. Payment includes $1,000 RCL cash, $1,000 Open Trade Assist, and $400 AXZD BFG bonus cash. Offers are only valid on Package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by November 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and details. So take advantage of this great offer and lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
You're locked into Michigan's homecoming game against the Wisconsin Badgers. Today's broadcast is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2025 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Now, once again, here are the voices of Michigan football, Doug Karsch and John Jansen.
Back at the Big House, 10-7, Michigan on top of Wisconsin. We welcome you back to the game, brought to you by your Founders Brewing Company. And in the locker room, Sharon Moore talked to his team, and Jason Avant, what did he have to say?
Well, for the offense, we need to execute, catch the ball, too many costly drops. We need to spread them out, better spacing than in the first half. Finish on third down. We need to quit shooting ourselves in the foot. Third and short, let's dominate the second half on third down. To the defense, fit better in the run game. Can't take the bait on play action and give them gaps. Tackle, no yards after catch. Let's get a takeaway for the offense, play our brand of football. And to the team, strain more than we are currently. We have an opportunity to set the tone, start the half off with the score, and then a stop. Play dominant with poise and play with violence.
Well, the Wolverines will get the football. That welcome back brought to you by Founders Brewing Company. It's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft. Well, a couple weeks ago, Michigan went in the locker room on a down note, 17-17 at Nebraska, and they came out flying in half number 2. And we'll see if they do the same here. It will not be with a big kick return, as that one sails out of the end zone. And Michigan will take over from the 25-yard line. John Jansen, what adjustments do you expect to see?
Well, just be more efficient offensively. And, I mean, Sharon nailed it there. Drop passes, you can't have those. And, you know, right now, Bryce, he's had 4 completions on 9 passes for a total of 55 yards. One of those was a 32-yard completion. So on the other 3 completions, he's only thrown the ball for 23 yards. There is more meat on the bone there. And for the offense as well, their average starting field position has been the 19-yard line. Now, it's not great now coming out of the 25, but, that comes down to special teams and defense creating that turnover.
Shotgun handoff. Justice Haynes runs a man over across the 30 and out to the 31-yard line. Good gainer on first down, and somebody lost a shoe.
Yeah.
They get thrown out towards the Wisconsin sideline. I don't know. It was a Haynes himself. I think Haynes lost it, and that means Jordan Marshall will check in. Gain of 6 on first down.
Well, Wisconsin sideline's a lot nicer than I would be. Giving him his shoe back. Just might lose that one.
In the stands.
Yes, exactly.
Second down and 4. Bryson a shotgun. Snap. Play action. Will roll out and deliver underneath. He's got Andrew Marsh first down. Down the near sideline to the 40 and knocked out of bounds. And near the 44-yard line, there's the freshman, his 3rd catch of the game. Matthew Young's the man that chased him out of bounds. Move the chains for the Wolverines, gain of 13.
So I'm a little concerned that Bryce is starting to lock in on some of the short receivers. He had Marlon Klein coming across the middle of the field at about 15 yards, absolutely wide open in the middle of the field. We'll take the first down, but there's other options that he could be looking for.
Quick pass out to Samaj Morgan. He catches it on a wide receiver screen, but the blocking isn't there, and he fights and gets 2 yards. That's a heck of an effort to get the 2 yards.
Evan Link almost got his first tackle.
Did run into Evan Link.
Yeah.
It was Ben Barton on the stop, a guy who flirted with playing on the Wisconsin basketball team.
Those are tough for some of the linemen. I mean, obviously you got to have enough time to get out there, and Evan just wasn't able to get out there to place a block.
Second down and 8. Underwood's going to roll out to his right, looking downfield, delivers, and it's caught inside Wisconsin territory. It's Marsh who gets chopped down at the 30-yard line. Good patience there by Bryce, and there's your throw downfield, John.
Yeah, and an absolutely beautiful throw because there's a linebacker just in front of Andrew Marsh. So you talk about putting some touch on the ball. He floated that one over to Andrew Marsh and hit him in stride. That's a beautiful pass.
26 yards.
It was the same play, John, that you talked about before. He hit that guy this time.
Yep.
Fourth catch of the day for Andrew Marsh. First and 10 Michigan from the 29 of Wisconsin. Hand off to Justice Haynes. He's going to bounce it outside. Can he turn the corner? Flag down across the 25. 2 flags are down as he gets 6 yards, but it looks like it's coming back.
Holding. Offense, number 44. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Yeah, they got Max on the edge there. We're not getting a replay, but what it looked like was he just had a defender spin out, didn't let him spin, and he planted him in the ground, which is nice, but the referees see that spin and the guy not being able to get out, they're going to throw that flag every single time.
Back him up 10 yards. Michigan's first penalty of the game, 1st and 20. Empty backfield here for Bryce Underwood. 3 receivers split to the left, 2 to the right. Bryce is going to look over the middle, complete. And it's Zach Marshall who gets undercut at the 28-yard line, gets the penalty yardage back and a little more. Like to see Zach get involved in the offense.
Yeah, I'd like to see those tight ends get more involved in the middle of the field. You start doing that, and they're going to be open in the middle of the field because now they're concerned about Andrew Marsh on the edges. They're concerned we've been able to hit Samaj out there, not for a lot of yardage, but it's still a completion. You start showing some of those things, the middle of that field will open up.
2nd and 9 from the 28 of Wisconsin. Underwood takes the snap, hands it off to Jordan Marshall, and he's met in the backfield and dropped as he gets to the line of scrimmage by Mason Reiger. And no gain.
They've been going a little bit tempo, John, to start this half.
Well, I like them being able to get to the line of scrimmage and let Bryce take a look at the entire defense with Chip Lindsey still in his ear there. That microphone doesn't cut off until 15 seconds.
From the 28-yard line, 3rd down and 9. They got to get it across the Wisconsin 19. Bryce takes the snap. Looking downfield, here comes the rush. He escapes it. Now he's going to deliver, and it's caught by Samaj inside the 10. And did the ball come out at the end of the run? I don't believe it did.
No,
First down, double catch there from Samaj.
No, the ball came out.
Did it come out at the end?
Yes, he fell on it.
So he bobbled the catch, then he fumbled at the end of the run and recovered it. There was a lot going on there.
Yeah.
Gain of 19.
He's just padding his stats. He gets 2 receptions and a fumble recovery.
Snap, handoff to Justice Haynes, who's dropped in the backfield for a loss. Boy, Wisconsin's run defense is living up to the billing. Darrell Peterson, the man in there. And that moves Michigan back to the 12-yard line.
It's frustrating when you have a play like that and it's a first down conversion. They hustle to the line. You're trying to catch Wisconsin by not being able to make a substitution, catch a personnel group on the field, and then you have a missed assignment or a missed block up front.
2nd and goal from the 12. Snap. They'll hand it off up the middle. Justice Haynes gets inside the 10. Down close to the 9-yard line. It'll set up 3rd and goal.
Jason, you think they take a shot at the end zone?
If the coverage kind of dictates that, what Wisconsin does in this situation is some type of single high right here in this situation. So you may have a double post concept that comes open.
McCauley with his height. You look at that matchup at the far side there.
Well, they're in cover 4 now.
All right. Oh, here we go. 3rd and goal from the 9. Back to pass is Underwood. Looking, delivers into the end zone, and it's incomplete. He was looking for his tight end, Marlon Klein. Good coverage downfield. And, hey, that'll bring on Zavada to try and cap this drive off with 3.
Yeah, it's frustrating. That's a nice drive. Started at 25. You do a nice job of moving the sticks, moving down the field, and then everything stalls once you get to the 10-yard line. And they were trying for that size advantage. Marlon Klein in the end zone there, but it's tough when, like Jason described, you get that cover 4 defense. There's not going to be a lot open downfield.
This will be a 28-yard field goal attempt. Greg Tarr will snap it. Beckham Sunderland low snap, gets the ball placed down, and the kick is on the way, and it's no good.
The operation is so important. Snap, hold, kick. You throw anything off, and it throws the kickers off.
Snap was a little low. We take a look at the replay here. And Zavada missed it to the left, so...
And some of that just has to do with the angle that the ball is spotted at when he makes contact. If that ball is low and you're rushing to set that ball down, now all of a sudden it's tilted a little bit more. It's just why it'll pull it to the left.
Opening drive, that's no points for Michigan. 9:26 to go, third quarter. 10-7 Wolverines. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champions Circle is the leading Michigan athletics fan engagement community. We connect fans with once-in-a-lifetime experiences, produce public and private events, offer club memberships, and operate an online retail store, selling exclusive apparel, trading cards, autographs, and other memorabilia featuring Michigan student athletes. To become a member or learn more about how you can support your favorite Michigan student athletes, visit championscircleUofM.com. Champions Circle is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lager, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com for Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Before we continue from the Big House, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. (10-7) Michigan on top. The Wolverines take the football right down the field, miss a field goal to open the second half. Now Wisconsin has it from their own 19. Simmons in a shotgun with Dylan Jones deep. Snap, and they will hand it off to Jones. No running room. He runs into a brick wall and is driven backwards by that Michigan front. His forward progress, maybe give him half a yard there. It'll be second down.
We've really seen this front, other than that first drive, do a really good job of taking on blocks, shedding blocks, creating penetration, wreaking havoc in the middle of that Wisconsin offensive line so that the linebackers can step up and make plays as well.
Jimmy Roller on the stop there for Michigan. Second down and 9 for the Badgers. Wolverines imploring this homecoming maze-out crowd to get into it a little bit, and they're making some noise. Under center is Simmons here. I formation behind him. Snap and play action. Back to pass. Looking downfield and finally delivers. And it's broken up on the far sideline. And good play there by... Is that Jaden Mangum?
No, that was Shug.
Shug? Okay.
Yeah. Nice play by Shug, and a nice job by Derek Moore, who's in pursuit of the quarterback, of laying off as soon as that ball was going. I know you run that far, you want to put a hit on the quarterback, but it would have been a late hit, and he did a nice job of pulling off.
You had Lance Mason there for a minute, wide open, but opted to, as his eyes were downfield, looking for the big play. Incomplete nonetheless, third down and 9. Empty backfield here. Now they're going to shift Jones back into the backfield, off the left hip of Hunter Simmons. 3rd and 9 from his own 20-yard line. Wolverines bring an extra pass rusher. Simmons back to pass, delivers over the middle, and it's incomplete. Oh, arriving right at the same time the football got there was Brandon Hillman. And the Badgers will be forced to punt as he breaks that one up. Jason Barham, is he in coverage? He was in coverage as well.
Yeah, and I tell you what, a great job by Rayshon Benny. If you're going to be throwing that ball quick on a lot of shorter routes, you're going to have to get pressure in the middle. And that time, Rayshon Benny was able to put a hit on the quarterback just as he's throwing the ball.
Bertram's to punt. He's standing inside his own 10. Samaj Morgan on the 32. Wolverines have not got much in the punt return game all season long. See if Samaj can change that here. Bertram's with a bit of a shank here. Samaj coming up and will field it. Fair catch at his own 38-yard line. And that's where Michigan will take over with 8:21 to go here in quarter number 3. Michigan gets the football back following the 3 and out. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey, Wolverine fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. Let's go, Wolverines! SeatGeek.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
A spectacular 92-yard punt return for a touchdown!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Fogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. The 4th annual Night Out at the Big House sold out, but due to increased demand, another date is scheduled for Thursday, November 6th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to Tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
(10-7) Michigan on top, 8:21 to go third quarter. Kohl's has the back-to-school styles that'll spoil them at prices that will spoil you. From jeans and tees to sneakers and more, which means you can do it all without overdoing your budget. When you shop at Kohl's and Kohls.com.
Well, it's time for this team to respond. You got to come out and do something. They're going to get an opportunity here with the offense to come out and try and get a rhythm. And it's some of it is got to catch the passes, and I really believe it's being able to protect Bryce Underwood so he's got time, so he's not always rolling out. Every time you roll out, you eliminate half the field, and it really minimizes what he's able to see and deliver downfield. And the other thing is just being able to block up front, protect, and get some yardage on the ground.
See Channing Goodwin out there now on this first down play from the 37-yard line. Wolverines trying to extend this 3-point lead. The opening drive very impressive in the second half, but stalled in the red zone. No points, however, as the field goal was hooked wide left. All right, pistol formation with everybody jammed in tight. Underwood in a shotgun. Takes the snap, hands it off to Justice Haynes, who's hit immediately in the backfield and dropped for a loss. It's Mason Reiger again. This Wisconsin run defense is living up to the billing.
Well, it's right at the point of attack. So you're missing a block up front, and, I mean, they're moving up front. This is not rocket science. This is something that they've shown on film. It's something that Michigan has faced multiple times throughout the course of the year. Anticipate some of that movement.
Second down and 13. They go 4 wide. Ball's on the right hash. 3 receivers split wide left. Back to pass is Underwood. Pump fake now delivers underneath to Marlon Klein at the 40. Leaps over a man out to the 44-yard line. A gain of 10 yards on second and long. Good gainer there. And the Wolverines have a 3rd and short.
It took some heroics to get there, but they finally made it a manageable third down. It's, 3rd and 4.
Wolverines have it at their own 44-yard line. Badgers, remember, scored on their opening drive. They have not scored since. Michigan, their lone touchdown came on their opening drive. 3rd down and 4. Bryce in a shotgun. Claps his hands, back to pass. Looking, nobody open, now he's going to run. Looking downfield, tries to get it to Marlon Klein, too tall, incomplete. Stepped up in the pocket. Like he had maybe a chance to run for it. Klein was downfield. He was tempted through it, but a little too tall, and Michigan a punt.
Yeah, and this is why when we talk about the unity up front and being able to operate as an offensive line, if you have one breakdown, it ruins the entire protection, because now all of a sudden when Bryce starts to evade and get outside the pocket, it breaks everything else down, and now somebody else is available to hit the quarterback. We're just not doing a good job of protecting him.
Terrell Henry standing at his 15-yard line as this punt from Hollenbach will have him backing up and fielding it on a 6. And the Wolverines are down there, and again, it's Joe Taylor, the first to meet him. And then here comes his friends to drop Henry inside the 10. Boy, that kid's good on special teams. And it will be 1st and 10 Badgers after a 50-yard punt. Elijah Dotson was in there as well. And that's where Wisconsin will take over with 6:50 to go in the 3rd quarter. 10-7 Michigan on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Here's a club you'll want to get into, Club Citgo. It's the super easy app that opens the door to great fuel savings and more. Sign up and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up, plus everyday savings that really add up. You can also enter our sweepstakes with multiple winners and giveaways, like free gas for a year. And Club Citgo makes paying easy with a convenient mobile pay feature. So welcome to the club where all the action is. Download Club Citgo today. Savings good up to 30 gallons, only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
One of the most anticipated Michigan women's basketball seasons ever is almost here, and you can secure your seat for every exciting game. New season tickets are on sale now and start at just $75 per seat. Watch Silas Swords, Olivia Olson, Mila Holloway, and the rest of the nationally ranked Wolverines at Chrysler Center. Full details are available at mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to secure your Michigan women's basketball season tickets.
It's Michigan and Wisconsin, live from Ann Arbor. Today's broadcast is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2025 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest.
So remember, Wisconsin, 75 yards on their opening drive. They have 78 yards since that opening drive, and they're looking at a 90-yard field here.
Yeah, the defense has stepped up, made their adjustments at every level.
And the Badgers from their own 10-yard line will scrimmage 1st and 10. Snap back to Simmons. He'll hand it off, and the Wolverines will bury the running back. I believe it was Dylan Jones for no gain. Jimmy Rolder's in there again. Boy, Jimmy Rolder's having a game, isn't he?
He is. I mean, after the first half, he was tied for the lead in tackles, and right now he actually has the lead. That adds another one to his total. He's been all over the place.
No gain there. 2nd down and 10 for Wisconsin. Shotgun here for Simmons. He's got Jones in the backfield off his left hip. Wolverines showing blitz. Now they'll back out of there. Back to pass is Simmons. He's got time. Delivers underneath. He's got his man, but he's dropped immediately at the 19-yard line. Jair Hill on the stop for Michigan, closing quickly. And it was Vinny Anthony on the catch. It'll be 3rd down and 5 here, John. A big play.
Yeah, and this is where, in the first half, we talked about it, 3rd and 5, it was heavy run. I don't know if they're going to want to put the ball at risk down here. I'd be heads up that they may run the ball here again.
3rd down and 5 from their own 15. Simmons in a shotgun. Now Wisconsin shifts some guys out of there, trying to change the play. Play clock at 4. Now they're ready to go. Takes the snap, back to pass, delivers near side, and almost picked off, incomplete. Zeke Berry read that route very well and jumped in front of Vinny Anthony. Incomplete. PBU there for Zeke. Welcome back. And Wisconsin, second 3 and out here in the second half.
Well, I love the fact that every single defensive back was matched up on a receiver, was within 5 yards of the ball. They knew exactly what they had to get to, and Wisconsin was trying to just get there and maybe run for something.
Batum to punt, and Samaj Morgan will let it bounce in front of it at the 36, and it'll roll out of bounds at the 33-yard line on the far sideline, and that's where Michigan will take over. Leading 10-7 here in Ann Arbor with 5:14 to go in the third quarter. Foguth Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. Foguth is here to help you lock down your financial playbook. Learn more at FoguthFinancial.com. Foguth Financial Group, peace and purpose for your money. Wolverines get the football back. First, let's go to the update desk and our guy, Rob Joyce. Rob?
Hey there, Doug. Just one game going on right now in the Big Ten. A decent one in West Lafayette. Illinois leads 30-21 on Purdue midway through the third. There's already been 700 yards of total offense in this game combined, including Luke Altmaier, 14 of 16 passing, 306 yards for the Illini. The other two games, everything else later on, a couple of cross-country league games at 3:30. Maryland hosts Washington, UCLA welcoming in Penn State. Also at 3:30, non-conference finale for Northwestern against Louisiana Monroe. 4 o'clock, Michigan State and Nebraska will meet in Lincoln. Both of those teams are 3-1 overall, 0-1 in the Big Ten. And then 7:30 tonight, Ohio State takes on Minnesota. Nationally going on right now, number 12, Georgia. No issues with Kentucky, 28-7 Bulldogs midway through the third. Cincinnati leading Iowa State 31-15 midway through the third, though the Cyclones do have it inside the red zone. 2 ranked-on-ranked games later on. Alabama hosting Vanderbilt at 3:30. Then tonight in Tallahassee, it's Florida State and Miami. So that's your check of scores. We'll recap the entire day in college football, get to the highlights of our game, and get post-game reaction all on the SeatGeek post-game show. Guys?
All right, Doug Hush, John Jansen, Jason Avant here at the Big House. Michigan leading the Badgers 10-7. And John, the Wolverines have had their share of struggles up front with this Wisconsin defensive front, which is, it came in with a billing. They are really good. Michigan in the first half only had 55 yards passing. In the second half, 81 yards, and Bryce Underwood 6 of 8 in the second half after going 4 for 9 in the first half.
Yeah, and the 32-yarder to Andrew Marsh was obviously earlier in the game, but you also had a 26-yard pass to him here in the second half. There's opportunities down the field. The issue is Bryce has to be able to see downfield. You can't always be avoiding a rush.
So when you're talking about that, John, you're subject to individual routes outside. If a guy runs 10 yards and stop, and now that gets predictable, you want to be able to have route concepts, and you need time for route concepts, especially versus zone. You're going to have deep zones open, but you need that time, because if not, you're going to be predictable and throwing out routes and stop routes, and those guys are going to sit on that like they did Donovan McCulley.
Yeah, and as soon as he's flushed out of the pocket, all of a sudden, hey, his focus is on avoiding the rush, and then he looks downfield, and the picture is completely changed.
Yeah.
And it's just hard to find anything down the field at that point.
And credit Wisconsin too. They're making it tough on the kid. And
yeah.
We suspected that they might.
Well, and so what they're going to need to do is give the tackles a little bit of help. It looks like Evan Link is holding up all right. Sprague may need a little help, so maybe throw a running back over there, throw Max Bredesen over there, throw somebody over there to just give them a little bit of presence and help lock down that edge.
Wolverines with the football from their own 33-yard line, 1st and 10, leading 10-7. Snap, Underwood back to pass, steps up in the pocket, delivers downfield. Donovan McCulley's down there. He goes up and can't bring it down.
He caught it, but I think he just stepped out of bounds.
See a replay there. Immediately the Wisconsin man in coverage started signaling incomplete, and he was open.
Yeah, Bryce got to get that ball out of there so it's not an acrobat. He's in.
I think he might be in. We might need to take another look at this.
Is that right?
Did his heel come down?
Yeah.
I think they at least got to take a look at this. They're going to look at that third down that Michigan didn't convert earlier in the game.
Rolling on the field was an incomplete pass. The play's under further review.
Okay, we take our first look at this replay.
It's going to be a matter of what angle are they looking at.
So I saw a field level angle that would have helped, but one of the Wisconsin support people's in the way.
Of course.
Yeah.
Sideline warning.
Yeah, that doesn't have to be a jump ball in that situation. He beat him by a good 3 yards. He threw that out there. It's a catch and run.
Yeah, he had him by a couple of feet. The problem was, the pocket started to collapse.
I don't know if there's a clear replay here. Here's the closest one that we can see. And you see this guy in the white shirt. His arm is right in the way. You never know what Ron Snodgrass is looking at down there.
Right.
But usually when the other official pulls out a pen and starts making notations.
I think there's a chance that they may call this one in.
Well, that would be big because that would set up Michigan in field goal range. And here we go. Here's the call.
After further review, is a completed pass. 1st and 10 at the 34-yard line.
That's a great catch by McCulley. Great job getting his toes in. And what was it, Nebraska? He had a catch that his toe was just out.
Yeah.
And so I told him to, hey, get yourself a size smaller shoe when we were in the tunnel at Nebraska. It pays off for him.
On that incompletion decline in the back of the end zone, he was telling Underwood to get him the ball.
Look at this unbalanced line. They had everybody lined up to the left of Greg Crippen. Now they shift everybody back with a more traditional formation, and they go direct snap to Bryce, or check that to Justice Haynes, who gives it to Bryce Underwood, who throws it complete to Marlon Klein. A lot going on there. A gain of 5 as we welcome in Brian Greasy, who's here as the honorary captain.
Where'd you come from?
Jansen didn't even see me up here next to him.
I'm focused on the game.
Oh,
Come on, let's get some focus
if
here,
only
man.
you would focus like that when we were playing together.
Yeah, I know.
I like this. Let's keep ripping out Jansen.
Let's go, Jansen. Get some protection
Let's
here.
not tell him all the times I've ripped out him when he wasn't listening.
2nd down and 5. Underwood takes the snap. Going to deliver quickly on a slant to McCulley inside the 20. Spins out of a tackle to the 10, to the 5. Donovan McCulley to the goal line. Touchdown, Wolverines. Donovan McCulley's first of his career. Brian Greasy's here. One play, and look what happens.
You can never leave.
See, I mean, anything else you guys need me to do?
That's plenty. That was very helpful.
Yeah, see, we just need to throw the ball more. When I get on, we throw the ball, and we score. That's all we need to do. What a great read there from Bryce Underwood. Zone read, able to see the backside and throw that inside slant, and what effort there on the touchdown.
Awesome to have Brian Greasy up here. Touchdown for Brian with an assist to Donovan McCulley. And Dominic Zavada on for the extra point to try and give Michigan a 10-point lead here in Ann Arbor. Tar will snap it. Sunderland will put it down. And again, a awkward snap, but the kick is up and good this time. That scoring drive, 3 plays, 67 yards in 1:03.
And Doug, we were talking at the break, with that touchdown and the way the defense is playing, that may be all they need. Now, hopefully they can pour it on a little bit more, but this defense has really been playing well. And we just needed a play like that from Bryce and obviously from Donovan McCulley.
So, Brian, how you been?
I've been great. Are you kidding me? Like, be back in the big house. It's always good to be back. I was so honored to be the honorary captain before the game with the legendary guys sitting in this booth right here, and Dan Dierdorf. We also saw Reggie McKenzie down there on the field, like some legends. But it's so good to be back, man, and to get the vibes. Really an honor to be a part of it.
So I got to ask you the question because much like being in the huddle, I saw your lips moving when you were down there, but I wasn't listening. What were you in town the entire week for?
What else is new? I came back. Thank you for asking, John. I came back in town for Climate Week, actually, and got involved up on campus. The first ever Climate Week in the history of the University of Michigan. And we had a great week talking about the sustainability of the university going forward, and it was a wonderful opportunity for me.
Vinny Anthony's going to bring this kick back, and a flag is down as he gets out to the 23-yard line. We await that call. That Wolverine touchdown, by the way, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Joe Taylor on the stop. Of course, Joe Taylor on the stop.
Yeah. So what'd you see from this Michigan team so far?
Well, I've been running around this stadium, man, talking to people. I haven't seen as much of the game as I wanted to.
I'll back him up 10 more.
10-yard penalty. First down.
But what I do see is some resilience. This game hasn't been, clean by any stretch of the imagination. Offensive line hasn't been real clean. It's been a struggle on offense. Yeah. But they've made some big plays through the passing game, and like you said, defensively, man, what an effort. I know that Wisconsin's playing shorthanded at the quarterback position, but still a wonderful effort from this Wolverines defense.
Yeah, 2 3-and-outs by the Michigan defense to open up the second half. Wink Martindale really made the proper adjustments as this game goes on. Shotgun now for Simmons inside his own 10. Takes the snap, back to pass. He's got time. Going to float one down the near sideline. He's got a man out here, and it's caught. And it's that guy, Vinny Anthony, at the 42-yard line, and he comes up, John at Rod Moore. He's down right there, and a big play for Wisconsin to start this drive, trailing by 10. It was Zeke Berry in coverage as well.
Yeah, and Michigan's been much more aggressive, playing up coverage, more bump and run, and you knew eventually they were going to take a shot downfield, but Michigan's done a great job on a lot of those shorter routes, so you're going to take a gamble on some of those.
They marked him down at the 40, 1st and 10, 3:31 to go third quarter. Michigan up 10, 17-7. Simmons in a shotgun. Bunch formation on the far side. Takes the snap. They'll hand it off to Dupree, who breaks a tackle at the 41, gets out to the 44-yard line. That first down, by the way, Wisconsin's first down of the second half. Jordan Young, a freshman, in on the stop.
One thing I would say, and John knows this, the Wink Martindale is a very complicated defensive coordinator. And if you can get this defense into third and +7, what he can dial up is really confusing to opposing quarterbacks. I went against him for many years, and it was a pain in the neck. So that's why second down becomes so important.
Yeah, and the protections that you got to dial up and the adjustments you got to make at the line of scrimmage. Right now, Wisconsin just hasn't been able to make some of those, but they're getting the ball out so quick.
Michigan crowding the line of scrimmage here with 5 men. Simmons on a play action, back to pass on the second down. He's going to take another shot downfield, and it's picked off by Rod Moore. Welcome back to the senior captain. The last time here, he was picking off a pass from Ohio State, and now he's picked off a pass here against the Wisconsin Badgers. How great is it?
What an awesome play, man.
I got to tell you, John, your day might be done, friends. That's Brian's got here.
That's fine. Go for it.
I'm gonna end on a good note. I'm gonna quit on a touchdown and an interception.
Good job,
I'm taking
Brian.
the headset off. Congrats to that young man. I stood next to him at the coin toss. He was ready to play.
Congratulations on your daughter being a student here.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
Great to see
it.
him.
Love you guys. Love you guys. Keep this going, Jansen.
Good job. Keep up the momentum, Jason.
The defense is literally mobbing Rod Moore right now.
That's going to be about as popular a play as we have today. Rod Moore, who is just a leader. His great story last week, 2 weeks ago against Nebraska, his first play of the season, he was dying to blow somebody up, and he accidentally blew up Jair Hill.
Yeah.
1st and 10, Michigan from their own 16-yard line. Bryce takes the snap, hands it off to Justice Haynes running left. And he's stacked up at the line of scrimmage. Maybe gets a yard inside 2.5 minutes to go here third quarter. Michigan leading 17-7.
I know that was the risk that Wisconsin had and why they were going with so many short passes. They've thrown an interception in every single game so far this year, and quarterbacks put the ball at risk. And you throw up some of those 50-50 balls. That one was actually into triple coverage, and just sooner or later you bait them into it, they're going to make a mistake.
2nd down and 9 for Michigan. Haynes will shift that backfield, and Underwood now will pass. Far side delivers to Donovan McCulley, who's got it, and immediately to the ground at the 23-yard line. That'll set up third and short. Clock running, minute 45 to go third quarter. Wolverines up 10.
John, you got to be like a third baseman sometimes when that ball coming from Underwood.
It's coming hot, that's
react.
for sure, yeah. But, I mean, here's the thing, though, is that he at least, that ball may be coming in hot, but he's putting it in a place where the guys can actually make a catch on it.
3rd and 3 from the 24. Big play here to keep the momentum. Minute 20 to go, third quarter. Justice Haynes in the backfield. Bryce is going to go delayed handoff to Haynes, and he's got some running room. 25, 30, 35. Weaving through the defense out to the 45. First down. Michigan and the Wolverines move the chains on that third down. What a play call. Boy, that worked.
Yeah, it worked great. And I tell you what, how many times have we seen Bryce roll out? And he shows that he's going to roll out, but then wraps the ball around Justice Haynes, hands it off to him. Everybody is running deep, and there's nobody. Once he breaks through that initial line of defense, there is absolutely nobody there. And number 15, Sebastian Cheeks, actually followed Bryce out. That's what created the big hole.
The 42-yard line after that 24-yard gain. 1st and 10, Michigan. Bryce Underwood in a shotgun takes the snap. Back to pass. Looking, and he's in trouble. Tries to bail out of there. Now he gets outside the pocket. Delivers wide open. Kendrick Bell drops it at the 40. Kendrick Bell was all by himself. That is the 3rd drop today by a Michigan wide receiver, or a Michigan receiver.
That's what, Sharon Moore mentioned it in the halftime notes. You got to be able to catch the ball. Now, that ball was high, but he had both hands on it. Should have come down with it.
Yeah, you only get so many opportunities catching the ball here, so he has to make that opportunity. His brother's on the sideline saying, bro, catch that.
Yeah. Of course, his brother Ronnie played here in Michigan. Snap, handoff to Justice Haynes, running right across the 50 and inside Wisconsin territory for a gain of 4 on 2nd and 10 on what will likely be the final play here of the third quarter. Sebastian Cheeks on the stop. And we're going to see the clock expire here. And we'll have a big third down play when we continue from here at the Big House. Through 3 quarters, Michigan leading the Badgers 17-7. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Why are potatoes on my head?
Sebastian Maniscalco. 2 shows, Friday, November 21st at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
I had dry hands 3 months ago. Now I got no fingers.
Tickets for the 7 and 10 p.m. shows start at $72 and are on sale now at the box office or online at etix.com.
If I'm not talking or smiling, it looks like I could murder your entire family.
Sebastian Maniscalco, the It Ain't Right Tour, November 21st at Soaring Eagle Casino, SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Today's game is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs. For protection on the road and on the water. See how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Man, I love my kids so much. I once sat for 3 hours in the cold rain to watch her soccer team lose by 18 goals.
I love my kids so much, I once used a tube to suck snot out of her stuffed nose at 3 a.m.
You win.
Love your kids? Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat. From toddlers to tweens, visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to find the right seat for their age and size. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Back at the Big House, Wolverines 185 yards in the third quarter after 142 yards in the entire first half. And Wolverines they got it going here, John, and it's good to see. And we credit Brian Greasy for his appearance, which produced a touchdown and an interception while he was in the booth.
It did. And I tell you what, and he'll take all the credit for it too.
Yeah, I was telling John during the break, his luck is why they won a national championship.
Brian Greasy.
Yeah.
Great to see Brian.
Yeah, Brian was a great leader, great player, and could have done that had that season without him. But I love the fact that this Michigan, one of the things that Brian did talk about was the resilience of this team. They've had their share of struggles. That offensive line has struggled all day long except for that first drive, but they've been able to continue to fight back every single time. And you talk about the resilience of the defense. You give up a 75-yard drive to start the game, and then after that, I mean, it has been absolutely nothing by this Wisconsin team. It's been, 7 punts.
They have 114 yards since that 75-yard drive.
7 punts and an interception. And they've had drives of, 4 3-and-outs. They went for it on 4th down. It's just they've done a tremendous job of being able to stand up on that defensive line and make plays. Jimmy Rolder's been all over the field. And you got to love the fact that Rod Moore has had some big moments in this game. They run that reverse, and he's the one that makes the tackle on the sideline.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, Wink Martindale calls his backfield, the defensive backfield, he calls it a nursery. He calls it a daycare because they're so young. We saw another freshman making a play back there in Jordan Young.
Yep.
We've seen, obviously, Jaden Sanders, Elijah Dotson. I mean, he's all these freshmen and redshirt freshmen. Getting Grandpa Rod back there helps quite a bit.
It sure does. And it just gives them the confidence of sometimes making sure that they're in the right place, even before the snap, because you got Rod back there you can look to as a coach on the field.
All right, here we go. Big third down play here for Michigan inside Wisconsin territory at the 49-yard line. 3 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. Bryce is in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Looking downfield, delivers. Donovan McCulley at the 36 comes down with it and dropped right there. Bryce under pressure off his back foot, delivers a dart. Austin Brown brings him to the ground. First down, Michigan.
Well, he's starting to get some protection. He can sit back there in the pocket. He's got to move around just a little bit, but he does a nice job of patience and allowing Donovan McCulley. He comes all the way across the field. He lined up almost by the numbers. He came all the way across the field. That takes a long time for that play to develop.
1st and 10 Michigan from the Wisconsin 36-yard line. Wolverines up 10, 4th quarter just underway. Pass out here to Samaj, who's got it with some blocking, and he doesn't get enough blocking as he gets down to the 34. Gain of 3 there on a wide receiver screen. Tackett Curtis on the stop.
Me and Samaj will have some words right now if I was Andrew Marsh.
I know.
Did he run into his back?
Ran right in my back.
Yeah, I tell
hey,
you
man,
what.
it's a lot of places to go, just not in my back.
Did anybody ever do that to you, Jason, when you were here?
Chris Perry tore my MCL doing that.
Oh, no. It's not funny anymore. 2nd down and 7. Snap, and they go inside flip to Samaj, and breaks 1 tackle, and now gets the corner to the 30 and steps out of bounds inside the 30, close to the first down at the 28-yard line. Boy, Samaj he's getting back in the good graces here after that drop pass.
Well, he is, and does a great job of avoiding. I mean, so when you run a play like that, you're going to leave a guy backside that's probably unblocked. He's the most, at least dangerous because you're trying to sell everything front side. He comes upfield. He doesn't buy the fake. Samaj is able to get around him, and then Max Bredesen had to hold that block on the edge for about 6 seconds. Great job by him.
3rd and 2 for Michigan. They're going to roll Underwood out to the right, and he's going to throw too tall for his intended receiver, Jalen Hoffman, incomplete. And now Sharon Moore has a decision to make with 13-14 to go in the ballgame and a 10-point lead.
Well, you can hear the fans know what they want.
The offense is still on the field. They're within Zavada field goal range. The problem with this is that Wisconsin is so good against the run. And they've been good in short yardage situations today.
Yep. But it doesn't mean you have to run it right into the teeth of that defense.
They may go all-out pressure right here. They did it the last time we were in this situation.
4th and 2. Wolverines will go for it. Underwood in a shotgun. Takes the snap and he fumbles it and he dives on it, and that'll be a turnover. I don't know if he wasn't ready for the snap or the snap was low. But
snap was low.
Wisconsin will get the football back. The gamble does not pay off. With 13:08 to go in the ballgame, Michigan up 10. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Since 1980, Grand Traverse Resort and Spa has been a Michigan vacation tradition. A place where lake views meet legendary fairways, where spa days turn into starry nights, and where family memories last for generations. Whether it's a summer getaway, a fall color tour, or a cozy winter escape, your perfect Michigan vacation starts here. Grand Traverse Resort and Spa, a Michigan tradition since 1980. Book your getaway at grandtraverseresort.com. Proud partner of Michigan Athletics.
Nothing says home like Aunt Millie's. Whether it's in your cupboard, at your local Meijer, or even at the Big House. From pregame breakfast, tailgate sliders, or postgame victory food, Aunt Millie's is baking memories from their family to yours. Pick up all your Aunt Millie's favorites at your local store, or grab a hot dog or hamburger at the Big House to see what we're all about. Aunt Millie's, closer to home.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
It's time to share today's home attendance presented by Aunt Millie's. Today's attendance, 111,070, the 326 consecutive crowd of more than 100,000 fans here at the Big House. Nothing says home like Aunt Millie's. Whether it's pregame breakfast, tailgate sliders, or postgame comfort food, Aunt Millie's is baking memories from their family to yours. You can pick up all your Aunt Millie's favorites at your local Meijer. Aunt Millie's, closer to home. Following the fourth down stop, Wisconsin has the football back at their own 31-yard line. 13:08 to go in the ball game, and Michigan leading 17-7.
Yeah, it's unfortunate you turn the ball over there, and turnover and down, still a turnover. You didn't even give yourself a chance with the low snap. It hit Bryce just below the knee.
Hunter Simmons will take a snap from under center. And play action, back to pass. Here comes a rush. He's in trouble, and he unloads it, and there's nobody out there. And they're saying the receiver was close enough to the vicinity. That was Grant Steck out there, and he sailed it 12, 15 yards over Steck's head. But nonetheless, incomplete, second down.
Ernie Hausman came flying in after the quarterback and was cut down by the running back. And I tell you what, you see Ernie Hausman coming at you like that, and running back learned. He took on Jimmy Rolder earlier and saw Ernie and was like, I think I'm going to try and take the knees out this time.
Seeing Caleb Anderson out there in man coverage in the ball game for the Wolverines. Four-man front here on 2nd and 10. They go inside handoff and a little bit of room for Dupree, who spins out of one tackle and keeps going. Keeps driving the legs out to the 37-yard line, a gain of 6. Had him bottled up, but he squeezed a little bit more out of that run. It'll be third down here. Wolverines with a 10-point lead, 12:45 to go in the ball game.
Here's a quick quiz for you. When was the last time Wisconsin converted a third down?
Last drive?
No, it was with 4:42 left in the first quarter.
So I was off. Third down and 4. They fumble a snap, picking it up as Simmons, and it's incomplete. Batted down by Ernest Hausman, and it'll be fourth down. Timing of that play was blown up when Simmons dropped the snap, and when he tried to hit his receiver on the slant, Hausman dropped into coverage and batted it down. So, hey, look, a 3-and-out.
Another one. I tell you what, this defense has been unbelievably dominant. When you think about what they've done just in the last 4 drives.
Samaj Morgan standing on his own 22-yard line to field this punt, which is a low-line drive. Samaj comes up and fields it, returnable. 25, cuts up the middle of the field. 35 out to the 40, and puts his head down and is dropped right there. Good return for Samaj, and the Wolverines have decent field position here at the Big House. 1st and 10 Michigan. When we continue, they lead at 17-7 here Early fourth quarter, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey Michigan fans, is it time to upgrade your outdoor living space? As the #1 brand in premium decking, TimberTech scores big points for real wood looks without the costly maintenance. It will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck can perform at the top of its game season after season. TimberTech, official decking and railing partner of Michigan Athletics. Order free samples at timbertech.com. That's timbertech.com.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
It's time to think Ford first. Right now, check out the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. AZ Plan customers who trade in their current vehicle can lease a 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $299 a month for 36 months, with $2,299 cash due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet Lease. Payment includes $1,000 RCL cash, $1,000 Open Trade Assist, and $400 AXZD BFG bonus cash. Offers are only valid on Package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by November 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and details. So take advantage of this great offer and lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Michigan up 10 here, fourth quarter, 12-11 to go. Let's go down the field. Jason Avant with one of the all-time Michigan greats.
I'm here with Blake Corum. Blake, how does it feel to be back? And also, what do you think of Michigan so far?
It feels great to be back. Anytime I can get back to be a part of the team, the best fan base in college football and college sports, you know, it feels amazing. A little slow start, you know, we got to convert on some more things. But other than that, you know, the guys are playing hard. You know, we just got to finish strong.
Justice Haynes has been a revelation for Michigan fans. What do you think of his play thus far?
He's electric, man. You know, anytime he touches the ball, you know, he has the capability of breaking a big one. And he's showing that each and every week. He's showing that today. Average 8.1 yards per carry. You know, he's a beast, so we're going to need him the next 12 minutes.
Well, you were here when J.J. McCarthy was a young guy. Do you see any similarities between him and Bryce Underwood?
Oh, 100%. They both can run. They both are intelligent, have high IQ. You know, Bryce is only going to continue to get better. You know, he's doing a great job today. You can tell he's a leader. You know, I'm super excited to see what he can do in the wing coming.
I'm glad about everything that's happening for you. Go Blue, go Rams.
Go Blue. Let's go.
There he is, Blake Corum, one of the absolute all-time greats. I got stories about him as a person that exceed what he did on the field. 1st and 10, Michigan, and they go quick pass out to Samaj in the flat, 35-40. Splits a pair of defenders across the 50 and into Badger territory. First down, move the chains there. Matthew Young, credit him with the tackle.
It comes down to accuracy of Bryce right now, being able to hit Samaj on the run like that, running away, almost bubbling out, and he throws that ball right where he can catch it and run upfield instantly. There's no, hey, stopping your feet, catch the ball. He gets behind his blockers and picks up the first.
That was a gain of 12. Wolverines from the Badger 49-yard line. 3 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. Justice Haynes in the backfield. Underwood takes the snap. Hands it off to Haynes, running right across the 40 and dropped at the 38-yard line. That will put him over 100 yards rushing for the day. Justice Haynes moved the chains again as Michigan is now at the Badger 38 on this perhaps kill shot drive.
Yeah, starting to wear on that defensive front, and it hasn't been pretty.
Clock operator, please reset the game clock to 11:27. Start on my signal.
Hadn't been pretty at all, but no, I tell you what, they're starting to really move some bodies up front.
5th game for Justice, 5th game, 100 yards rushing. Shotgun now for Bryce Underwood with Haynes in the backfield, who will take the handoff and bounce it outside, 35, and gets around one tackler down to the 30, and he's dropped right there. 8 yards on first down for Justice as we move inside 11 minutes to go in the ball game. Deani Hill, credit him with the stop.
Well, that run was not designed to go outside, but there was nothing inside. He does he does a tremendous job of getting a feel for the movement of the linebackers and being able to bounce it out and just simply at that point just outrun the linebackers.
Ball on the right hash, 3 receivers split to the left. That's the near side of the field. Right below us, Underwood in a shotgun, takes the snap, hands it off to Haynes up the middle. Full head of steam, gets tripped up as he crosses the 26-yard line. That'll give Michigan another first down. Ben Barton on the stop.
Another first down, and I mean, you don't want to necessarily start managing the clock, but there's no rush to get to the line of scrimmage. Take as much time as you need. It's hot, it's warm out there. Let those big guys take a breath before they get down in their stance.
1st and 10 for Michigan from the Wisconsin 26-yard line. 10:09 to go. Wolverines up 10. Underwood takes the snap, pump fake, looking downfield. It's going to deliver to Donovan McCulley, who goes high and has it at the 10, breaks a tackle inside the 5, and down at the Badger 2-yard line.
He looks like a power forward catching an alley-oop out there.
14 yards.
Exactly what
Wolverines quickly the line of scrimmage. Badgers substituting. And now they jump off sides and plow into Greg Crippen. What is that? The Wolverines don't like that. It was Christian Allegro.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on there. Was he trying to say that the center moved the ball?
Boy, McCulley is really coming into his own here today, and Andrew Marsh has provided a spark. Look, Jerome Moore challenged the wide receiver room. Said he needed more out of him.
Yeah.
He's getting it today.
Yeah.
Offside. Defense, number 0. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
We'll take any yardage we can get. But, yeah, in regards to Donovan McCulley, 6 catches, 112 yards. I mean, to be able to have a receiver over 100 yards, Andrew Marsh is right there with 4 catches and 80 yards. It's been really nice to see some receivers step up and catch some 50-50 balls, which we see Donovan McCulley do, and just give Bryce some options.
Justice Haynes in the backfield on this 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. He's got 1 touchdown today and takes the handoff, running left and fights and battles. Does he get in? Yes, he does. His 2nd touchdown of the game, his 8th of the season, and the Wolverines extend the lead to 23-7 here in Ann Arbor. And that is going to be tough for Wisconsin to come back from.
Yeah, especially on this defense. The last 4 drives, I didn't get to finish a thought last time because the ball changed hands so quickly, but they have had, it's been 3 plays every single time. And when you look at their drives, the last time Wisconsin's had the ball, 3 plays, 1 yard, 3 plays, 5 yards, 3 plays, interception, and then was another 3 plays with a gain of 5 yards last time they had the ball. So, no, it's not looking good for Wisconsin's offense.
Zavada on for the extra point. Snap is good. Hold is clean, and the kick is up, and the kick is good. 24-7 here in Ann Arbor with 9:24 to go in the ballgame. That 1-yard touchdown run brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 6 plays, over 61 yards, 2 minutes and 47 seconds. And Michigan leads it here in Ann Arbor 24-7. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Any true Wolverine knows you're a Wolverine for life. At Greenleaf Trust, we believe in that same lifelong commitment. With a 99% client retention rate, our relationships span generations, just like your loyalty to the Maize and Blue. We specialize in goals-based wealth management, trust administration, and retirement plan services for today and generations to come. Because staying true isn't just a Michigan tradition, it's our tradition too. Learn more at greenleaftrust.com and go blue.
Need plastics? Alro Plastics is your source for cut-to-size performance plastics. Our inventory includes sheet, rod, tube, grating, and plate. We cut and ship many orders the same day. Since 1987, Alro Plastics has provided value-added processing to meet the most demanding fabrication requirements. Whether your business is large or small, we will provide you with competitive pricing, technical support, and superior service. Learn more at alro.com/plastics.
A lot of life can happen between sips of Dasani. You know, the life moments, big and small, that are worth getting thirsty for. Like organizing a family movie night under the stars. Or hearing an old favorite song and having an impromptu dance party. or finding a new dinner recipe that the whole family loves. The crisp, clean taste of Dasani was made for all of life's thirst-worthy moments. Dasani, because life happens between sips.
If you haven't listened to the In the Trenches podcast, here's what you've been missing.
Two-time captain Rod Moore.
16 months since I played football, so it was kind of, emotional. Kind of didn't really feel like I was about to play until I got out there again. Like, my legs was kind of shaking. I was like, oh, snap, I'm playing football again, but it felt great.
In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, covering Michigan football all year long on Go Blue podcasts. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Today's broadcast is presented by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2025 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Wolverines, Badgers. We're live for this important Big Ten matchup at Michigan Stadium.
24-7, Michigan on top, fourth quarter. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Michigan football from Learfield. Time to spotlight today's best in the game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. John Jansen.
Let me give you two of them. First, Donovan McCauley talked about wanting to find that number one receiver. I think they found that today. Andrew Marsh is right there as well, but 6 catches, 112 yards, and the touchdown. The other best in the game is Wink Martindale. His ability to make adjustments after that opening drive. This defense has been just all over the place, not allowing Wisconsin to do much of anything or find any success.
Beckham Sunderland will sail this kick deep into the northern end zone, and the Badgers will take over at the 25. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs.
Well, yeah, you talk about what this defense has done, and you've had great plays by Rayshawn Benny. Jimmy Roller's been all over the field. We've talked about Cole Sullivan, Rod Moore with the interception. Like, their ability, Wink's ability to put guys in position to make plays. And his adjustments after that opening drive by tightening up the coverage and adjusting things with that defensive front has been just remarkable.
Badgers will roll out Simmons to his right, looking downfield, and he will deliver, and it's caught, but is it in bounds? That is the question. They say yes at the 41-yard line of Wisconsin. Their second first down here in the second half with 9:18 to go in the ball game. That was that guy, Vinny Anthony.
That one was tight. I don't know. They might need to take a look at that one. I don't know if they will or not, but
he might have just got it. Fingertip catch there. And it looks like it will not get reviewed from the 41-yard line. See Shamari Earls, the freshman, in the ballgame now. 1st and 10 for the Badgers. And quickly Simmons fires on a slant. He's got his receiver into Michigan territory down to the 40, and he's dragged down at the 39-yard line of the Wolverines. Tretch Kakeona on the catch.
And this is where Wink can get a little creative with the pass rush. You know they're going to be throwing the ball. They got to score quickly because they're going to need the ball back at least 2 more times. See if you can find a way to pressure the quarterback, maybe create another turnover.
8:30 to go in the ball game. Michigan up 17. Shotgun here for Simmons from the Michigan 39-yard line. 1st and 10. Simmons takes the snap, looking to his left, delivers, and it's caught and knocked out of bounds immediately. On the far side, I believe it was Vinny Anthony again. Indeed it was, the senior out of Louisville, Kentucky.
Jaden Sanders on the coverage. It's really impressive how some of these young guys, especially on defense, have really stepped up and played extremely well. Jaden Sanders, it was in the Nebraska game. He had more reps than anybody else in that secondary, and he's just a true freshman.
Dad was a all-Mountain West corner at TCU. His mom was a track athlete at Houston. I asked him this week, who was the better athlete? He said mom. Oh. 2nd down and 4 for the Badgers. Snap, back to pass is Simmons. Here comes the pass rush, and he gets it out to a safety valve on the far sideline and getting knocked out of bounds immediately by T.J. Guy as Jaden Ballard, the transfer from Ohio State.
Yeah, and it looks like it was right at about the original line of scrimmage, so no gain.
8:26 to go, clock running.
I love the position that, and we talked about those third downs. This Wisconsin team converted on their first three third downs of the game. Since then, 0 for 8.
This is a 3rd down and 4. Probably 4-down territory here for the Badgers. Shotgun here for Simmons. 3 receivers split wide right. He'll take the snap and look that direction. Delivers incomplete behind his receiver. And it'll be a 4th down. I mean, they're down 3 scores.
Yep.
If they try the long field goal, cuts it to a 2-score game, but it's a long field goal. It'd be 50 yards. Their guy was good out to 55 in pregame.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. They're just going to see if they can pick up this 1st down.
Elijah Dotson is in there. There are 3 freshmen in the secondary for this 4th down and 4. This could be the ball game with 6:55 to go. Simmons in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Here comes the pass rush. Unloads it, and it's caught. One-handed catch by his tight end, Lance Mason. Leaked out of there late, and he's chopped down at the 26-yard line. It was Grant Steck, not Mason. Moved the chains for the Badgers.
Yeah, that was a great catch. It's just a player making a play. Derek Moore with the pressure right up the middle, running the game to get inside there.
1st and 10, Wisconsin from the Michigan 26-yard line. Hunter Simmons in a shotgun. He'll take the snap, hand it off this time, and some running room for Dylan Jones down to the 20. Stopped at the 19 by Jimmy Rolder with 6:10 to go. It'll be 2nd down and short.
Jason, you think they'll take a shot at the end zone, see if they can score quickly here?
I think they should. They have to go faster than what they're doing right now. They're running the ball and huddling, taking forever. They should put one up if they know what's best for them and try to get back in this game.
Well, he's got 2 receivers split wide right, 2 tight ends, 1 tight end to the left. The other one's shifted into the backfield. Simmons in a shotgun. They'll take the snap and they'll hand it off again to Dylan Jones up the middle, and he's bent over backwards by Eno Etta. That'll make it 3rd down and 1.
That's a big body to run into. Eno Etta is he's a force up there. We haven't said his name a whole lot today, but he's been doing a yeoman's work of taking on double teams. A large part of what he's done is why we've been talking about Jimmy Rolder and Ernie Hausman.
3rd down and 1 for the Badgers. They go traditional I formation. Snap, back to pass is Simmons, delivers, and it's low, but caught on the far sideline for a 1st down, and stepping out of bounds at the 12-yard line is the Badger tight end Jackson Acker.
That was a good
5th-year
catch.
senior. Yeah, it was at his feet. Pulled it off the turf. But tick-tock, 4:50 to go, and Wisconsin down 3 scores.
Yeah, and Michigan just a tick late on getting to the quarterback. Jay Sean was right there.
They get a whistle, and I believe Michigan will take a timeout here with 4:42 to go.
Starts timeout, Michigan, their first. This will be a 30-second timeout.
Give the big boys just a little bit of a breather.
Yep. So is this drive their first real drive here in the second half, a product of Michigan being okay with them bleeding the clock, or is...
Well, yeah, I mean, you never want to give up yardage. You always want to try and get that ball back as quickly as you possibly can. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know that there's the sense of urgency that they had earlier in the game before that last touchdown that Michigan had.
Badgers have it 1st and 10 on the 12.
Michigan always shuffles their defense, but they are really down in the depth chart, especially when it comes to, certain guys. So,
right, hot day.
It is a hot day, but they're also, I mean, so what happened on that original drive of the game? We saw the defensive backs playing a little bit off, and Wisconsin was able to run a little bit more effectively, as well as throw some of those quick passes. Now, all of a sudden, instead of trying to press those guys, you don't want to give up that one big play, so they're playing off. That's why Wisconsin is starting to get some of those 5-6 yard passes to the tight end and the running back.
Ready to go here, 1st and 10 for the Badgers from the Michigan 12. This will be the 10th play of the drive. Simmons takes the snap, goes inside hand, keeps it, and under heavy duress just throws it into the ground in front of his intended receiver, Dupree. TJ Guy was in his face, incomplete, 2nd down. Clock stops with 4:39 to go. John, we talked about would the Wolverines be sluggish coming out of the bye week, and whether it's a simple reason for why they were in the first half, who knows? They've definitely turned it up here in the second half.
Yeah, and Michigan had that nice first drive offensively. Then it was just subpar offensive line play. In the second half, it's been a lot better.
Second down and 10 from the Michigan 12. Simmons back to pass, has a clean pocket, delivers on a slant. He's got a receiver at the 5, and he's dropped right there immediately. And it'll be third down and short.
Well, I'm not sure what Cam Brandt has to do to get a holding call. He was held every which way possible on his pass rush there.
The referees are trying to go home, John.
Yeah.
Lance Mason, the receiver there, and Troy Bowles on the stop, 3rd and 3. We move in on 4 minutes to go in the ballgame. This has been a lucrative drive for the Badgers, but it's taken a lot of time. Ball on the Michigan 5-yard line. Simmons will take the snap from under center. He's going to roll out to his right. We got flags down, and the play is blown dead.
Right guard moved early.
That's Kerry Kadanko.
Ball start. Offense. Number 73. 5-yard penalty. They're down.
Kadanko's arguing. Do you think that'll work?
Yeah, I've had those arguments, and I've lost every single one of them.
Yeah.
Even though falsely accused most of the time.
My favorite story was you were mad about a holding call at Notre Dame, and you told the official, I don't need to hold this guy.
Yeah. Then
so what did you do the next play?
Next play, I blocked him with one hand and was waving at the official while I was blocking him. Yeah, Coach Malone wasn't a big fan of that one.
No, I'm not surprised.
Legendary.
3rd down and 8 from the 10-yard line for the Badgers. Simmons in a shotgun. Puts a man in motion. He's back to pass, looking to his left. Here comes the rush. He's in trouble, and down he goes. Derek Moore back at the 25-yard line. And oh boy, what a play there by Derek, and what a huge loss for the Badgers. And they're going to mark it where he first touched him, which was the 22. And it'll be 4th and goal from the 22. And they're going to, 4th and 20 rather. It wasn't 4th, it was 1st and 10 at the 12. My apologies. They're going to try a field goal here. Down 3 scores. Clock running, 2:57 to go. Vacos on to try this field goal. It'll be a 40-yard field goal attempt. He is 1 for 2 from 40 and beyond this year. Snap, clean, ball put down. The kick is on the way, and the kick is good. And the Badgers have cut the lead to 24-10. Well, with 2:43 to go, I suspect we will see the hands team out there for Michigan.
Yeah, and Michigan has been so close to getting to Simmons. Just haven't been able to get home until Derek Moore finally does there. And it's just Jayshawn Barham. It's been Cam Brandt. Like Rayshawn Benny has been harassing them. We've seen both linebackers. They've just come up shy until there. And that's where Simmons is going to have to hold the ball a little bit longer to see if they can get somebody open in the end zone. Jason, that's probably why they didn't take that shot at the end zone earlier.
Yeah, you got to hold up, and our guys are coming after him. Like you said, they were close most of the time. So good job on the back end when you do have that much time. Our guys are plastering. And you know what? I'm always skeptical of how many guys we rotate in. But for some reason, later in their season, we have a lot of guys that are ready to play in big games, and they're interchangeable.
Well, it's going to be an onside kick here for the Badgers as Vacos has the ball set up on the tee, and here it is, and it pops in the air. The Wolverines touch it, and then the Wolverines secure it. Channing Goodwin comes down with it. I believe it was Kendrick Bell who got his hand on it initially, but Channing Goodwin was there to field the onside kick with 2:42 to go. Michigan will get the football back with a 2-score lead in Badger territory.
Yeah, boy, that's never really the position you want to be in. Jason, if you're on the front line of that hands team, you ever go up like that and try and tip a ball or catch a ball?
You know, college hands team is the weirdest thing because everybody's ball guys. They put little guys on the front line and little guys on the back line. In NFL, you have big guys in the front, whether linebackers or tight ends, that go and block people, and then the back guys catch it. So it's very, very dangerous the way that they do it in college, and it's all across college football. I never understood it. And yes, you put your hands up there, you're going to pay. You might as well catch it.
Yeah, Kendrick Bell sure paid a price on that one.
Wisconsin has their full complement of timeouts here. Michigan from the Badger 43. Handoff. It's Justice Haynes up the middle. He gets inside the 40 down to the 39. Check that. It was Jordan Marshall. My apologies.
They'll be able to take this now down to the 2-minute timeout.
Apologies to my best friend on the team. Jordan, found out he's a downhill skier. I'm like, let's talk. And he goes out west. He's serious.
Is he really?
Well, he doesn't anymore. Not during football. He said he had to give it up to play college football.
Just during football season, or
he
as long as he's
doesn't do it
playing
anymore.
ball?
He doesn't do it anymore.
There'll be plenty
He
of
will
time.
pick that up after football's done. Yes, indeed. The Badgers will let the clock tick down to the 2-minute timeout. They still got the 3 timeouts. Michigan will be looking at a 2nd and 6. We've reached the 2-minute timeout. This last call is presented by Founders Brewing Company, a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. It's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, welcome to Craft. At the conclusion of this one, when we continue, Wolverines up 2 touchdowns, late 4th quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go, go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Steamy day here in Ann Arbor, and the Wolverines about set to put Wisconsin away. They lead it 24-10 and have a 2nd and 6 on the Wisconsin 39-yard line out of the 2-minute timeout. Wisconsin does have all 3 timeouts. Badgers have battled here. Very impressed with their run defense. Michigan eventually broke through, and Justice Haynes over 100 yards for the 5th time in 5 games. 2nd down and 6 for Michigan. Underwood in a shotgun. Takes the snap, hands it off to Jordan Marshall, who will bounce it outside and run right into a tackler there. Battles, gets a yard, maybe 2. And Wisconsin, no timeout, huh? Clock ticking, minute 45 to go. Not giving up here, are they?
I don't think they're giving up. I think they're trying to force the punt. They'll call one after this play. Force the punt and then still have 2 timeouts left.
I thought they gave up last drive of how slow they were operating.
Oh, it was 6 minutes and 46 seconds that drive took.
Well, I know, they kept huddling up.
How about the QB draw here on 3rd and 5? Underwood in a shotgun. Takes the snap and goes delayed handoff to Jordan Marshall. Makes a great move, and he's got the 1st down. Oh, he dead-legged him and got a 1st down. It was Jordan Marshall about 3 yards shy of the sticks. What a move move the chains, and that's just about going to do it.
I think. Yeah, so they stopped the clock for the first down, and there's really nothing Wisconsin can do at this point. Let's
preview the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meyer. John?
Well, USC obviously on the horizon. What do we make of USC? It's obviously offensively with one of the more prolific passing games in the Big Ten and across the country. Defensively, he's got some question marks as to what they're going to be able to do. But we'll find out.
Bryce is going to roll out and fire to Samaj Morgan at the 30, and he's going to get knocked out of bounds at the 25-yard line, stopping the clock with 33 seconds to go. We will be out there.
Yep, we'll be out there. USC. So we got USC, Washington, and then our annual trip to East Lansing.
All the fun straight ahead. Our preview of the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2025 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. 33 seconds to go in the ballgame. Wolverines up 24-10. Second down and 4. Bryce takes the snap. Inside handoff. Jordan Marshall. Again, another one of those dead leg moves. Makes a man miss inside the 10, inside the 5. And he is dragged down right there. Jordan Marshall with some good, hard running here late on what might be the final play of the ballgame.
Are they trying to get this touchdown? They're trying to cover the spread.
Quickly to the line of scrimmage. Snap, handoff, Jordan Marshall inside the 5, down to the 3 with 13 seconds to go. And the Wolverines here with 8 seconds, 7, and Sharon's going to say enough. This could lead to an interesting handshake. And it's final from here in Ann Arbor. The Wolverines beat Wisconsin 24-10 on homecoming of 2025. I do appreciate everyone being with us for this broadcast, but you can stick with us because there's a lot more to go here from Ann Arbor, including post-game analysis from our guy Jack Miller, Brian Bush anchoring our coverage. We'll have scores from around the country with Rob Joyce back in our studios as Michigan secures their 4th win of the season, improving to 4-1 in the year before that trip to Los Angeles and Southern Cal. We'll go inside the Michigan locker room and hear from the head coach as well, Sharon Moore. And Jason Avant will catch up to some Wolverines as well. Post-game coverage is straight ahead from Ann Arbor. 24-10 the final. You're listening to Michigan Football.